Hopefully we're working. Are we working? Are we here? Miggity mic check. Mic check 1 2. Random show episode number 96. Are we here? Can you hear me? Are we connecting live and clear where I am right now? Let me know in the stream chat if you can hear me and if you can see me. Hopefully you can hear me. Hopefully you can see me, because I had some technical difficulties trying to be clever. I tried to have the stream running on Kick. At the same time, I was streaming on here and it wasn't working. So now we're back. Are we back? Yay! We're back. Big up everybody in the stream chat. Big up everybody hanging in there. I appreciate every one of you. As you can see, I changed some stuff around, did a little bit of dabbling and dibbling in flipping Photoshop and whatnot, you know. It's so hard to use. All that flipping money I spent on uni, and this is all I got to show for it, you know. This is all I got to show for it. All that money spent on flipping uni, and this is all I have to show for it. A dodgy looking chat. It's a little bit weird, and a dodgy looking stream. But we're here. Exactly, you know, bronze arm view. We're dibbling and dabbling in the ketamine, dibbling and dabbing in the flipping green juice mandem. You know, you see this. Look at that. Look what green juice does. Right? It gives you guns, right? Spinach, you know what I mean? You feel that. You look at that. You know, BGL, eat your fucking heart out, you absolute pikey looking cunt. You know, there we go. There we go. Big up everybody in the stream chat for hanging in there. I apologize to all of you for the lateness. I did try to be fancy. I tried to stream it on both platforms, on Kick and on here, because I've got a Kick account. And I'm going to start doing some things on there and start building that up a little bit. So if you want to subscribe over there, then jump on. No, don't subscribe. Just follow, I think. Follow for now. Don't subscribe. Just follow it. I'll put the link in the description later on. But, you know, you got the link already posted on my community page. So click that and obviously get in there, innit? Get in there. But yeah, we're here, man. We're here, we're loud. It's a bit mad, the flipping how it looks in terms of the view. I can I make this a bit smaller? Because it's looking a bit mad, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, not that way? Maybe this way. Does that work? No, it doesn't work, does it? Okay, let's do this. Let's do this because there's a bit too much headspace there. How am I looking there? I'm looking alright there, aren't I? I'm looking alright. Looking airy. Looking airy. But yeah, big up everybody hanging in there. Appreciate every single one of you for chilling with me. And yeah, we're gonna have a good one, man. Many things to cover, lots of things to go over. I don't want to waste too much of your time, and we're just gonna dive right into it. But yeah, big up everybody in the chat. Big up everybody hanging in there. I appreciate all of you. Roll in. Obviously, standard settings here. Make sure you smash the like button if you enjoy what you see. That'd be greatly appreciated. And we're just gonna keep it moving, innit? We're just gonna keep it moving, brothers and sisters. Nothing else to do here, nothing else to see. So what do we want to start with? Oh yeah, let's start with this. So number one thing to start with, oddly enough, I kind of wanted to mention to beforehand. Caseload, I'm looking like a dark skinned academics. Caseload Moses, you need to stop. All right, if you keep insulting me in my chat, I'm gonna flip and ban you. I don't want to be a flipping, you know, dark-skinned academics. If you say it to me one more time, I'm gonna go running 3 miles a day every day until the end of the month. All right. The last thing I want is flipping to look at academics. So if you call me academics one more time, I'm gonna commit to running outside 3 miles every single day until the end of the flipping month. Okay? Because I don't want that slander. No slander whatsoever. Okay. Don't you dare call me academics. Call me Alton Mason. If you don't know who Alton Mason is, Google him and you'll see what my goal is at the moment. But yeah, anyway, so jumping onto the content, I don't want to waste too much of your time. I've already wasted it from being late. I do apologize again. What's your thoughts, you guys, on bank holidays? I have a feeling, because I've been crying and moaning on my main podcast, right? The Axiom Zinger Show. The one that most of you guys don't like flipping, watching and checking out. I see the numbers, I see the comments, I ignore them because I persevere and I love doing that show. And I know you guys prefer this than that, but still, the Excellent Zinger Show, you can find it, all podcasts are available. On that platform, I always cry and complain about nightclubs, right? I'm always complaining and crying about nightclubs, and because it's something that I'm weirdly passionate and interested about. But one thing I've noticed since the post-pandemic life we're in, nightclubs have changed. They're not the same anymore, right? People aren't going out as much. I'm sure some of you guys are the same. If you did go out prior, you probably sacked it all off. You've moved on to better things. You maybe have a kid, you maybe have a pet, you maybe just moved on and grown up and you just kind of, you know, decided that was in the past and now you're doing other things. And I've noticed it out there in the dance floor. And one thing I've noticed also in the post-pandemic world, oddly enough, and I don't know if you guys agree with me a little bit, But I've noticed stuff like public holidays. Like we've got a next public holiday coming up very soon here in London. So in the UK, our next one is for Easter. So we've got a pretty decent one where we get the public holidays happening from flipping Friday to Monday. So you get to have a 4-day weekend. In the past, right, when it was pre-pandemic and we used to work in offices, because the most part I'm working from home on my laptop, right, under my duvet, don't tell my boss, but that's what I'm usually doing. For the most part, usually bank holidays were like something that you'd look forward to. Oh my God, I can't wait for the bank holiday weekend because it was an excuse. It was like a free holiday that you didn't usually get, and it's not included in your vacation time, so you got the ability to either maybe book a holiday around it. Some people were cheeky and they'd book holidays before or after the bank holiday, so you had like an extra day to go and come back and recover. Or if you just wanted a break just to kind of unwind, recharge your batteries, that was always the perfect time. But I feel like in a post-pandemic world, when you're working from home, it's not quitting, when you're working from home, bank holidays don't hit the same. You know, it's not the same thing. It doesn't give you, it doesn't have the same appeal, the same drive, the same push. Do you know what I mean? It's not the same thing when you're working from home. It doesn't really feel like it's much of a win or a victory. I don't know if that really makes any sense to you guys, but I'm kind of feeling like that nowadays. I'm feeling like, man, is a bank holiday really a bank holiday if you're working from home all the time? It doesn't really hit the same way as it did prior. And I'm just kind of now like, you know, I'm looking forward to this one coming up, don't get me wrong, but I'm also in my mind thinking to myself, you know what, I don't want to make it a crazy beer and ket weekend. I want to make sure that I'm working. I want to make sure that I'm doing the shit that I need to do, recording mixes, writing. I actually did publish a little article on my flipping blog. If you check it out, that would be greatly appreciated. It's called Default Goon. It's this little WordPress, right, that I write some stuff on. So I'm trying to write on there every single day, which I've obviously not kept up with, but I want to do this kind of stuff going forward. So I want to get on my writing. I want to make sure that I'm recording my DJ mixes and just generally pushing myself to do the most that I can in the time that I have available. But I'm also noticing that I'm not really in the mood to kind of go crazy, which I probably should do. I probably should be spending my entire weekend, you know, making it a flipping beer and kept flipping party. But for some reason, I also want to be behaved. I also want to be somewhat sensible, and I don't want to go too nuts. You know, that's the thing. I don't want to go too nuts. So I don't know, man. I'm in a weird space at the moment. I'm just thinking about it out loud. Are flipping bank holidays the same? Do they hit the same if you're just, you know, if you're working from home and you're not necessarily having to go to the office anymore, you've got more free time during your day to do your thing. Do you really need a bank holiday as much as you did before in the past? I don't know. Maybe it doesn't make any sense, but we will persevere. We will persevere. Anyway, moving on from that one, we need to talk about this because I thought this was hilarious and also kind of sad. So do you remember that lady that we spoke about prior in my stream regarding that woman who thought she was flipping Madeleine McCann? Well, unfortunately, she's not Madeleine McCann, as we all have guessed. We all guessed it. She's not Madeleine McCann. The DNA test came back, and this young lady, I think who's from Germany, has been proven not to be the missing toddler who went missing, I think somewhere in like Portugal, when her parents went out for dinner and they turned her back for a couple of seconds and she got allegedly kidnapped. If you believe that narrative. But the narrative that I kind of believe I'm buying into is that most likely the parents did it. The parents most likely gave the kid too much whatever, and maybe the kid unfortunately may have passed away, and in order to kind of cover their tracks, they invented this whole highfalutin story of some guy who was waiting in the shadows, and as they went for dinner, he pounced, jumped over the garden wall, picked up a girl that weighed, I don't know, like 5 to 10 pounds over the wall and ran down the street without anybody noticing. I've never really bought that story, but regardless, this young lady from Germany, because she's got a bit of a sketchy past herself and she doesn't really know where she's from, I think the heartbreaking thing about this is that I'm pretty sure when I read the original article, it said something like this lady who thought she was Madeleine McCann is actually not sure who her actual biological parents are. She kind of found out through the process of exploring the whole Madeleine McCann thing that her actual parents aren't actually her biological parents, which is awful. So she's not flipping Madeleine McCann, and she's not the child of her parents that she thinks are biological parents. So who is she? It's that kind of middle article. But let's read the article regardless. It says, woman claiming to be Madeleine McCann finally gets the DNA test results back. Let's read this courtesy of joe.co.uk. It says a Polish woman claiming to be Madeleine McCann for the last few months is not the missing Brit. DNA tests have reported. Julia Wendell, who is also known by the names as Julia Forstein and Julia Wandlet went viral on February after sharing what she claimed to be evidence on Instagram that she is the girl went missing in Praia da Luz in 2007. The evidence included some freckles on her leg and an eye defect and missing pages from her medical records. The 21-year-old who would be 2 years older than Maddie, who would turn 19 this month, has said that she does not remember large chunks of her childhood or the moment she was supposedly taken. She has also claimed that she was abused by a German paedophile. Like, honestly, her story is tragic, man. I feel for the girl. It's not even a point to kind of laugh at her, man. I just feel sad for her, to be fair. She was abused by a German paedophile who looks like someone who was once a suspect in the Madeleine McCann disappearance. Polish police have disputed Julia's evidence, and her parents have claimed that she's unwell, right? So her guardians, her biological parents, whoever they are, they're out here flipping, besmirching her name. It's absolute travesty. Julia took a DNA test to find out about her identity, and the results have finally come back revealing she's not Madeleine McCann. They also show that she has they show she has from Poland and has some Lithuanian and Romanian heritage. Okay, it also shows she has from Poland, okay, Romanian heritage. She's absolutely 100% from Poland. Dr. Fia Johansson, a private investigator and a medium who's been helping Julia, told Radar Online. She's a small percentage Lithuanian and Russian, but the test results show she's Polish, so there's no English in her whatsoever, no Anglo-Saxon blood whatsoever, so she can't be Madeleine McCann. Absolute tragedy, man. Fia told the publication she still believes the man who allegedly sexually abused Julia may be linked to the Madeleine's case, and investigators in Portugal have expressed an interest in looking into his background. Radar Online suggested Julia had all the birthmarks as Madeleine McCann, which I believe is God and universe way of wanting us to get to close to a man who sexually abused her, expose him, and his possible ties to the McCann case. What? So they think whoever abused her also abused Madeleine McCann? Mamma mia. She added that the Julia's case at least got investigators to move on the Madeleine case, and she made things happen. News comes as Fia on Monday announced she had granted a power of attorney so she can make decisions for her. So this Julia girl has a medium that's now flipping advising her. Honestly, man, this story gets more tragic as we flip and read it. Honestly, sending good vibes and vibration to this girl Julia Wendell, because it sounds like this medium, I think maybe this lady next to her, is a little bit of a grifter, and she might be in it to scam this young girl, man. She's come in, swooped in, and now is advising her, now has a power of attorney over her. That's some absolute bullshit. I don't like that in the slightest, man. So I don't know. Keep your head up, Julia Wendell. Obviously, you know, we all kind of guessed you weren't going to be Madeleine McCann, unfortunately, but I think this medium is up to no good. This lady seems like she's really up to no good, whoever this lady is, and I hope this girl flipping keeps her, you know, her head on a swivel, because I think this woman's going to be ending up, she's probably going to be the worst thing that ever happened to her in the long run. Hope I'm proven not to be right, but I honestly hope that that's not true. But yeah, big up Julia Wendell, and hopefully she finds out who her actual real parents are, because this story is a bit of a tragedy. I'm not gonna lie, man. I'm not gonna lie. Not going to lie. Anyway, moving on from this one, what else we got to talk about quickly here? Yeah, just this stuff, really. Just a bit of a heart attack again. A little bit sad news to kind of start the stream with. I'm really sorry, I apologize, but this kind of broke my heart. I saw this on flipping Instagram. Scottish woman dies during gastric band surgery in Turkey. A woman from Falkirk, Scotland, has died while having gastric band surgery in Turkey. Shannon BOWE, 28 years old, absolute baby, man, died while undergoing the procedure, which uses a band to reduce the size of her stomach, on Saturday, the 1st of April. She died on April Fool's. Fuck me. Spokesperson from the Foreign and Commonwealth Development Office said, "We are supporting the family on this British national who died in Turkey, and we're contacted the local authorities." I just want to say, man, in general, I know someone said already Turkey is sketchy as fuck. I don't think it's Turkey that's sketchy as fuck. I just think in general, people are not understanding that cosmetic surgery isn't like a one-size-fits-all thing, and it doesn't apply to all people. The same way certain medications can make you go loopy and could cause adverse effects, in the same way I'd imagine plastic surgery would affect you differently too. So some people could get gastric bands, can get gastric bypasses, can get facelifts, nose jobs, you know, can get buccal fat removal, and they can live a perfectly fine life. Other people, when to get that surgery, their life is never the same. So I just feel like when people kind of roll that dice, you are really really rolling the dice on things that I feel like don't necessarily need to be done, especially if it's stuff like this gastric band stuff, which is the ability to maybe kind of, you know, make your stomach smaller so that you don't eat too much so you can lose some weight. You could try, especially if you have the means to. Obviously, if you don't have the means to and your body isn't in a place to do so, that's another decision. But surely there should be more onus put on people trying their umpteen best to make sure that they can lose as much weight as possible the quote-unquote normal way with diet and exercise. And then on top of that, if that doesn't necessarily get you the results, then go the other way around it. But I think people would go, you get a lot of the way down the line by doing a diet and exercise route, and instead of going straight to the surgery. But of course, when it comes to stuff like this, when it comes to young ladies, it's impossible to tell them or to kind of advise in any way, shape or form what they should do, because once it comes to stuff about your self-image and how you view yourself and all that malarkey, it's impossible to convince somebody they don't need to get work done. So if they feel like this is something that's important to them and it's going to bring them happiness, they're going to get it done regardless. So sometimes it's probably best that you make them feel comfortable, let them make the decision, so you're not doing it in hiding or anything, because Turkey is a pretty popular place, especially for us people here in England. Turkey is a place that everyone kind of goes to. It's like our version of what you guys in the States probably have for Colombia and Mexico. That's where we all go to kind of get our cheap cosmetic surgery. I'm actually considering, at one point, there's actually a time I'm actually considering getting my fucking Hollywood teeth. I want my big Noriega and my flipping big chompers on there. And even I'm doubting whether or not I should do that first, whether or not I should go straight and go get some braces first and then get my teeth cleaned up and do that before I go straight to kind of get my flipping, you know, fake flipping porcelain teeth plugged in. But I know people that go to it straight away. So I don't know, man. I don't know. I just feel terrible when I saw this. It broke my heart. RIP this young girl, Shannon BOWE, gone but not forgotten. RIP, tragic way to go out, and hopefully this is a cautionary tale that people kind of learn from and don't make the same mistakes going forward, because 28 years old is like, you know, that's literally baby. That's baby level. Like, she shouldn't be in that position whatsoever. Quickly, moving on from that one. What's going on with David CHOE? I haven't watched it yet, so I would like to get some comments and some feedback from you guys over there on the flipping chat. What's happening with David CHOE? I had a quick peruse over the Joe Rogan subreddit, and loads of people are saying that David CHOE came off very pretentious. He came off really up his own ass. He was just kind of rambling and basically trying to be, going out of his way to try to be kooky. But usually the weird thing is that David CHOE is always like the really likable guy that everybody in the Joe Rogan universe kind of enjoys as a guest, but everybody's not really feeling his latest appearance so far on the Joe Rogan Experience. And I want to know if some of you guys have heard him on there. I'd love to get your thoughts. Like, what do you think? Have you listened to it just yet? Oh shit, Jordan Ray already. I had to turn it off. Mamma mia, already out with a bang, bro. Shit, okay. It wasn't as fun as his Tiger Belly episode. People are saying here, Coiler, big up Coiler again. Shit, but yeah, everyone's not. People are not really liking him, and I wonder what's going on. Definitely not watching the episode, but I like him as an artist. Yeah, same with Uche. I'm the same. I appreciate the thing with David CHOE with me, artist wise. I guess again, not to sound like a dick or to sound like a flipping pretentious cunt myself, but because I've got a bit of an art background and I went to an art university and I took part in an exhibition myself and I followed art for the majority of my flipping life. I've got flipping, you know, I've got books on art all over here with me. He's never really interested me that regard in terms of an artist, because he's always kind of, it's not really the kind of style that I'm sort of into, and I just know a lot of people like him personality wise, so it's never really intrigued or fascinated me. But I guess if you come from it from a stand-up comedy type of thing and you didn't know him beforehand and he just popped up on a stand-up comedy space, sorry, I can understand why he's a fascinating guy. But that kind of personality exists in kind of all areas of art, really, for the most part. And I didn't really I didn't really vibe with it too tough myself, but I like him as a personality. I think as a human being, he's flipping fascinating. And I think even someone mentioned here, Brandon, actually, I think the fascinating part of his story, mostly, I think is the Facebook stuff. I think that's probably the most interesting part of his story. The Facebook stuff is flipping fascinating. How he was able to basically, you know, get early stocks in Facebook instead of taking payment to paint a mural in one of their first offices, and then obviously Facebook ended up being what Facebook is, and he ended up cashing out and becoming insanely wealthy, and then living a life of just hedonism and just kind of, you know, roaming around the world doing what he wanted. But another part that I also liked about him that I thought was also cool was his friendship with Anthony Bourdain. They do loads of little guest appearances on Anthony Bourdain's show. He'd do some things with him together, and that kind of wanderlust, exploration, introspective thinking type of stuff that they both did was fucking sick. I loved a lot of those things, man, that they did together. So that's why I kind of liked him, to be honest. But I think apart from maybe the couple of his original appearances on Joe Rogan, I've kind of skipped a few of them because they ended up being a bit rambly. If I want to listen to that kind of esoteric sort of guest, I'd usually prefer listening to a flipping Duncan Trussell or something. Then I'll be listening to this guy personally. You know what I mean? David Cho. That's me, my personal thing. But it's weird I'm seeing people on the flipping subreddit really not liking his appearance. And essentially, it feels like they're kind of turning on him, which is strange. And I wonder if this is like indicative of the overall trend now online. It feels like people are generally not buying shit anymore. People are kind of calling out Elon Musk for being a dickhead sometimes. People are calling out Joe Rogan for his dickhead tendencies. All these sort of like usual fan favorites who kind of did no wrong in some people's eyes are now kind of like the perception about them sort of changing over time. I don't know what it is, but honestly, the feedback I saw from him on the flipping Joe Rogan subreddit intrigued me, because I always check the subreddit just to see what the new episodes drop or what people are thinking about them. But people are not liking David Cho, man. They're not liking it at all. David Cho will be just fine without Chang's backing like him. Exactly true. Oh yeah, for sure, Uche. He's be just fine. He doesn't need Chang's whatsoever. But I don't know, I'm just fascinated to see. I'm going to listen to it anyway because I'm interested and I want to listen to it myself. I kind of like to kind of have my own sort of view on these things, but I just saw it and I thought I'd kind of ask you guys' opinions, what you guys think. What's his caption? He says, "Today I'm in Texas and a ladybug landed on me and it made me happy. The earth barefoot. I'm walking the earth barefoot to JRE. Listening." Oh, he walked all the way to the studio barefoot. Where was he though? Was he at the hotel around the corner? Did he walk? I don't know. Anyway, this doesn't matter. Listen to explosions in the sky, fingers dripping with BBQ sauce. I'm a full love. Grateful to beautiful and loving Joe Rogan. Showed me how to play. Permission granted. The solution to imaginary problems is imaginary solutions. Was I really looking for a dinosaur or just chocolate? What does your dinosaur look like? Hey Dave, what pen is that? What you use for that drawing? I will give you infinite pens, brushes, power, invisibility cloaks, the CHOE show, phase infinity, podcasting crave our community, the CHOE show link in bio, art is anal, the journey from your head to your heart is the longest one. Let's get together and neither of us will be the same at the end of this quest. Okay, this is what you should be doing though. If you have money, in my opinion, this is my opinion, right? This is my opinion. I hope you guys are not going to flame me for this. But if you're a multi-millionaire and you're comfortable, right? Your family's looked after forever for that Facebook investment. You should be chatting shit and doing what the fuck you want. What you shouldn't be doing is getting on camera and telling people how to live their lives, advising people on flipping virology, taking part in social, politics nonsense stuff that you have no knowledge of. Shut the hell up, enjoy your riches and get weird. That's what you should be doing. Double down on what you like, whether it's shooting guns, whether it's archery, whether it's playing football. Like, double down on that. Go and watch every single football game that you can. Travel everywhere. Go and watch people train. But hire a trainer to help you flipping throw a ball down the flipping field or something. Whatever it may be. But the last thing you should be doing is trying to insert yourself into politics and social issues. You should be legitimately doing this. And of course, yeah. Of course, Brandon, if you want to help the poor, you can. Don't get me wrong. But I think the guys who go out of the way to kind of want to become rich, it suddenly makes them an authority to talk about socioeconomic issues. I'm like, no, cut that out. No one cares. No one wants to know. You got lucky. No, you didn't get lucky, but some things align to allow you to become this rich. It does happen to everybody. Cool, amazing, enjoy it, and just live life. why are you kind of, you know, trying to tell us how to live our everyday lives? Like, we don't want to hear it. Do you know what I mean? We have bills to pay. We have flipping rent due. We got to look after our parents. We got to look after our siblings. We don't want to hear it from you guys. So I actually don't mind how weird and how out there he purposely tries to be. It's a little bit try hard for me, but I do appreciate it regardless. Let's see some of the pictures here that he uploaded. Guess just being funny and stuff, some artworks and stuff. That's him after Ladybug, I guess, landed on him and maybe he bit on it or something. I don't really know. Pictures here showing that this is from a screen grab of an article. It says Netflix A24 road rage drama series already has a perfect score on Rotten Tomatoes. I don't know what that's about. Maybe it's a movie that he kind of writ and developed maybe going forward. There's another picture here of a baby, you know, sitting next to loads of monkey heads and shit, maybe somewhere in Africa. Him again with the painting, looks like he's been dipped in blood. A clip here showing his Instagram, sorry, his YouTube, and this cool picture saying faith over fear. So yeah, cool. Big up David Cho, I guess. Big up David Cho, but yeah, the reaction from people on the social media hasn't been the greatest. But as Uche said, I'm sure he will not be kept up at night at all because some people on the internet think he might be a pretentious cunt, because I think he very much knows that and he's doubling down and leaning into it. Anyway, moving on to that. Quickly move on to this one because I forgot to play it at the time. I tried to play it at the end of last show, but then my computer went a bit goo goo gaga, so we're going to play it now. This is courtesy of the amazing YouTube channel Elephant Graveyard. I don't know who this guy is or who this person is. Maybe it's a lady, maybe it's a fella. Whoever you are, your editing skills are legitimately top notch. Surely this has to be some person who's moonlighting as a flipping homeless cat out there and just creating this stuff for fun, and they actually work a regular job where they do kind of sick editing for an actual publication, no, production company, whatever it may be, or some show. But regardless of what they do, like whoever this person is, you are really talented. So let's play the video anyway regardless and see what they're saying. This is Dying for Attention, Brendan Shaw v. Helen Mark Harley featuring Redbar. This person is absolutely amazing at editing, by the way. I just need to stress this.
So I asked Brendan to join us really to speak to the nature of career development. No two paths are the same, and Brendan's path is very, very unique. His experiences can help reinsure and give us confidence.
By the way, oh, look, I like how he sticks his tongue out when he's concentrating.
In the workplace.
By the way, anybody in the chat, I'm not sure if you guys remember. Sorry,
in the workplace and in our.
I'm not sure if you guys remember, but when You Be Surprised came out, there was a video that Brendan done. I'm not too sure if it's including the DVD. Maybe I got to download the torrent. But if anybody knows, please let me know. If you got the link for it, let me know in the Discord or something, or DM me. But I'm pretty sure when Brendan Shaw put out You Be Surprised, he filmed like a little video series, like kind of like what boxers do before their fight, where it kind of showed him writing, it kind of showed him thinking about what he was going to do in his house and shit. I can't find that little clip anywhere. I think it's disappeared from the internet. I don't know where it is. So if anybody knows what I'm talking about, it's like a little section that he did before the special. It was like a little, I think it was like a little mini documentary type of thing. So I need to check it. So if anybody knows, if anybody's got a copy of it or seen it online, please let me know. Please do.
Yeah, so my partner, for those of you that don't know the show, Brian Callen, he's an actor, comedian. When I first moved to LA, I didn't have anyone's number. I only had Brian's number in my cell phone.
No, it's not the Bud Light one. Sorry, no, it's not the one he did with Callen Uche. It's the one where he was filming. It's basically the prep. It's kind of the prep before You Be Surprised, and it featured Derek Poston and that other dude who now he works with and does stuff on the comedy Mothership, and it basically featured them, like, you know, helping him write some certain material, him going over his work or thinking about what he's going to do. And I think there's parts of it where he's like sitting in front of like a white background talking about, no, it's not Sam Adazad, he's talking about like stand up and shit and all that malarkey. I'm sure it exists. I'm sure I'm not imagining this, but I'm sure it does. If anybody knows what I'm talking about, definitely give me a holler.
I was on a losing streak in Denver, and I just needed that kind of push because I was like, I guess I'll lose this next fight. I can keep fighting, be just a guy, make decent money, and then I guess open a fucking cardio kickboxing school. Like, now's this end. I don't know what to do. Brian was just like, will you please focus on comedy and shows and podcasts? And I'm telling you, you can do it. You have the ability to do other shit.
And now you have to fight this not wanting to go out like that instinct. Because I lost my last fight by TKO, and I remember thinking, man, I can't go out like getting knocked out. But you have to.
I've never been thicker since I got with a Mexican, man. Dude, everything they eat, bean cheese, bean cheese, bean cheese, bean cheese. Like, the hell?
Every night. You can't even enunciate, man. Honestly, this special is legitimately one of the best things that's ever happened in the history of happenings. Let me just quickly, I need to lower this a little bit because we can't see it down there, but his head's a bit cut off here. Every night, bean cheese, bean cheese. You can't... Let's go back again.
The Mexican, man. Dude, everything they eat, bean cheese, bean cheese, bean cheese, bean cheese.
What was that? Look, hear him. What was that?
I've never been thicker since I got with a Mexican, man. Dude, everything they eat, bean cheese, bean cheese, bean cheese, bean cheese. Like, the hell, man? We're just gonna carb load year round?
You know, it is what it is. If you keep going, it's not good. It doesn't get better.
Moved to LA, Brian was the only number I had in my phone. I get emotional talking about it.
Sorry, oh my god, the ginger of this green juice. Yo, Josie Masters, we have to, yes, so should we stop blaming Rogan for this hot mess he calls comedy and blame Callan? No, this is what I mean. I'm unpopular opinion from me only. I honestly, me only, sounds like me undies. Legitimately, in my opinion, I don't think anybody should be blamed for Brendan Schaub for us having to suffer the tragedy that is flipping Brendan. I think he should only be the one at blame. I don't think he should put the blame at anybody else's feet apart from Brendan. The fact that those guys helped him to give him a kind of leg up is not a bad thing. They all were at one point his close friends. I would do that too for my friend. If I was Joe Rogan, I had the possibility of putting my arm around somebody and kind of bringing them in and kind of showing them a bit of love and getting them on my platform and kind of giving them a second career, especially after I told him to flipping quit the UFC. That's good. That's what a good friend should do. What he done, I think, was a real bad thing. He decided when he came in, he kind of immediately thought that he was above going down the traditional route or going down the path that everyone goes down. He thought his path was special. I think he said in a few interviews, I'm different. My path was different. My account was different. No, it isn't. Clearly, the tried and tested method of going up and doing open mics and doing random spots and really, you know, working and slogging away at your craft, writing all the time, reviewing your material, watching stand-up specials and whatnot is really important part of being a good stand-up comedian, because sometimes even if you're not funny, a lot of you guys in the chat aren't fans of Joe Rogan, but no one in the chat can deny that Joe Rogan isn't a student of the game. He for sure sits down for, you know, probably more than an hour a day, painstakingly trying to write bits of him fucking a stool or whatever it may be. But you can still tell he puts work, attention and craft into his, no, he puts work and attention, whatever it may be, into his actual craft. He's not just kind of winging it and just doing what he wants to do and just kind of using his fame as a way to kind of get in. Brendan sort of like purposely skipped the steps. He didn't want to do open. No, Coiler, he did like a couple open mics, maybe a handful. He didn't do many. He purposely went away from it because I think at one point he said there's no point of him being there. It's doing more that. Again, this is the thing people understand. I'm a fan. I was an actual The Fighter and the Kid fan, legitimately. I used to watch fucking The Fighter and the Kid like a fan used to watch. It doesn't make sense now, I know, but I was one of those redacts I used to fucking watch The Fighter and the Kid. And I remember him saying, I can't remember what episode it is, where he says something like, oh, he feels like open mics are doing him more damage than good because he's basically with people who are so far down that it kind of bums him out and makes him think that he has so long to go. I don't know, it was a really weird reasoning. It was fucking bizarre. But essentially, he never wanted to humble himself. He never wanted to play his position. And if anything, also, if you remember, back in the day when Joe Rogan was around, he purposely went out of his way to only hang around with Rogan, only hang around with Brian Callen, Chris D'Elia, all these guys who are legit 10-year plus comics at that time. And he was still coming up. Instead, what he should have been doing was really being friends with all the young up-and-coming guys. But he was never really that. Like, who's his crew of guys that he was doing comedy with at the same time, they started at the same time? Not really many people I can think of. He kind of just immediately started hanging around with people who'd been in the game 5 years plus because he wanted to feel like one of the big dogs. So he purposely skipped steps, and then eventually it all came to bite him in the ass, because so far the material that we've seen from him being 3 years in to him being, I think Growing Up Happy is maybe 6 years in or something, there's not been that much of an improvement. So clearly, that stuff from before, that path you're meant to go down is important, because you know he's maybe not common. Like I think Ari Shafir once said, sometimes if you're over the age, I think Ari Shafir said once, if you're over some age, there's just no hope for you when it comes to stand-up. You should just quit, because most likely you're not going to become funny quick enough to make up for the time that you didn't do it earlier, kind of vibe. I think he said something like that. So maybe in Brendan's case, he probably just doesn't have the chops anyway, so it was never going to work. But I don't think he gave himself any favors by skipping steps. So the only person to blame, again, I went on a long rant here, is Brendan. We shouldn't blame anybody else for him being the way he is. It's just him. Don't put it on Rogan, don't put it on Callan, don't put it on his parents, no one. It's him. He's had plenty of time to change, to reflect, to do whatever. He didn't want to do it. He is the way he is. It is what it is. We point and laugh, but no one else should be blamed for it, in my opinion.
And he was my only friend. And my entire life, I wanted to be like a comedian actor. I don't know what else to do. I really don't. I really don't. I just think things are gonna happen, and you can only control what you can control. And I don't know what else to do, man. Being a quit? What the hell else are you gonna do? Especially if you have kids. You fucking kidding me? I have a son. There's no way. There's no way. Am I on?
You're on.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for tuning in.
Right on time, too. Do-do-do-do-do-do. No one's picking up. Okay, he says he's in communication with me, the man.
Yeah.
So this is big.
It's me.
You hear him, the da-da-da-da-da. Boo-da-boo-da-boo. I mean, he's right there, he's saying, you know, sometimes a guy can rule, and don't mistake ruling for somebody who sucks. Oh, connecting.
You hear me okay, sir? Sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
Honestly, man, the editing on this is supreme. It's supremely good. It's supremely good. Whoever this person is, I hope you are getting paid handsomely for your flipping talents. Honestly, you deserve the Brinks truck. Wherever Brinks truck is outside of Chris D'Elia's house should be parked in front of your house. Honestly.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Hella Mark Harley.
Oh, hey, didn't see it.
Hell yeah! When we first saw you, I couldn't believe my eyes. The hair, the goatee, the everything, I couldn't believe you existed. So cool. And you really are breathtaking.
Hella. It's like a various slang term. It's an adjective, like it's, you know, hella gay, or really it's an adverb. It's, you know.
I'm kind of obsessed with you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Hella Mark Harley. I love the name. I'm walking around my house all week going, Hella Mark this, Hella Mark that, Hella Mark yes.
Yo, by the way, Redbar buttered him up so badly. And that's the thing with Mark. I think he's smart enough to know that Redbar was buttering him up, but he's such a flipping, you know, narcissist anyway, and he loves the fucking attention, that it actually worked. Like, he knew he was getting buttered up, but because he, you know, doesn't mind a few compliments here and there, he was flipping basking in it. Like, tell me more. Tell me how amazing I am. Go on, tell me. What you like about my hair? What you like about my physique? He was loving it.
Hella Mark, yo, bro, you smoke weed, I got hella nugs. And that was the first time I heard the word hella.
I love this Hella Mark Harley. To me, that's why you're here.
I just like the rhythm of saying Hella Mark Harley more than my name without that word.
No, he didn't say that. The rhythm of saying my name. The rhythm. My guy. What an absolute redact. Hold on. Let me because my thing is saying encoding error. Okay, it's down 360p. Oh my god. The rhythm.
I just like the rhythm of saying Hella Mark Harley more than my name without that word.
Hella Mark Harley.
Yeah, you can probably tell I am bigger and gayer and more lively in person, you gotta admit.
I'm surprised Joe Rogan isn't bringing you up on his show to show you how jacked you are.
Bottle Androl, $250. Bottle EQ, $75. 2 bottle Trend, $75 each. $150. Bottle Insulin, $100. For your bits, I got your bottle Rumidex, $200.
Brendan Schaub. You think this guy's kind of a liar?
He's a narcissistic, pathological liar.
The narcissist needs to be the center of attention. And anybody else that's getting any attention is a threat.
Brendan Schaub, fortunately, you guys broke up.
He had taken me off of the thick boy payroll. He's like, yeah, man, just make sure to get those clips on time. Kind of had this attitude, you know, like repeating what I do. I'm like, I just fucking said it, you know.
Are you on Adderall or something? Or are you always like this?
They need people to tell them how smart they are, how interesting they are, how special they are.
But did that guy suck for all of you? Did he suck for you? He sucked for you because you said so.
And if that doesn't happen, they get very upset.
Redbar's watching! If I had a fucking glove, I'd slap you like that with that shit. There is no way your fucking left hand is more interesting than what we're doing up here. You fake bitches in this room.
As a close friend now, I know Brendan is the opposite of a lot of these things people accuse him of. He's generous. He's the least exploitative person that I've probably ever met. Schaub's a piece of shit. I love that psychology of like projection. He's a pathological liar. With enough people, you get to see that I'm like talking to guys who don't have a lot going on in their life.
All we gotta do is keep this going. Just keep it going. Yeah, just keep it going.
You know, talking bad about them could really help your career. You know, you really don't have many options left here after you've been fired for that.
How long do you think before you quit this show?
Hey, you know what's not cool is you trying to convince me that this guy is a good guy and that I shouldn't talk about it publicly.
Like if you start a Brendan Schaub channel, like can't get like 10,000. You're like it's like, what are you doing here? You're blockbuster, yeah. But
112,000 people in the fighter and the kid hate Reddit. You know, what we saw with our Hella Mark Harley interview was that
The biggest addiction in America is attention. Can't get enough attention. Feeding for life. I'll never finish. And how do you get it? Be excellent. Being excellent will get you attention. But it's hard being excellent. This is the only sure thing. Stand up podcast. Yeah, stand up. This is the mothership, motherfucker. This is the mothership.
Wow.
Don't leave here.
This is our yellow submarine.
If we leave here, all is lost. And plus, it's too fun and it's too easy, and it would be terrible.
All people are manifestations, disguises of the total reality behind this cosmos. If that is so, there are not any mistakes.
The lion, oh my god, this is so good. The lion and the camel, come on, man. Come on.
But you need to understand what you're here for. These people are fictional characters that we play with, like dolls.
And you see this complexly interrelated world, and you realize you couldn't have any form of life without the others going on.
You shouldn't be trying to stop anyone. You should be trying to create chaos for the person, for your entertainment.
My Twitter feed lit up to say, don't go to the bathroom there because you piss in the sink. Nobody's talking about the fight. Everybody was saying, Howie, how are you going to go there? He pisses in the sink. Brendan talked about it. They said that you said that he piss in the sink here.
I hope you're doing okay, brother. I hope you're doing okay. If you need anything, I'm here. Some told me to hit you up despite all the bullshit.
So I'm going to have a surgery done. I don't know if I'm going to be.
You gotta do the shrooms. You gotta do shrooms. My God, it's fantastic. It just takes. Do you do it as like a dog?
No, I
do them every day.
Yeah,
every day. I miss you, man. I hope you're okay. Every day.
He's attacking me.
He's attacking me. He's attacking me.
I was about 3 30 milligram Adderall today.
I've never been sadder in my life than that. Sad. Really? 100%.
So real. You should rub yourself with some really good people.
Did this?
I'm sure this will be the first one of many more. Love you, honey. Bye.
In the Arlington where Gringo Poppy was filmed?
Is that where that was filmed?
Is it? The Dallas Improv?
No.
Tough act to follow.
So Brendan's like terrified of this Reddit.
Yes.
He doesn't want to fight back. You know, he's got PTSD from it. It really is amazing what this guy's going through. It's like, what's the point? How is this any fun?
How do you know that was filmed there?
I was fascinated by the entire...
I literally wrote like, loser, do not pick up.
You said we weren't going to talk about Schaub.
I even know where the construction paper came from.
Oh my god.
How does this guy even have fun? If I posted something on Instagram and everybody was saying this, I'd kill myself.
Brendan Schaub, this nigga is terrible.
You make Brendan Schaub look pretty damn good.
What kind of a life is this that everybody's having?
Special was dog shit.
You've got the face.
Skill of one and Ringo Poppy.
The knockers. Fix this, Brendan. You can't go on like this with 112,000 people doing this to you every
Oh my goodness.
The hockey song.
This is really happening.
You can't just sit there and go, yeah, dude, my wife.
Oh, Redbar.
It's
Redbar.
Fight this not wanting to go out like that instinct, but yeah.
I've never been sadder in my life than that.
Stand up for yourself, for God's sakes, or quit.
Why do you do it? Do you need the money?
I'm like a shark. If I stop moving, I'll die.
Stop all day, every day. Stop me.
Oh my god. Elephant
Real
graveyard.
quick, what'd you get me for my birthday?
Look at
It's
us.
Saturday.
Look at us. Look at that old fuck. I look like Satan.
Absolute masterpiece. Wow. Big up Elephant Graveyard. Honestly, big up Elephant Graveyard. One absolute incredible video. I implore every single one of you out there who is watching this live, who's going to be watching this after the fact, please, whatever you do, stop what you're doing right now and please check out this bloody channel. Please subscribe to his channel. Give this person much more love, attention, and subscribers, because that was a work of art. Or at least leave them some comments and smash the flipping like button like I'm gonna do right here. Honestly, that was an absolute work of art. That was incredible. That was legitimately incredible. Oh my god, that was so good. That was so good. Wow. Big up Elephant Graveyard. Impressive stuff, man. Impressive stuff. Amazing. Just a quick point in the end, because I think people don't really or maybe I haven't stressed it enough in my own theory. When people say, "Oh, how does he carry on?" Right, Brendan Schaub, with all the haters and all the homeless cats and stuff, and all the people out there who are constantly kind of picking at him and prodding at him, and now these comedians who now are getting a bit of courage and speaking out only because flipping Annie Liederman and flipping Kalila spoke out first. Now all these flipping chicken shit comedians are now feeling brave to come out and kind of poke fun at him before they were scared. But now, what the reason why he keeps doing it, in my theory, is, again, being an OG fan, you would know Brendan's story is quite a sad one in terms of he always kind of failed. He always failed in every kind of pursuit he kind of went for, whether it was football, whether it was UFC, and anything else he did prior to that. It didn't work out. And I think my kind of assumption is that deep down, Brendan always believed he was a star. And he went to pursue those fields. It didn't work out. Then he stumbles across podcasting, he stumbles across stand-up, and it's the one legitimate thing that he has done in his career so far that's given him everything he ever wanted. So even though the hate and the haters and the trolling is a lot, and the ridicule from his peers is somewhat, he can take a beating, the fact that he's materialistically got all the things that he wanted in life through doing podcasting and stand-up, there's no way he's going to let it go. No way. It's the one thing that he's done in his life that's legitimately gave him everything he wanted. The mansion, the car, the Latina wife, the kids, the cool lifestyle in LA and shit. That is kind of, that means more to him than what people would say negatively about him. So that's probably what it keeps him going day in, day out. Because I know if that was me, I couldn't hack it. That's one thing I have to give the guy credit for. I wouldn't be able to hack it. And I don't think I don't think I wouldn't be able to hack like. I don't think stuff like this would bother me. Like people like me would bother me. Not really in the grand scheme of things. Like who the fuck am I? The thing that would bother me most will be like hearing my peers, like people that I look up to, right? People that are my North Stars, as he says, right? My heroes. All those people kind of laughing and sniggering, not niggering, sniggering at me, right? Behind my back and stuff on podcasts, death by 1,000 cuts, you know, all that sort of stuff. That stuff will get me. That would get me more than people like me or Uniques or whoever else making streams. I wouldn't care about that. I'd care more about my peers laughing at me behind my back, in front of my face, making me the butt of jokes. That would really get to me, for real. And the fact that he doesn't let it get to him, you have to give the guy a lot of credit. Because I couldn't do it. I'm sure most of you guys couldn't do it either. Like knowing that there's 100,000 plus people on the subreddit committed to pointing out every little dumb thing that you say. No thank you. No thank you. on top of all the peers not liking you, right? No thank you. I'm out. No thank you. I don't have the flipping stomach for that one. I'll pussy out of that one so quick. So quick. You wouldn't believe how fast I'll pussy out of that one. But anyway, moving on from that one. We've got here a clip. Controversial opinion from Coil I just saw here. Unpopular opinion. Doing Skankfest, sorry, would turn him around. No, not happening. You guys don't understand that fundamentally, Brendan is like not a broken person, but he doesn't have what it would take to turn it around. Like I had hope, you know, the small Christian upbringing left in me of like wanting to see the best in people would hope that he would maybe turn it around, because there was a time in my life where I was a fan of the guy. But over time, watching more of him, seeing how he acts, and everyone's kind of getting older, the older you get, less likely you are to change. He's never going to be able to understand that he could kill all of this by kind of embracing the meme and not being so thin-skinned. The fact that he's so thin-skinned, it doesn't embrace the meme, and also he's basically a category A type narcissist. There's no way he's going to be able to make that Skankfest appearance work in his favor, because if he makes it work in his favor, he'd have to go there and open himself up to ridicule. And one thing Brendan doesn't like is being ridiculed. He doesn't even like people. Think about his Coiler. He doesn't even like people correcting him on when he makes a mistake and says a word wrong or gets something grammatically incorrect. I do that all the time. It's not a big deal. It just happens, isn't it? You're speaking a lot, you fucking ramble, you rant, you drink too much, and then suddenly you're ranting and you're saying stuff the wrong way. Or you just fuck up words. He gets way sensitive about such a little thing like fucking up words that it makes me think it's impossible that he would subject himself to the level of trolling that he would get if he went to Skankfest, and just opening himself to fans who don't know him. Fans who'd want to, for instance, the Skankfest fans are cool, don't get me wrong, but they're also going to want to have a bit of a moment themselves. If he gets on stage or makes a joke, they're going to want to scream stuff out in the crowd. They might say stuff to him in passing. Obviously, it's a bad idea because he's a former UFC fighter. Don't do that. But you can imagine that happening. So I just don't think he has it in him to be able to kind of learn how to roll with it. He couldn't do it. It would really get to him. He'd get pissed off. He'd get annoyed. And it would be a bloodbath, like for all the wrong people. Yeah, for the crowd, people hosting it, like it might turn into one of the things they see on the news. Like many people died because they tried to flipping, shout something at him or whatnot. He can't do it, man. It's a lost cause, unfortunately. It really is a lost cause. I wished it was different, but unfortunately that's the case. Moving on quickly, I want to quickly mention this. This is Yannis Pappas on his podcast, Yannis Pappas Hour, talking about his experience going to Joe Rogan's comedy club, the comedy flipping Mothership. Let's hear what he has to say about it.
Well, I just got back from Austin, Texas, and Joe's new club, the Comedy Mothership, is absolutely beautiful. Me and Tim Dillon co-headlined the show there. It was great. We went on stage at the same time, bantered a little bit with the audience, felt out the room. It was great. I also did Kill Tony, which is a really fun show for the first time in the Comedy Mothership in Austin, Texas. It's finally open. Congratulations to Joe Rogan. And the ceremony has officially started for comedians from all over the country to go down there and kiss the ring. That's what you got to do. You got to kiss the ring, baby. He's a benign king. He's the best. And you go down there, and it's really, it was almost like it was a comedy club designed by a comedian who has unlimited money. It's perfect. It's a perfect club, perfect vibe. It actually feels like it's been open forever. It has. I was just in there like, this feels like it's been here for such a long time, because it was designed by somebody who had been performing in comedy clubs for so long and just took all the best parts of it from a comedian's perspective and created it for comedians. So it's perfect. It also, I think, looking back, if we can look back because of what's going on with China, Russia, and America, but hopefully if we can look back, I'm still going to ignore it. Nobody wants to hear about it, okay? I think looking back, this will be like the big moment where it signifies sort of a change. We all know the change has happened where comedians are now titans, independent titans, right? He's as powerful as more for anyone's career, right? As a studio or whatever. We all knew that. But now he opened a spot, right? So he got on like that side of things and opened it as a comedian who performs in it with his perspective, which had been done before. But, you know, those always probably had other investors, and then someone just slaps their name on it, whereas Joe did it from the ground up and built it the way he wanted.
Yeah, it's not inside of a Chili's.
It's not inside of a Chili's, which was like, what was his name? Had one. Joe Franklin had a comedy club. And it was like, Joe Franklin was like 95 years old, but it was called Joe Franklin's, and it was like, in the back of some fucking taco restaurant or something, or a Chili's or something. I can't remember. It was in Times Square. You know, or who else had one? The guy from Saturday Night Live, John
Lovitz.
John Lovitz had one.
Kimmel has one in Vegas.
Kimmel has one in Vegas.
Dangerfield.
Rodney opened one. Rodney's was great. Rodney probably did it, but Rodney had a partner too. It's just Joe. Joe didn't need to find money for this. Joe didn't have to raise money for this.
He knew exactly
Joe, where can I raise money? And the bank was like, from your account, you can get it.
Yeah.
You can like totally lift it from there. You can just raise it out, pull it out, and put it in. So it's a great spot. I look forward to going down there a lot. I'm honored to be allowed to perform there. It's great.
Full house?
Oh, of course. Every show is packed. Yeah, it's great. I'm gonna do a weekend there. So my agent's working that out, and who knows, maybe shoot a special there if he lets it. It's so nice.
So great news to hear that, but interesting development how they're thinking now going forward. This might be the new frontier. It started with podcasting. It started with maybe booking your own theater shows and shit. It started with merch. And this might be the new frontier going forward, where comedians maybe are going to be pulling together their resources, and deciding to buy comedy clubs so that they can do content there, turn them into content factories, and also be able to kind of put on shows for their fans and whatnot. It could be an easy way to kind of make sure you get booked, a great way to make sure you're playing on stage all the time, and also a good way to make loads of money. But is that the case? I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure if that's the case. I think people are going to realize that it's a lot difficult than they probably imagine to run a space like that, especially if you've got an entire career that you're still managing, where maybe you're acting and you're doing stand-up, you're on the road and shit, you're podcasting and stuff. To actually run a comedy club day to day, it's going to take its toll on a lot of people. And I think the great thing that Rogan done by all accounts was that he took already staff that work at the Comedy Store and plugged them in at the Mothership. So people already worked in that kind of environment, in that industry, who already know the ropes. And I'm sure there's already a general manager there who does the kind of day-to-day, and obviously Rogan oversees it. That probably is the best way to go about doing things. But a lot of these guys have bizarre egos, and they're going to think they can actually run a flipping Comedy Store day-to-day and manage their own careers at the same time. But obviously I don't think that's going to be a great way to go about things. But I am interested to see, especially with Redbar. I'm interested to see. Sorry, not Redbar. Redband. He's got his own comedy club too that he's invested into. So I'm interested to see if maybe that might be a little bit of a sea change, where a lot of these guys, if they have money and they're able to do so, instead of buying a fancy studio, maybe you'll see a lot more of these guys streaming or recording their podcast from home, and then spending the extra money they would have bought a studio to go and then put some money into a comedy club. You never know. It could happen. It's a bit crazy. I understand it, but I do kind of see that to be the future. So yeah, good review there from Yannis Pappas about the comedy store or comedy club that Rogan's got. Clearly, if you've got all the money in the world, you can build whatever you want and build it to your specifications. And clearly, that's what everyone's feeling there. And it's clearly a place that a lot of these guys are feeling comfortable at already, even though it has been open long. Uche, yeah, I saw that. This is actually, funny enough, the next topic. Uche, the next topic actually is that. This is wild. I actually saw this recently. No, I saw it earlier today on the Fighting the Kids subreddit, I think. And legitimately, I thought it was a Photoshop. I honestly thought this was a Photoshop. I was legitimately baffled and shocked by this. Like, oh my God. Look at this. The comedy mothership has booked none other than Mr. Hater himself, fucking Erik Griffin. Erik Griffin, right? The most bitter man in comedy has got a flipping weekend booked at the comedy mothership. And I find this hilarious personally myself, because I think I mentioned on a stream one time how it was funny that when on one show, I think it was a Golden Hour, he kind of was acting like he didn't know what the comedy mothership was. Like he was being a little bit cunty about it. He's like, oh, have you guys heard about that new comedy mothership place? Like he was being a little bit of a prick about it. I was like, oh, what's happening there? Is he a little bit annoyed that he hasn't got a spot to play there himself? But then maybe he didn't know. Maybe in the background things were happening with his agent. Maybe he was a little bit angsty and he made that comment because he felt like they weren't getting back to him in time. But it's just interesting that now all of a sudden it changed so quickly. And here he is posing, smiling ear to ear, right? You never see him smile like this ear to ear, because he knows he's boosted his profile. He's now got himself flipping, booked at the most important comedy club in America right now. And according to those guys, they're definitely going to tell you the most important comedy club in the world, all this sort of nonsense. But clearly, this is a big deal and a real big look for him when you consider that for the most part it felt like Rogan was going out of his way to kind of ignore that whole side of LA and those kind of comedians, and really, anyone associated with Brendan. Chris D'Elia obviously isn't getting a look in there. He was there recently, he didn't get a look in. Brendan Schaub hasn't been given a heads up and told to go and perform there. So this is a big look for Erik Griffin. So a big up and congratulations to Erik Griffin. Even though he's a supreme hater, it's still quite cool to see that he got booked, regardless of his hating ways, and definitely shows that Rogan is kind of a good guy, right? Rogan's a good guy because he doesn't care that Erik can be a little bit sour and a bit of a mood killer and a bit of a bitter hater and stuff. He just cares that he's good at stand-up. And from what I've been seeing online and stuff, reading on the Reddit and other places, Erik Griffin, allegedly his stand-up comedy is pretty good. He may not be the greatest personality on podcasts. He may come across a little bit unlikable online and stuff on his streams, banning people in his chat for asking too many questions and whatnot, what I've heard. But allegedly on stage, when he's actually doing stand-up, people have said he's actually quite good, which is encouraging. So it's good to see that Rogan doesn't care about all that stuff. He focuses on stand-up. If you think you're good at stand-up and you're cool and you're whatever, he's going to put you on stage. And this is a pretty good look for him, considering, he's not the favorite within the LA scene. He's kind of on that kind of weird level where he's, I think he's got that kind of like smudge of like being associated with Brendan and Chris D'Elia. It's a bit strange. So it's a good look for him that he's kind of got that. So congratulations to him. The only thing that's weird is that it's not on their Instagram account. So that was a post from flipping Reddit that I grabbed. But if you scroll on their Instagram, the Erik Griffin post isn't on there. So I'm not too sure if they deleted it. If it was on there, maybe they've changed their mind and I don't know what's happened. But the post that is real, I think so anyway, unless somebody designed it and made it all fake together. But it's not here. I can't see it. Well, where is it? So I don't know. Maybe that's the only thing I'm a little bit concerned about for him. Is it a fake thing? Is it a troll? I'm not too sure, because the whole post is there. Erik Griffin hasn't posted on his account either. Last time I checked, he hasn't got it on his own Instagram, and which is weird because you'd imagine he'd want to be blowing it up. So he doesn't have it on his own Instagram either. So I don't know what's happening there. I don't know if this is if it's a troll, if it's meant to be there or not. But regardless, anyway, congratulations to him. It's a big look, and hopefully he's able to play there soon. So big up Erik Griffin for that one. It's good to see. It is good to see. Anyway, moving on from that one, let's get rid of some of these flipping tabs because my computer's crying. So we can give it time to breathe and shit. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Cool. And let's get rid of this. And let's also say, what else you want to check out here? Oh, let's check out here. The Comedy Mothership. Bloody hell, mate. The tickets. The tickets. Oh, hoo, hoo. They are selling like hotcakes. They are selling like hotcakes. Honestly. Rogan must be making a fucking killing at this club. Because I heard someone mention it. I forgot. Maybe it was Brendan mentioned it. Sold out dates. But the dates are sold out so far in advance. It's insane. You've got here an Ari show. Ari's reading. Okay, that's a funny title. Because if I'm not mistaken, wasn't this storytelling show owned by the Comedy Central or something, right? That's the whole beef behind that, right? They kind of try to kick him off there and take it for themselves. I forgot the law. Anyway, it's funny that he named it Ari Shafir's renamed comedy storytelling show, sorry. So that obviously is there, sold out. Joe Rogan and Friends is sold out. Wow. Derek Poston's show and how's your name say? Eshan Ahmad, the two guys who used to help flipping Brendan Schaub writing his comedy, have got a sold out show at flipping Rogan's Club on a fucking Wednesday. Absolutely crazy, brother. That's gonna hurt Brendan a little bit. These guys were kind of like his interns a little bit, if you think about it. They were the ones helping punch up his jokes. This guy was helping to do some of the jokes and the script writing for King and the Sting, if you'd believe that. Yes, they used to write scripts for King and the Sting, so that's flipping crazy. Wow. Sold out. Yeah, April 5th sold out. They got a roast battle happening, sold out. Whitney Cummings and Friends, all 4 dates sold out. Shit. Roast battle sold out. Roast battle's not sold out. Kill Tony sold out. Harlan Williams performing with Friends, I'm assuming. No, Harley's the Fat Man. His ones just got announced, so those are still available. Kill Tony. Both of the Kill Tonys are sold out. Mamma mia. Erik Griffin's ones are still there. May dates sold out. Oh my god. They must be making fucking bank in there, mate. Imagine May sold out, July sold out. Yo, August sold. Fuck me. Yeah, exactly. Shays Kelly sold out for the next 3 to 5 years. Yo, don't get me wrong. A part of me thinks most likely Rogan has spent fucking money on this place, like big boy coin. Because Rogan isn't a kind of guy who strikes me as somebody who kind of skimps and scrapes and cuts corners. He gets the best of everything. He's the kind of guy that gets the best. Like if he goes to, like he's the kind of guy, you know, when you go to Apple on a MacBook store and you want to select a new MacBook to buy and you buy it and you try to select the one that's got the cheapest price at the end. I feel like Rogan's the type of person that just puts everything the max, everything at the bottom, the max, the best option of everything, best processor, the best hard drive, best screen, everything, all the accessories, and just, you know what I mean, fully loaded. So for sure, this club cost him a lot of money to get right. But the good thing about doing that sort of stuff, when you get stuff right the first time, you don't need to keep improving it. So over time, within a year or two, you'd imagine he'd probably make back any money he's invested into it, and this stuff will start to make money or break even. That's a good thing. So he put in a lot of capital in between in the beginning, which I don't think every person can do because it's going to cost a lot to set these things up. But in the end, it will end up kind of paying dividends because you'd imagine, because the quality is so high, who he's booking, the fame, of course, that helps and shit. But just the club overall in terms of putting it up and speccing it out, that eventually this will kind of come back and pay dividends. But this is flipping crazy, bruh. They're selling out tickets like months in advance. Shit. And now they got that bar open as well that they're doing. Yo, it's going up over there in the Comedy Store, man. Let me actually refresh this and see what they're saying in terms of story. That bar's open also. Like, it's gonna go crazy over there, man. It's gonna go crazy over there. I'm really looking forward to visiting one day. No time soon because flipping tickets to the States are still crazy expensive, man. The days of me going to fucking New York for 300 quid are way, way, way gone, man. I think even my LA ticket that I booked for in 2017, wherever it was I went, there was like 400. They're so expensive, like 600 quid. Like, fuck me. Yeah. What you call it? We're living in shitty times, isn't it? But yeah, let's see what they're saying so far. But yeah, they've got a new bar open. It's looking ram based on the pictures. Look at this picture here of Tony Hinchcliffe. The room is absolutely ram jammer, wall to wall, with flipping human beings there, celebrating, going crazy, happy to see Tony Hinchcliffe. So some of them are maybe on their knees smelling his ass. Why not? Look at that. Absolute ram, absolute killer. God damn, this lad's a unit, isn't it? Oh, that's a guy from Are You Garbage, right? I forgot his name. What's his dude's name? He's a comedian from Are You Garbage. Shit, he looks a lot bigger when he's standing up, innit? Fuck me. But yeah, alright, cool. It looks busy, it's packed. The pictures are pretty cool. These are doing great. But yeah, that's his name. H. Foley. Cool, man. Oh, look at that back bar. Oh, that's pretty cool, isn't it? Let's not lie, that's pretty cool. That's a pretty cool bar. That looks like some real leather shit as well. Again, they've got the fucking brick wall shit that all comedy clubs are obsessed with. This great picture of Mitzi Shore in the background there. Yo, incredible. Me like it. Do you buy that story that Rogan, Brendan said, by the way? Do you guys know that story? Brendan shared a story, again, talking too much, but he said on a podcast recently that Rogan wanted to call his store, his new comedy club, Comedy Store Austin, in like honor of like Mitzi Shore. But then he found out that obviously the Shore family owned the Comedy Store name, and if he wanted to use that name, he'd have to kind of cut them in and have them involved or license it or something like that, and he didn't want to do that, so he just named it the Comedy Mothership. What do you guys think? You think that's true? I don't really think that is. I don't know. It seems a bit weird. Why would you want to call it the Comedy Store Austin? Why not just start your own thing? Why would you want to call it? I mean, it sounds strange. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I believe Paulie wanted to cut for sure. Paulie does seem like the type of person to weasel himself into a deal that he has no business being in just because he's fucking Paulie Shore. I mean, he already rid on the coattails of his flipping mum's success anyway, and he's kind of mediocre career, so I'm sure he'd want to do it. But I don't think Rogan would want to call his new store, his new comedy club, Comedy Store Austin. That just sounds weird. Why would you want to do that? But yeah, that's a story that flipping Brendan put out there as per usual because his mouth moves too quickly. Let's see what the Instagram stories are saying. Come on, son, give us a load. Okay, pre-game. Oh, it's Wednesday anyway. It's midweek anyway, isn't it? Not a lot of stuff's happening, right? Introducing Kill Tony, cool. Okay, fair enough. You see the vibe, but yeah, they're making bank. I'm sure Rogan's gonna make a flipping killing on that, and it's gonna get back to where it needs to be rather soon for them. It's gonna get back where it needs to be rather soon for them. I'm almost sure of it, mate. Almost sure of it. Anyway, moving on. So let's quickly cover some No Jumper stuff. So Lush from No Jumper is not shutting up. He's still talking about the No Jumper fallout. He's still talking about Adam 22. He's still talking about how he got fired. He's still crying about it and moaning and complaining and sharing his story and his pain and whatever. And it's flipping exhausting. This man's like 40 plus years old and he seems to be incapable of dealing with the internet and knowing how to move accordingly. I don't know if it's because he's on the, I don't know if it's because he's on the spectrum. I don't know if it's because he's just not that mentally all there. I'm not too sure if he's just in a state of arrested development. I'm not sure what's going on with the guy, but he does drive me flipping crazy. But he was on recently the Bootleg Kev show talking about more of the stuff that happened with Adam 22 and No Jumper. This particular clip we're going to react to is Lush almost relapsed after Adam 22 fired him on camera from No Jumper due to stress. So here's him complaining and crying and blaming his near brush with drug abuse again to Adam 22, which is nonsense really. But let's hear what he has to say.
Were a lot of the your friends, family, I know I saw some of the fans were maybe a little worried that with the situation that
We
just
weren't
happened
worried.
at No Jumper,
I don't give a fuck.
Your sobriety might have been in question, or you might have maybe gotten mentally hit by it. Did it bother you in that way? Were you able to kind of get through it?
I was able to get through it by the grace of God. However, I will say the closest I've gotten to relapsing, the only time I was like really considering it was after Adam kicked me out that day, and I was driving around the valley. You feel me? Like driving around the valley, not stopping, because I knew that if I stopped, I was going to go to a liquor store and get on.
And get a
you know what I mean?
get something.
Get me a little bottle and get
that day.
That day.
What was it that made you? What did you call? Do you have a sponsor?
I do have a sponsor, and I call my sponsor, and like that was between him.
That's dope.
And people that are close to me, they wanted to talk me off the ledge, and I realized, nah, that's not how I want to move. But yeah, no, it got dark.
Yeah, dude. I mean, I can only imagine, because I do see like even just being on the show the day, because I got hit up the day that all that happened. We were at lunch, and
because y'all filmed the next day, right? Yeah,
the next morning, yeah. And we were at lunch, and Adam just hit me. He's like, "Hey, this is what happened. You down to be a guest on the show tomorrow? I just need a fill-in." I was like, yeah, whatever. I've been on the show before. I was like, cool, I got you, bro. Like, Adam's always been super stand-up with me, you know? And, but then I really, like, didn't really realize, like, oh, AD's about to, because AD called, me and AD talked, and he was like, dude, I'm about to quit.
Right.
And I was like, Jesus Christ, like, what am I walking into? And then everyone assumed I'm, like, the permanent new guy on the show.
Right.
So...
Well, you had a dude that is kind of like a New York version of AD.
Correct.
You had like a Lush One adjacent character.
Correct.
You know?
It's like, oh, look, you're white?
Yeah.
Okay. It was like, oh, look, there's a white guy with a fitted baseball cap.
Right.
Yeah. So I think and then I didn't know about the Reddit thing. And then I went on Reddit and I was like, oh, this is wild.
Yeah, it gets deep.
Do you regret diving into that part of it? Not even for the result of what ended up happening.
Please say yes. You absolutely.
I do feel like I could see how going and looking in that toxic ass thing and seeing everyone's opinion and just kind of seeing all the negative bullshit that gets said in there could probably like subconsciously fuck with you.
Well, here's the thing. Yes is the short answer. However,
by the way, one of the things that's kind of dissuading me from not getting my teeth done is the way everyone seems to speak when they get it done. I haven't seen one person who doesn't have a lisp. They kind of develop a lisp, or they all speak like they got a flipping mouth guard in or something, a gum shield. Why does everyone have that kind of way of speaking? Is it because your mouth has to get used to the teeth? Is it just how you end up speaking once you get flipping, porcelain teeth flipping drilled into your fucking gums? What's going on there? Everyone seems to have this like this. It's flipping crazy, man. That's the only thing that's kind of making me think, should I get my teeth done, or should I just like get flipping Invisalign and then just get them fucking bleached instead of getting that? Because I don't want to be lisping all over the place. Like, listen, this is really crazy, right? Brendan Schaub is not funny at all. Brendan Schaub, it's not funny. Like, me talking like that isn't funny either. But anyway, I think it's redacted for a person who's this old to be kind of being swayed by Reddit and stuff. And I have to kind of jump in there and defend the Redditors, because I am a big Redditor myself. And I just think in general, Reddit is basically just a reflection of a forum. And I don't understand why we live in this era nowadays with these content creators who are so scared of, unruly fans on Reddit saying what they want to say and, basically letting it fly regarding the content that they put out there. Why are they all so sensitive about that sort of stuff? I don't understand it. If you don't want to read it and it's getting to your feelings, it's going to make you sad, don't go and check it. But complaining and saying that it's all toxic and it's all negative is stupid. No, it isn't. A lot of the stuff on the No Jumper Reddit is pretty good. They're clipping highlights that they like. They're talking about things that they wish the guests would maybe talk about more. They're highlighting inconsistencies, hypocrisies and stuff, lies. It's just what people do when listen to a podcast. A podcast essentially is you listening to somebody. It's like you watching a TV series. You're kind of following a soap opera. I said it plenty of times here before. I like following some of this LA comedy nonsense because it's basically my version of watching the Kardashians, of watching Vanderpump Rules, of watching Love Is, all these kind of reality TV shows I'd never watch, like Love Is Blind or Real Housewives, right? Instead of kind of watching those shows and trying to get into them, which I wouldn't probably like, my version of it is watching these type of dudes. So the natural thing you want to do is conversate with other people who also like watching it. And you might get into some gossipy stuff, you might get into some snarky stuff, but it's all done in jest, it's all done in fun. It's never that serious. So I don't understand these like proclamations that they all make, like Reddit is toxic, I can't go on there, it's just too much, it's not nice, it hurt my feeling, it always has. It's like, grow up, come on, it's not that deep, really isn't. Stop being a baby.
Right before I wound up, because first me and Disaster had our own podcast
on No Jumper.
On No Jumper,
I remember that, yeah.
And it was cool, and we were just focusing on battle rap and just lyricists, which is like the lane that I'm in.
Right.
Another reason why you and I are kind of similar. We're both hardcore hip hop fanatics. You feel me? Like, and Dan,
so corny. He's doing that thing that people do when they want to people please, when they're feeling inadequate or inferior to the person next to them, and they keep trying to compare. Hey, we're like this, we're like this. It's like when ugly girls go to a hot girl and say, "Twin, you're my twin." Like, nah, the hot girl's like, "You're not my twin." No, I'm attractive. A lot of guys are after me. A lot of guys are in my DMs. A lot of guys are not in your DMs. They're actually running away from you. We're not twins. He's doing the same thing with him.
And they wound up bringing me on the main podcast on the No Jumper show, and then people really took to me, and I wound up becoming a staple over there, or just one of
I feel like at one point in time, anytime I'd like see a thumbnail, you were on it. I was like,
yeah, absolutely. Within the past 6 months,
yeah,
I was on that channel more than anybody else,
right.
100%. So what happened was,
no, honestly, Uche's got a good point here. The Reddit does bring a dark web vibe to some, yes. And to be specific, let's be hyper specific about this issue. When it comes to No Jumper, what they did that I don't think anyone else I've seen ever do in the history of watching stuff online, like podcasters or content creators, it was the first time I've ever seen people that make content online look like they were being swayed and influenced directly by what they were reading on Reddit. Like, it looked like sometimes on the show, they would be literally recording a show and they'd be browsing Reddit at the same time to see what people are saying. That's insane, right? So they're kind of doing play-by-play edits and adjustments on what people say, and someone says something in the comments and it makes them think about something a different way. That was insane. The Reddit had these guys on strings, but again, I think it's actually redacted, and it actually is a bad indictment on them that they allowed the Reddit to control their narrative and to control how they do stuff and how they view themselves, how they view their colleagues, how they view each other, what they say so easily. That was the worst thing they did. They kind of gave those guys power. And when they gave them power, it was over. It's kind of like the image that comes to mind is the kid who says like, "Shut up, mum." Right? Or like who says to their dad, "Fuck off" and stuff. If you don't kick that kid in the back of the head, if you don't push him out of a window, he's gonna now think that he's the boss of the household. You have to discipline that kid quickly when he says go shut up or leave me alone, mum, or slams the door at you. You gotta let him know from day dot that doesn't run. And these guys didn't put those Reddit guys in line, and then that's what happened. They end up running them all off the flipping platform. Absolutely crazy.
Right before I wound up being brought on to the other podcasts, had hit a low in my life and was very depressed, going through a lot of changes, and was just like down. My chick and I had split up.
Right.
My mom was terminally diagnosed with terminal illness. My company was going through a lot of changes, my battle rap league. So I just felt like really unstable, and I was like damn near suicidal. I was suicidal.
This is prior to you and Disaster doing the
this
podcast?
This is
or
after Disaster and I, and before
you became like a normal
a regular.
Right.
So
what possesses people who are going through actual legit things in real life to like get on camera and start creating content, or like to be on their phone all the time on Reddit? If I'm going through a dark time, a depressive time, the last thing I want to do is see people having fun, being jolly, or gossiping about others online. I just shut myself off, close the windows, close the door, get under my duvet, and just stay in there until I get into a better mood, or something along those kind of lines, or go for a run, or go to the gym. The last thing I want to do is be making content, talking about people on the news and shit. Like, what is that? What is that need to kind of keep doing that thing? Maybe it's a way to distract yourself from the horrors of your everyday life, but I think that's pretty weird, personally, for me. It's a pretty bizarre way to kind of deal with it, and actually, you're not dealing with it.
I was super depressed. I wound up going on the show. When I'm on there, I'm like, they're probably not gonna fuck with me. Like the audience don't, I'm older. I'm not really in the same vein as a lot of the people on. They're probably not gonna fuck with me. But then all of the comments were like overwhelmingly positive.
Right.
And people start bombarding my Instagram and like telling me to go to the Reddit
Oh
and all that.
no, they're too positive. They liked me. They thought I was a positive influence. They thought I was a breath of fresh air. The No Jumper fans got on me. They wanted to really champion me and push me forward and wanted to let all the people stuff know at No Jumper that I was doing a good job, because No Jumper bosses were reading the Reddit also, so they wanted to get me on camera more. Oh no. The horror. The fans liked me and they told me to go to Reddit. They told me I'm a 44-year-old man that looks 76 and they told me to go on the Reddit. Oh.
At that point, I was so depressed. The only thing that was really keeping me going
was going and seeing the positivity you were getting in the Reddit.
Right.
At that time, yeah.
Yeah, the Reddit, the YouTube
He's
comments,
such a
social
loser,
media.
man.
So that really, if it wasn't for that, I don't know if I would have made it through that dark period.
Pathetic to even admit shit like that. Pathetic to let words on the screen from random people on Reddit you didn't even know a year ago put you in a better mood that you're not super depressive is pathetic. That says more about you than the Reddit people, to be honest.
So I'm grateful to the Reddit for that.
Right.
However, I should have separated myself at a certain point, but it becomes, my addict's mentality. It's literally like chasing.
I can see how that shit is addictive.
It's validation, for
sure,
for an addict,
and even just even because you're a part of it, and you just want to probably just be like, what are these motherfuckers saying about A, B, C, or D?
Look, everybody over there check the Reddit, whether they want to admit it or not. They like.
You know what, man? Hearing the way he's speaking and that lisp is bugging me out. I think I'm leaning more to the idea of not getting my teeth done in Turkey and just getting Invisalign and getting my teeth bleached. Honestly, I cannot talk like this. I care about the way that I look. I care about the way that I sound. And I can't have myself like, yes, I can't be like suckering succotash. Like, I can't do that, man. That can't be me. If that ends up being me, I might off myself. I'm not gonna lie. I might douche myself through a window. If I'm like, welcome back to the Random Show. It's great to have you guys here with me again. We're gonna be talking about Brian, Carol, and Brendan and PTL. Yay! It's like, I can't do that. That voice is crazy. I didn't know people sound like that when they get their teeth done. Fuck.
Some more than others, but everybody is peeping the Reddit to some extent. Not like I was. I was actively posting on there, and then at a certain point, when when these people in the Reddit saw that I was going in there, they're like, "Oh,"
they start messaging you.
Well, we could get a reaction out of him. So then,
oh no, the Reddit fans are messaging me and letting me know that they like me and they know they can get a reaction out of me. The horror.
When the pendulum inevitably swings to the other side from that love to them not fucking with me and dissecting me, and you know what I mean, that right there, I was trying to win them over, and it became like this vicious cycle.
Yeah, I can only imagine, man, because I got a family, I got kids and shit. I'm like, bro, I would never want to be. I mean, I feel like the type of shit I do.
He's trying to say, he caught himself. He's like, I got a family and kids, man. I got a life. I'd never be on Reddit. But he held himself in. He wanted to say that so badly. I'm not a fucking loser. I've got a family and kid and hobbies and stuff to do and people to look after and actual life. I can't be on Reddit every single day. But he's like, pause.
I purposely don't touch certain shit because I don't want to like overexpose myself, I guess, and my kids and my girl and shit. So I even told Adam when all this shit has been going on the last few weeks, I was like, bro, you got some fucking thick skin, brother, because this shit is crazy.
They would have been on your ass if you had gone over there permanently.
Oh my
yeah.
God. But even just seeing because I know Adam might get addressed whatever allegations over and over. So I'm like, yo, this shit got brought back up, and I'm like, bro.
Here's the thing, and I want your opinion on this.
Yeah.
I genuinely believe that if Adam had not gone on that pod right when I was on there and fired me in the very unceremonious manner in which he did, a lot of that shit wouldn't have happened.
I agree, and I think I might have said something to that effect on the podcast.
I think you might have.
Yeah, I did. I did say something like that. I was like, because I do think that moment moment was so viral, and it also highlighted whatever said issues that, and I even told AD this when he was on here. I was like, you were planning on leaving, because there ain't no way thick-skinned ass AD I know got so mad about someone saying he has 4 jokes that he quit. Like, you was planning this shit. You know
nah, but here's the thing, AD.
Does even bother even responding to this shit? This guy's such a loser.
He for sure was,
and I've been telling him he should leave. I told him and T-Rail, like, you guys should be the fucking LA drink champs. For real.
And they got their own thing going, and it's going really well for them. Here's the thing. It kind of forced AD's hand. It did. With it being publicized.
And it was also a nice opportunity. If you were planning on leaving already and those wheels were already in motion, it was a nice opportunity to kind of take advantage of the virality of the moment.
And I think it was mutual. I think that Adam and No Jumper was wanting to pivot away from that, considering they already, it's, at a certain point, it's a conflict of interest when there's other podcasts with, I don't want to say regurgitating, but utilizing the same content that you are and getting more.
Anyway, shut the fuck up, man. This guy's a fucking loser. At the end of the day, I don't like what Adam did. Adam firing this guy live on air the way he did was incredibly embarrassing and really out of line. But the crux of the matter is this. Adam 22, for whatever reason, him being the boss and the founder, shouldn't be talking to other employees about other employees. That's what started this whole thing. Allegedly, according to all the accounts, Adam 22 went and confided in Lush for some reason, even though this guy's a fucking motor mouth and is the kind of guy that you tell him a secret and he can't wait to tell somebody else a secret. He's that kind of dude. Adam 22 confided in him and basically said, hey, I'm thinking of changing things up. I'm thinking of maybe switching AD out on another show because I don't like how he does certain things and he's got the same 4 jokes and he's not bringing it on this show. Just standard stuff that somebody that owns a platform should be thinking about, right? You shouldn't be thinking about just, oh, they're my friends. You should be thinking about, you know, how shows are working, what I can do here to change this, and should be keeping kind of an overarching kind of view on things. Cool, no problem. But Adam shouldn't have been talking to Lush about it. He should have spoke to Josh, who's the other person that he owns No Jumper with, or somebody else that's kind of in the management place. He shouldn't be speaking to one of the hosts and one of the employees there, especially somebody who's been there less time than anybody else has been there. He's one of the newest additions. That's the first mistake that he made. Cool. But then in Lush's case, he also made the fatal error for whatever reason. I don't know why he did this. Again, the guy's a fucking redact and an absolute adult baby. For some reason, he thought it was a good idea to repeat what Adam told him in confidence to some random people on the Reddit, on the Discord. It was a private Discord for certain fans and had some mods in there from the No Jumper Reddit. I know, cool. But it's still a Discord with random people who don't work for No Jumper in there. And he decided to relay what Adam said to him in there. And obviously, most of you guys are sensible enough to know it doesn't matter how a secret gets out that it wasn't meant to be a secret, but as soon as it kind of passes down the chain and it turns into Chinese whispers, when the other person finds out and hears about it, no matter how well-intentioned it was, it's always going to sound crazy. So by the time AD heard that people were saying that he was getting fired or replaced, it already sounded insane. Because it was coming from a Reddit, it was coming, sorry, a Discord, it was coming from Lush, it wasn't coming from the person he considered a friend. So the two people that are to blame really for the demise of No Jumper are, number one, Adam 22, for some reason not having the ability to talk to people, pull them to one side and say, hey, I'm not liking your performance here, can you fix up this, can you do this, I'm changing, like having just general boss talk, you know, manager conversations of being able to be up front and say, hey, I know we're friends, but we need to talk about this, For some reason he couldn't do that. That's the first mistake. The second mistake he obviously made was him trusting someone like a Lush with this kind of gossipy office stuff. But then the other person that's at fault is Lush himself. The guy talks too much. As you can see with these podcasts, he talks the fuck too much. And that's what led to the end of No Jumper. Nothing else. So he can try and spin it and make it different, but he did contribute as much to the demise of No Jumper as anybody else, in my opinion. I may be wrong. I may be seeing it differently, but I've been watching a lot of No Jumper over the years, and I can definitely say that guy Lush was an incredible good addition and also a bad addition in some ways in what he was doing, in my personal humble opinion. And then final clip here, it's got Lush and Bootleg Kev talking about their differences. Because for some reason, I don't know what it is. It's a thing in hip hop a lot I see. For some reason, guys in hip hop, especially white dudes, they always have beef. Especially white rappers, white podcasts, and media host guys. There's always static between us. I don't know, because if it's a predominantly black space, they all kind of feel like they're the special white guy in the space or something. But it's always an issue. I've not understand what it is. Maybe it's a LA thing. Who knows? But this is them talking about why they had issues and why they kind of ironed it all out. Let's see what they have to say.
It might have been even. I was gonna shave because I figure if I did, it might have been even more difficult to distinguish us from one another. This is like the Spider-Man meme in the flesh.
Okay, yeah. So first of all, apologize for calling you corny, bro.
My bad for calling you.
No, he shouldn't. He is corny. Don't apologize for telling the truth. Lush is corny, and to a certain extent, so is Bootleg Kev. He's a little bit more laid back, a little bit more, way more likable, and he's not as upfront with it. But surely any man over a certain age wearing baseball caps and chains and hoodies and shit and talking about rap music, you're gonna be corny. There's no way you can't be corny. It just is what it is. So don't apologize for him being corny. Lush is corny. He's capital C. He's probably got a C burned somewhere in his chest somewhere. No homo.
What I called you.
I think you called me a Bam Bam Bigelow,
Anorexic.
albino,
Yeah.
anorexic, and I jerk off rappers for a living. Are you saying I manually stimulate them?
Manually masturbate. Yeah.
Nice.
That's funny.
Yeah, only a few.
Only
a few, man. Yeah.
Nah, because honestly, I had to get you. It was lighthearted and
I saw your comment and I saw you give me love at the end of the interview thing.
Yeah,
So-
like I legit was rocking with you. That's why it kind of hurt my heart.
You know what
when
I
you called
think?
me corny.
Because I only saw a couple of things, and I think I just hated the rap part of your guys' little.
Yeah.
It just wasn't great to me.
The rap part of our trajectory over there.
Yeah. So how are you doing? Obviously, it's been about 3 weeks now since everything
Damn
happened.
near. Well, it's been great. Wound up securing a caffeine deal.
I saw that.
Going up right now. Been doing my own pod, going up right now.
No, I saw you were doing kind of like more like a mentally like a podcast that's more geared towards, because you're obviously, how long have you been sober?
Over 3 years.
Well, congrats.
Thank you.
Ain't nobody care about that shit. Fuck them. I don't care. I'm kind of bored already, man. That guy fucking gets on my nerves. Fuck Lush. Yeah, don't give a fuck, man. Really don't give a fuck. Hope he tripped over a fucking microphone cable. No lie. Fuck that guy. I don't give a fuck. I really don't. He's fucking awful, man. What a grown. Imagine being that age and being that much of a cornball. Like, ugh. You disgust me, man. Absolutely disgust me. I swear to God, absolutely disgust me. I swear to God. I can't handle that guy. I can't do it, man. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm sorry. I can't do it. I can't. Fuck that guy, man. I can't do it. I really can't. Anyway, moving on. Can some of you guys help me out with this stuff? I don't watch basketball. I'm not from the States, clearly, and I definitely am not somebody that's going to sit down and watch women's sports. But for some reason, you guys over there love basketball. You love college basketball, and women's basketball goes up when it comes to college basketball. What the flip is going on with this Angel flipping REESE stuff? Why are they making such a big deal out of such a minor incident? Can somebody please give me an education as to what is going on here? To me, from the outside in, it's looking like some pure, undeniable racism, right? But is it just racism, or is this Angel REESE girl kind of annoying? Why does everybody kind of capping for this flipping Larry Bird daughter woman girl? Is she Larry Bird's daughter, or is Boosie trolling? I don't know. Like, what's happening here? They both did it to each other. They're both playing in a game. I think in one other game, she did the flipping can't see me thing to the other girl. The other girl wins the championship game, and she does it back to her. What's the issue? One did it to one did it to the other. What's going on? Why are we complaining about this? And now we got a clip here of the girl from ESPN says, I don't think Angel should be criticized at all. So it's kind of over, isn't it? Isn't it kind of over? If the girl that's being abused is saying, "Nah, I'm cool, I'm blessed," why is everyone crying about this? Like, what's going on? Can someone explain to me? Like, what is happening here? Like, why is this why has this become a big deal? This is the Angel Reese girl jogging around doing her thing. This is a clip of her doing the, so what's she saying? Mouthing something, I guess. Yeah, cool. More clips of people in stadiums. I don't know what's happening here. I really don't. But why are people getting all gassed up on this? Look, the girl who said this here. I don't think Angel should be criticized at all. I'm just one of the competitors, and she competed. Ugh, competed. But yeah, I don't get what's going on there. I don't have knowledge for it. I'm not gonna try and explore it because, like I said, I don't watch basketball. I'm definitely not gonna watch women's basketball for sure. And don't watch college basketball, but I know you guys care about it a lot. So clearly, something's going on over there. Something is going on over there. Moving on from that one. Oh, you seen this? I like what's going on here. I like this is happening here. I like that some guys from the fashion scene are now having some balls and deciding to really let their love for Donald Trump fly, because I feel like a lot of these guys were closet Donald Trump fans, but they didn't want to say anything about it. So look at this post here. Look at this. This is flipping crazy. So this is courtesy of Hype Never Dies. ASAP Bari, who is the founder of V-Lone, one of the original members of ASAP Mob, ASAP Rocky's group, has put out this design of a t-shirt. Free Trump or die. Funny, isn't it? No? They put out this t-shirt. It's funny that these guys now are having courage to come out and say they're big Trump fans. Before, a lot of these guys didn't want to say it, but now suddenly they're all having the balls now to stand up and say, hey, we are big Trumponians. It's so hilarious. Like, I wonder if Kanye put a bat on his back to kind of make him want to do this, but I saw this and I thought this was flipping hilarious. Imagine seeing all these flipping, dreadlocked looking black dudes carrying flipping bottles of lean with big flipping free Trump or die on the back. You know what I mean? That's real edgy shit. That's some real baller shit. That's some real hard body shit. Look at that. Free Trump or die, brothers. That's definitely going to help him get out of his case, isn't it? 34 charges or whatnot. That's definitely going to help him. Don't you think so? Right? Free Trump or die. Free Trump or die. But yeah, what can you do? Next on the list, moving on from that one. Let's talk about Ace quickly. This is pretty... Should I? Yeah. I don't want to sour the mood a little bit, but I just wanted to mention this because this is a pretty tragic story. So, this is a story courtesy of ABC7. And the only reason why I know this is because one of the people involved was a friend of JT, who is one half of the City Girls. So one of her close friends, I think her name was Monica, so this Asian-looking lady, unfortunately passed away. And from what I'm reading, this is a pretty crazy incident. So this is here the title: 1 person dead, 2 people injured after a fiery hit and run into a restaurant patio. Right? So let's just, because I want to make sure that I'm right in what I'm saying, because I read over a bit of it, but it seems a bit crazy. It says 1 person's dead and 2 passengers are hospitalized after a Tesla X went off the road and burst into flames on Monday morning. The incident occurred at 2:30 a.m. at the corner of Sunset Boulevard and Roxbury Road on the border of Hollywood and West Hollywood. Of Hollywood and West Hollywood. The LAPD say there were 4 people in the vehicle, and the car burst into flames after going off-road while traveling westbound on Sunset Boulevard, crashing into a lamppost and a tree before hitting a restaurant patio. The driver, the LAPD said, exited the vehicle and fled the scene before it caught fire. The driver was picked up by a vehicle that is believed to have been following the driver. The driver has been located at hospital and is currently in critical condition. The driver is unable to be interviewed at the moment. The 2 patients transported to the hospital are females who are sitting at the back of the Tesla. One is critical condition and the other one is stable. The person who died at the scene was female as well. So, I guess they're saying 4 people in the car and 1 girl passed away, because I think when I read it originally, it made it sound like she was eating at the restaurant in the patio and the car crashed into her. But it sounded like, 1 person died. And I just find it, honestly, I find this stuff tragic, because most likely if it happened at 2:30 a.m., most likely 1 person behind the wheel was drunk. The person behind the wheel was definitely drunk, hence why they ran away, so they wouldn't have to submit to a sobriety test and shit. But Why is it? Honestly, life isn't fair and it's giving me fucking chills. I don't even flipping drive. Why is it always the case when people that are involved in drunk driving accidents, the driver never dies? Why is it always innocent victims who didn't purposely get behind the wheel drunk or whatnot? Like, why is it always the other people, not the ones that actually behind the wheel that die? What's the deal with that? Is it the way the cars are designed because you're sitting maybe behind the wheel arch, or so you're behind the steering wheel? It's a bit of protection, maybe the engine. Like, what is it about cars? What is it about fate that always causes the other victims to pass away and not the driver? Very rarely do you see these car crash where people are drunk and the driver ends up passing away. It's always the flipping other people in the car. It's honestly so annoying, man. Or people saying anything because they relax. It just pisses me off. Honestly, it really, really does annoy me. It makes me so sad. Like, really does make him sad. Like, horrible. People saying your body's relaxed and can withstand impact when you're drunk because the driver always steers away from the danger. Human instinct. Passengers always cops it. Okay, cool. Fuck, man. Anyway, from what we see behind us, someone died inside of a burning car and the driver was picked up by people following them. The witness said to Eyewitness News they saw debris going into the air and the car crashed on fire, landing on the patio of the restaurant. The damage in the restaurant is called a pink taco. Let's quickly check the video. Hopefully this won't get me taken down. It's ABC. Will it be okay? Hopefully. Let's see.
Person is dead. 2 others are in the hospital after a fiery crash earlier this morning on Sunset Boulevard in West Hollywood. Eyewitness News reporter Shayla Gerardin is live.
Oh, come on, sir.
At the scene with the very latest.
Whoops.
Shayla?
Oh, it's not gonna have it anyway. But you
get the gist.
You get the gist.
One of his passengers still.
You get the gist. Let's scroll through because I think there's a picture of the fiery debris of the car as well. Look at this, man. Absolutely incredible, man. So sad. So yeah, RIP the victims. Really do RIP the victims. Like I said, it fills me with absolute rage when I see this sort of shit. Because like I said, it's just annoying that the drivers are never the one that perish. It's always the other victims that have to flip in, suffer the consequences of this. So yeah, I don't know, man. Absolute tragedy. And RIP to the victim. I think that the girl's name was Monica, but I don't think they released it to the public yet. But I did see JT from the City Girls post about it. I did my Googles and found the story. So RIP to the girl, if that is her or whoever it is who passed away, man. That is no way to go out at all. That is no way to go out, man. What an absolute tragedy. And then next on the list here to talk about, again, sorry to keep on going with the sad news, but this case intrigued me because I just seen a video of the mum of the murderer in flipping court making excuses for him, which is absolutely disgusting. But I don't know if you guys remember this story. This happened a few years ago, 2019, regarding this college student called Samantha Josephson, who unfortunately by mistake got into a car thinking it was an Uber, but it wasn't. And it was a guy that was on the prowl at the same time. And he obviously, unfortunately, ended up killing her. It says here, college student Samantha Josephson found dead after she got into a car that she mistook for an Uber, the police say, right? So the person got charged, obviously. Thankfully, that happened recently. The murder that happened, Josephson spent the night before her death in the 5 Points district in Columbia with friends at 2 a.m. She decided to leave the Bird Dog bar and decided to order an Uber. According to surveillance footage at 2:09, a black Chevrolet Impala driven by Roland pulled up beside her. Jefferson entered the vehicle thinking it was an Uber driver. According to authorities, Roland activated the child locks so the doors could only be opened from the outside, thereby trapping Josephson inside. Can you imagine the horror and how scared you'd be if you're a woman and you get into a flipping Uber and suddenly all the doors are locked? You hear that sound and you can't get out and the guy's being weird and sketchy. Using a two-sided blade, Roland proceeded, I'm not going to read all that stuff. During the attack, Josephson attempted to shield herself and blah, blah, blah. And obviously, he got found guilty. It's crazy, right? In court, look what happened in court. Like, and I'm wondering in this case, sometimes, like, the mum is delusional and thinking that the son didn't do what he's been accused of, what he's charged of. Is this a case of like the parents just being incredibly low IQ, which, then goes into the idea that this guy never had a chance because he was born you know, with parents that are flipping redacted, like actually redacted, or is this just a natural instinct of what a parent would do? And you just want to defend your child at all points because this is he's being charged. He's already been found guilty in court, and she stands up and basically wants to have a word with the judge to let the judge know that her son's a good boy. Listen to this. Absolutely insane.
If it please court, Your Honor, if you would hear from Nathaniel Rowland's mother first.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state have accused our son of a crime that he didn't commit. You
Ma'am,
know,
I'm not going to hear any claim of innocence.
Okay.
He's been convicted by the jury.
Okay. He's a very caring young man. This is a young man who went through high school, college, played ball, active in his church, never had anything against him. Now I know as a mother, and a mother knows her child, I know my son didn't do this. I know.
How do you know that?
Sir.
How do you know that?
By the way I raised him.
Pardon?
By the way I raised him. And when you're a mother, and you're a truly good mother, and you raise your child in the right way, you would know when that child had done something or did something right or wrong. I can't.
Is there like a part of me is thinking also, listen to this mum in denial. Is there a part of her that's also unwilling to accept that even though she thinks she's a good mum, that she still failed as a parent? Because that has to be part of the mental gymnastics a parent has to kind of go through. Because that's probably the worst nightmare of any parent. Because I remember listening to a podcast once of a child psychologist, somebody saying basically the unfortunate truth is that I think it was a child psychologist said something like, the unfortunate truth is that most child psychologists can spot like a child that's like wired wrong, a child that's most likely going to end up to be antisocial and end up to have tendency to antisocial behavior, violent behavior, maybe sexual deviant stuff. Like they can actually spot it quite early. Even sometimes teachers can, and it can be a hard thing to kind of like bring up with parents because you don't want to, you know, say that basically your kids are, you just unfortunately got, you know, the wrong, you know, it's just luck that you've been born with a kid that unfortunately is just not a pleasant kid, and he might end up being a monster. It's a miracle if he doesn't, but I can really see the traits in him when he's under 5 years old. So that might be one of those things where like this lady might be actually a diamond. She might be an absolute angel. She maybe did everything she needed to raise that kid, to raise that man well, but he just unfortunately came out the way he came out. And he ended up murdering people and stuff. Do you know what I mean? Like ended up being an absolute monster. And maybe she doesn't want to kind of admit that to herself, that this is actually what's happening. I'm not too sure, but the delusion is fucking crazy. He's sitting in court charged with murder. And she's out here talking about how he's a great child. And I know, a mother knows. Using that kind of black inflection. A mother knows. I'm from the South. It's like, come on, lady, come on. Come on, auntie, please, sit down.
I can't. And I know he didn't do this.
No, I'm not going to hear any claim of what he
Okay.
did or didn't do.
Yes.
He is
And a
guilty
black
of
judge,
murder.
too.
He's guilty of kidnapping. He's guilty of possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime. And if you had any testimony that you wanted to give for the jury to consider, the trial was the time to do that. I'm not listening to any claim of what he did not do. You are not a witness.
But he's a loving child. He's a good person. Very respectful and respect others.
Look, man, she's the mum. At the end of the day, she's gonna do what she wants to do. But I don't know, man. That's fucking weird, man. That's fucking wild, bro. That's fucking wild. But it's hard not to feel bad for her. But Jesus, I wonder. Like I said, I'm wondering. Like, he probably did. Like, is that just a representation of them being low IQ parents? They just didn't have any possibility of, you know, giving him a good start. He was always kind of born, you know, having to play catch up. Who knows, man? Or he just maybe just evil at heart. That's also possible, isn't it? You have to kind of get into that kind of field. Do you believe that evil kids exist? That's when it gets a little bit dicey, mate. Like, do you believe kids can be born inherently evil and there's no amount of flipping, you know, conditioning or anything that's gonna change them and make them good people? I'm one of those type of people, to be honest. I think some people are just born, you know, with a couple flipping screws loose, and there's nothing you can do. You can hope for the best, but there's literally nothing you can do. God damn it, man. R.I.P. to Samantha Josephine. So it's to Samantha Josephson, though, man. She did not deserve that. Going home after a night out and getting into a wrong car by accident shouldn't mean that you should be stabbed up to a flipping 120 times and stuff, man. You should be able to still get out of that car well and okay. Sorry to the person for the inconvenience and keep it going on, man. That should be no way to end your night whatsoever. Like, honestly, horrible. Moving on from that. Quick one to mention this as the last thing, and then we will go into the comedy stuff, right, and the Brennan shit. Am I the only, again, maybe this is a redacted take and I'm being a little bit too crazy with this as a hot take, but if this was you, like, Philip Schofield is a really well-known TV presenter here in the UK. You don't need to know who he is, but this is the guy here on the left, and that's his brother. Philip Schofield's brother, as it says here on the title, has been basically charged and accused of basically abusing young boys, right, of being a diddler. Now, I'm just thinking, if that was you and that was your brother who got convicted of diddling, would you publicly disavow them? I think it's hard to do, because the reason why I'm saying I wouldn't do it, because I think if you're Philip Schofield, who already has weird accusations against him anyway, it's a bit, you know, people think he's a little bit whatever. Publicly disavowing your brother just opens up the question for people to say, how much did you actually know? Because in my opinion, just me personally looking for this news, I think it's legitimately impossible, if you're really close with your sibling, not to know if they're a bit of a wrong'un. It's impossible that this caught you off guard. It's impossible you had no inkling whatsoever that your brother might be into some sick shit. It's impossible. So publicly disavowing them feels like you are trying to protect yourself from further scrutiny and for people asking questions about how much did you know? Why didn't you speak up? Why didn't you stop this? Why didn't you step in? That's what it kind of feels like. It feels a little bit performative, because, like, what does this do for anybody? Really, publicly disavowing your brother. What does it actually do? You know, it's a bit strange. It's like, what's that saying? The lady doth protest too much. It's kind of similar to, like, you know, it reminds me, look, this is really weird connection, but it reminds me a lot of that fucking video of Brian Callen and Brendan sobbing when they find out that flipping Crystalia got accused of what he got accused of. Why are they crying so much? They're not crying because their friend got accused of something heinous. They're crying because of the loss of whatever moment and career that they had there. They're also crying that maybe it might, the attention and the limelight might get flipping turned to them. That's why they were crying. So this kind of disavowing thing feels like it's a performative thing to make sure the mob doesn't attack you and doesn't start looking into your flipping closet and seeing where the bodies are buried in your flipping garden. That's what it kind of feels like a little bit. But I could be wrong. Anyway, the article. Philip Schofield, the This Morning presenter, said that he no longer has a brother. Heavy stuff. After his younger sibling was found guilty of sexually abusing a teenage boy. Timothy Schofield was convicted of 11 sexual offences involving children following a week-long trial at Exeter Crown Court. It'll be better if, like, he was one of those kind of brothers where, like, I don't know, he's got your stepdad's name or something, but this is like legit brother, same name, everything. Horrible. The jury found him guilty on all counts with a majority of 10-2 after 5.5 hours deliberation. The 54-year-old civilian police in the UK, for some reason, we have a big issue. I don't know if you have this in the States, but we have a big issue of having police officers, actual current police officers, who are either fucking diddlers or who are rapists. It seems to be a constant thing in the UK. I don't know what the fuck is going on with our fucking police force, where we attract these people, or they maybe get changed into these people once they're into the force, or maybe the force flipping encourages it. But for some reason, there's been plenty of accounts of police officers, acting police officers, that have been involved in some really crazy shit. I don't know what's going on, man, with the police in our country. It's pretty crazy. Wow. The 54-year-old civilian police officer worker from Bath told the jury while giving evidence that he watched pornography with the boy, whom he insisted was over the age of 16 at the time. Oh my God. You're arguing that the boy was over 16. That's when you know you should be thrown under the jail. Like, fuck that. Just, like, slit your throat, mate. Honestly. Someone should slit his throat, or someone should allegedly slit his throat. Bloody hell. He admitted they had masturbated while sitting apart, but denied performing sexual acts on a teenager. The jurors were told that Timothy Schofield had confessed to his elder brother Philip in September 2021 that he and the victim had watched pornography together. So it only took him till now to disavow his brother, yet he knew in 2021 that he watched porn with a 16-year-old or younger. In a statement released by his lawyer after the verdict, Philip Schofield said, "If any crime had ever been confessed to me by my brother, I would have acted immediately and protected the victim and their family." No, you wouldn't. "This is despicable crimes and I welcome the guilty verdict. As far as I'm concerned, I no longer have a brother." The boy told the jury during the trial that he felt emotionally blackmailed by Timothy Schofield and forced to participate in sexual activity. He said, "I felt that emotionally there was no escape from what we had to do, and I felt that there was a tremendous amount of pressure and expectation for me to fulfill what was being asked and wanted." Oh my God, it makes me sick, bro. God damn it. Philip Schofield described in a written statement how his brother had phoned him in an agitated and upset state one day, so he invited him to drive him home to London. The court heard that they spent several hours talking, including eating a meal before the television star went to do the washing. He told how his brother said, "You're going to hate me for what I'm about to say," with Philip Schofield assuming that there was nothing he could say that would do that. Philip Schofield said in a statement, then he said that he and the boy had time together, and that last year they had watched porn and masturbated. I turned and said, "What did you just say?" He said it was last year and we were alone together. Tim said it was time. It was just this once. I told him it should never happen again. He then started to tell me about the boy's body. Okay, I'm sorry, but if your brother's willing to tell you this sort of stuff in detail, this means that you've had those conversations before. Allegedly. I don't want to get sued. But I'm sorry. This doesn't come out of the blue with people. Like, you don't even... We all have friends who I'm sure we talk about certain things to, and certain friends we don't talk about certain things to. You don't just come out with this out of the blue with certain people, because you know some people might not react to it well. The fact that he's comfortable to say this to his brother means most likely, you know, I said fucking stop. I shouted at Tim. He had to stop. I didn't want to know any details, but he made it sound like a one-off. I said I don't want you to tell me anymore. You've got to stop. Just never do it again. Regardless of how that happened, it must never happen again. Look him. He actually looks like a fucking wrong un, innit? That's pure pedo face, innit? Fucking hell. He should be chucked out of a moving car as fast as possible. Giving evidence during the trial, Timothy Schofield told the jury that he had been gay his entire life, but had kept it completely secret and hidden from everybody. Oh, now he's coming out. Is he choosing to come out now? Go fuck yourself. He denied the charges, which took place in October 2016 and 2019, but convicted of the 3 counts of causing a child to watch sexual activity, 3 of engaging in sexual activity with the presence of a child, and 3 of causing child to engage sexual activity. He has been remanded in custody ahead of sentences in May 19th. God almighty, man. Yuck. Yeah, man. He's caused his brother a whole lot of bother, and most likely people are going to start investigating and looking into Philip Schofield a lot more, because it's, I don't know, a sensible person with common sense is not going to think that this is a one-off, and is also not going to think the brother was involved in some capacity, especially when you're coming out and publicly disavowing them. It's just unnecessary. He should have just kept himself quiet. He should have said anything and just kind of kept it moving. He didn't need to kind of come out and publicly disavow. He should have just remained no comment and, you know, and just kept it moving. The fact that he publicly disavowed him and tried to distance himself from him, just it's a bit stinky. it's a bit suspecty, in my opinion only. Again, maybe I'm in the wrong here, maybe I don't know what I'm talking about, but it just seems a bit sussy in my opinion. But hey, what can you do, man? What can you do? Bloody hell, man. What an absolute horror show. One absolute horror show. Moving on from that, and kind of talking a little bit about this as well, and the kind of the same sort of subject. Look at the bad flipping luck this guy has, man. Flipping hell. Bobby fucking Lee, man. Jesus Christ. What has Bobby Lee done to deserve this, eh? So, for some reason, I don't know why this has happened. Maybe it's just bad luck. But it looks like the kids on TikTok have flipping discovered who Bobby Lee is. And they've discovered the story that he used to tell on podcasts back in the day about him and his encounters with younger ladies when he'd go to places like Tijuana and shit. And clearly those stories are like very, very dodgy. They're very suspect and they don't paint Bobby Lee in a good light. But over time, he's kind of gone past them. He's explained them. He's excused them as jokes and all this stuff, and people kind of let him fly. But for some reason, these TikTok kids, man, they will get you. They discover the story and they're going flipping ham on it. So this is the thing. Let me show you again. It's like a post that went viral. Obviously, our girl Alice Hamilton was right there sharing it. But look at this clip someone shared of flipping Bobby Lee. Honestly, man, he must be absolutely crying into his pillow right now.
So for 3 years, maybe even longer, comedian Bobby Lee has been going on different shows and bragging about going to Mexico.
Hold on. Let's start this. This guy is already on fire. Let's put this full screen. This guy is already on fire and he's angry. Jesus Christ. Bobby Lee. Yeah, he's probably crying right now.
So for 3 years, maybe even longer, comedian Bobby Lee has been going on different shows and bragging about going to Mexico and S.A.ing a 12-year-old girl.
Into the moonlight, and she was crying. Yeah, she was weeping like snot bubbles. Yeah. Just snot bubbles. God. Snot bubbles.
I'm not going to play everything he said, but it is disgusting. And by the way, that interview with Bobby Lee was with another comedian, David Chow. And this leads into 2 points I want to make. One is one that I've been saying for a long time. Comedy, stand-up comedy is full of white supremacy and toxic masculine behavior. So as a stand-up comedian, if you don't subscribe to that, you're not going to make it. That's why you see a lot of men of color align with this kind of humor. Because they protect each other. Like his buddy, Chris D'Elia, who people in the industry know he has done things against kids and even wrote an episode for him about him. But all these companies, all they did was take down the episode and not held him accountable. And if anybody goes, oh, you don't understand stand-up comedy. I've been doing it since I was 18 years old. I have over 12,000 performances, and I'm telling you, that's not comedy. That's a confession, sprinkled in with a few punchlines. I've tagged other accounts if you want to learn more about this.
Yo. Bobby fucking Lee, brother. What is happening? What is going on? But yeah, let's talk about it, right? Let's talk about it. Let's see if I can find it, actually. I think there's an original clip somewhere of it, somewhere that I found. Let me see if I can get it up on here. Let me see. Bear with me 1 second. There's a clip of it from a podcast. I think it's like 7 minutes long, where he kind of speaks about it. It's fucking horrible. Honestly, I'm surprised he got away with it for so long, to be fair. But it does go to show that counterculture doesn't really exist if you've got your own fan base. You can kind of inoculate yourself from counterculture if you've got your own fan base, because he's not really relying on a production studio or whatnot to kind of endorse him or greenlight him, even though he's a comedic actor, I know. But, you know, he can survive off the back of his podcasts and live shows himself. So these things don't really affect you as much, but it's just surprising it hasn't stuck for anything. It feels like sometimes counterculture is a little bit like random. It's a bit of a flip of a coin. Some people it absolutely ruins. Some people it doesn't. Some people it kind of puts you on pause. Some people it kind of, you know, puts you in a timeout. Some people it kind of makes you pivot into something else completely. It just depends on who you are, how it kind of affects you. But Bobby Lee's been kind of, you know, he's been kind of Teflon in this regard, especially when you think of how serious these allegations are and how crazy the story is, especially when it's involving kids. This isn't some, like, you know, this isn't him being a ladies' man, like flipping Chris D'Elia allegedly trying to spin it as. This is him purposely going out of his way to go to these countries, to go and exploit and take advantage, of like really, really young girls. Like, this is kind of crazy. So this is an article, no, this is a clip taken from where? Taken from the Faux Moi, I think, subreddit, where they speak on it. This is like, what's it said? The title here, comedian, trigger warning, comedian Bobby Lee jokes about R-wording a child in Tijuana while his friends laugh. Oof, this might be a bit of a tough one. Let's see what this says. It says not safe for work. Let's see what this says. God damn it, this might be a tough one. Please bear with me. I apologize. Trigger warning for everybody listening. If you don't listen to us, please please mute me. I do advise.
An afternoon by yourself, you're a deviant. Right?
Yeah, I guess that's true. You definitely don't see the younger crowd doing that.
So 22 Wednesday.
Can I be honest with you?
Yeah, go for it.
I'm going to be completely honest with you. This story could ruin my career.
Shut up. Come.
It could ruin me.
What?
This story.
Bobby, hold on.
Did you kill someone?
Nothing can ruin your career. Nothing can ruin Asa's career, and nothing can ruin my career. We're the three people here that have unruinable. You're a fucking comedian.
Okay, let's move on.
Yeah.
Let's move on. Thank you so much.
The only thing it can do is make your career
Nice
better.
pep talk.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. You're my pillar and my strength. And okay, so anyway, I went down by myself, and the Adelita was packed with Marines, right? So I go, you know what? There's too many people. Especially you don't want to, like, when they come down from the stairs, you want to grab them then.
Sloppy
you know what I mean?
seconds.
Yeah, I don't want that.
Sloppy,
Gross.
sloppy
Right?
You don't want to know about.
Right. So there's a street in back of Adelita, and we used to call it Hooker Alley, right? Okay. And Hooker Alley had the really ugly ones that couldn't go in.
Nice.
And they had girls that we didn't know what their ages were.
Right.
Right.
Okay. Now, I don't know what the ages were. I just said
Well,
that.
do you ever really know the age of a hooker?
Yeah.
I'm going to repeat that. I don't know.
Well,
Okay.
even at the hooker whorehouse, you don't know. Like
Exactly. Exactly.
In,
So thank
in
you so-
Tijuana.
Yeah, you never know. Ever.
Yeah.
The most high-priced escort, do you really know her age?
And I also
No.
want to say this just to justify my actions. I was young and I never got girls.
Sarah, how old were you? Sarah, how old are you?
Oh, 19.
What year were you born?
94.
All right. Yeah, that was right when then it happened, when she was born. Okay. So I never got girls at all. Not even one. Not even one. Okay.
Right.
I only started getting girls when I did stand-up comedy.
Right.
Okay. So here's what it is. So anyway, I go to Hooker Alley, and then when you go walk down, they grab you, right?
They're very aggressive.
Mister, right? They grab you, Mister, right? And you go, I'm an American, don't touch me. You know what I mean? That's what I used to do. I'm an American, right?
Do they call you Chino and stuff?
Chino, you know what I mean? Like, Mister, and I go, don't touch me. And at the end of the thing, there was this girl, and she had her face toward the brick wall. She wasn't even facing out.
Oh my God, I know.
And that's when I knew. That's when I knew she was the one. Right?
She was like the fawns, just
Yeah. She was like kind of lean,
She's
right?
like,
And I look, and she looked like Natalie Portman.
what?
Yeah, but like in the professional. Not that young, but you know.
She looked like she's like 50.
I don't know how old.
Let's not put a number on it. Let's not put a number on
I don't
it.
know the number, and you know what, God, I didn't know the number, and you know that for a fact, God. Okay.
She looked very young.
She looked like... Was that Asa Akira in the background telling you not to put a number on it? Is that Asa Akira? That's the famous porn star. Back then, this was filmed in when? I don't know. Let's say 2017 or 2007. Asa Akira, a porn star, is being careful and trying to guide Bobby Lee into not revealing certain things to get him in trouble. She's trying to help him out, a porn star. And he's still trying his best to like be edgy and reveal everything and not be funny. Like, think about that a minute. A legit adult actress is trying to tell him, hey, simmer it down a little bit. Holy shit, this is awful. Holy shit, this is awful.
So
and you were very young.
I was very young too, yeah. And I go, hey, you know, and she goes, you want to, you know, boom, boom, whatever. I go, yeah. So there's this place called the Miami Hotel at the end.
Nice.
Right? And it's
This
like,
place just sounds so classy.
it's straight out of the movie Seven.
So wait, you took her from Hooker Alley to the Miami
Hotel. Yeah. Sticky floors. They had all those fly traps, the yellow sticky things that stick out. There were so many flies, right? And it was like thick. It was like a thick place.
Right.
You know what I mean? It smelled
The
like
energy
a
in the
Cambodian
air.
jungle. Like the killing fields. It smelled like the killing fields.
Like
right?
years of cum just built up.
Oh, yeah. And sadness.
Yeah,
and
years
fear.
of
And fear.
Yeah. Like just soaked in fear tears.
Yeah. So I take her up to the room.
Rape.
And that's what you give them $10. And
It
they
just
give,
smelled like rape.
Yeah, and they and they give you a towel, and in the towel is a condom and lube.
Okay.
Right? Which is nice for
Yeah.
$10.
That is really
Nice
nice.
little package.
Yeah, nice little package. We go upstairs.
You get to keep the towel?
No.
That's what James Banks is saying is true. Bobby was desperate because I've been a long time Tiger Belly fan, and I know how bleak Bobby's career was a few years ago, and he was desperate for attention, desperate for friends, desperate for anything because his career wasn't going the way he wanted to go, and he was kind of depressed about it. So I'm sure there was a part of him that was performing and playing up to it. But the sad thing about this is that this is kind of the heyday of podcasts when people would be really loose and really just fly off the seat of their pants and just say anything sometimes just for the bants, just for the joke of it. But actually saying all this shit is now going to be biting in the ass years later. This may have helped you kind of launch your career, get your podcast up and running, secured you deals, branding, sponsorships, gigs and shit. But sometime down the line when the culture changes and some people are like, hold on, that story you shared before, not so much. It reminds you of that story of that guy. What's his name? The comedian who's got the condition where he's short, and he shared that story about how he shared it without encouragement. He shared a story about how I think he was with Carlos Mencia. I think Carlos Mencia invited a girl back to his room, but Carlos Mencia didn't want to hook up with a girl. The lights were off, and then he kind of crept into the room without telling her that he was him. She thought she was with Carlos Mencia, and he just fucked her. So basically, he raped this girl, essentially, right? And he shared this story like freely on the fucking podcast. I was thinking, these guys are fucking sick. Yeah, that's it. Brad Williams. These guys are sickos, mate. Absolute sickos. Which is why it made me laugh when the whole pandemic was happening. These same guys that were telling you all these stories were the same ones that were trying to then become fucking, situational fucking virologist and telling you about public health issues and whatnot and what people should do here and there. It's like, hold on. I just heard you mentioning a story where you crept into someone's room and tried to lick them out and something. I'm not listening to you about fucking COVID. Go give your head a wobble. Make me laugh. Don't tell me about life.
I know you don't want to keep it, right? There's stains on it. Discharge stains.
It still smells like cum after they clean it.
Yeah. So we get naked. I turn the lights off, right? And we're in bed now. And I put the condom on. And she's really cold, I feel so bad saying this story.
Girls are always cold.
And so I stick it in. It's very tight, right? And then the moon is shining through
Did you use
little
the
crack.
lube?
No. The moon is shining through the window in a little crack, right?
Very romantic.
Yeah, it's very romantic. yeah. And then her head turns, and the moon, I see her face.
Yeah.
And you can see tears coming down her face and snot bubbles. And she's shaking. Okay? Why are you smiling, dude? It's fucking rude, bro.
It's his sister.
That could have been your sister.
It's
dude.
his sister.
Yeah. Right? And so I did what anyone else would do. I power fucked her. Right? Just so I can get it over with. Right?
Wait, so it was probably her first.
I don't know. I don't want to get into it. All right? I don't know.
No, let's get into it.
Dear Lord, I don't know what happened.
She was standing against the wall like this?
Yeah. Yeah, like that, yeah.
And then she turned around?
Yeah, maybe she was showing off her ass. Like, this is good shit.
She was crying and snot
Maybe
bubbles.
she wasn't even a hooker. Maybe she was like waiting for her mom.
She had night school.
Maybe she'd never seen an Asian before.
Yeah.
Maybe she'd never seen an Asian before.
Oh, my agents are calling me right now.
No.
They know.
No, Critter, take his phone away from him.
They know.
Okay.
So you're like,
power fucked
so you're
her?
like, I need to get this over with quick. I don't want to see her cry, and you jackhammered her.
Okay, I'm sweating right now. Listen to me. Can I just say this though, just to reiterate, right? Where I am in life.
Yeah.
Okay. And number one, it's not like I feel good about it. I don't feel good about the situation. I feel good about it. And you know what? In part 2 of the story, if you listen on, God gets his revenge.
On who? On you?
Me. God, there's the God's revenge. That's why the second story needs to
Did
happen.
you get raped?
No, something crazier.
Whoa. I don't.
What?
Oh, yeah. So,
usually when people talk about punishment, it's like rape, and then they're like rape or murder.
Yeah.
No.
So if
Mine was like.
And you're alive, so.
Yeah. It's crazy. Okay.
The Marines got you.
No, they saved me. Actually.
Oh.
Yeah, they're a part of it.
Oh, so it was like immediate.
Can I just finish the story? So you don't want to talk about Godfather 2. Godfather 1's not done yet.
So she looks about 15 and you're...
No, she's about 18 years old, okay, guys? Anyway...
she's 18.
I don't know how old she is, okay, guys?
She's 18 and she looks 15 and you're 22 and your dick looks 50.
Yeah. Girls is gonna get good. So I power fuck her, right? And then I just don't even say goodbye. I just put my clothes back down. I already paid her.
You ran out of there.
And ran out of there. And
How much?
$60
Nice.
at that time. So 2 weeks later, on a Wednesday, the same thing happened. They go, hey, you want to go to the Tijuana?
Wait, we're still in part 1 right now?
No, part 1's over.
Oh, we're going to part 2.
Part 2's done, yeah.
Hey, awesome.
All right, part 2 now.
No
okay?
cliffhanger.
No
Going right into part 2.
Yeah.
Juggernaut story.
Right, so part 2 is this. The guys at work are, hey, we're going to go to Tijuana. I go, I'm not going to go. Right? And they go, all right, well, I guess we're not going to go either. Okay, yeah, all right, I think it's wrong. They go, okay.
Wait, you were like the leader. They would only go if you went?
Yeah.
Oh.
So I go, okay. But I actually wanted to go by myself. I wanted to go myself to find her again. Natalie Portman. Right? I have my hunt for Natalie
Circa
Portman.
the professional.
Right?
You couldn't stop thinking about her.
Yeah, I couldn't
week.
stop thinking about her. So I go to Hooker Alley, and there's no one there.
Oh.
There was a raid.
Oh.
Okay? There was some sort of weird raid.
Yeah, that's a lot, isn't it? That's a lot. That's a lot. This is saying, yeah, no, I don't know why this is a dark one. I do apologize. I've kind of been covering some very dicey topics. So I do apologize for people who are watching and are just used to the LOLs and the banter. But yeah, Bobby Lee's getting some stick now because the kids have found out about his Tijuana story. And yeah, it's not looking good for big BL out there. Will he survive? Will he be able to bounce back off of it? Probably, yeah. If he survived when the allegations first came out, he'll be fine anyway because it's just a regurgitated story, so he should be okay. But Jesus Christos, mate. Jesus Christos. Yeah, let's... Please. I just don't want to think about it anymore. I swear to God. It's just fucking horrible. Let's play this clip. So, somebody on the No Jumper subreddit actually... Somebody in the Joe Rogan subreddit actually shared this clip that I downloaded and put onto Flipping Streamable regarding what it's like to go to Flipping Kill Tony at the Comedy Mothership, and it looks like a bit of a horror show, I'm not going to lie. As much as I love the Comedy Mothership and what Joe's done over there, to go to Kill Tony sounds like an absolute nightmare. To be in a room full of that many desperate comedians sounds like something that I definitely wouldn't want to go to unless I was trying to perform. Like, as a punter, I can't understand why you'd go there as a customer, to be honest. But hey, let's check out this clip that this guy uploaded.
Guys and gals, this is my first-hand account of the new Kill Tony experience at Joe Rogan's new comedy club, The Mothership. As you can see here, I got some great video of the place. It was South by Southwest, and I had gotten distracted by all the new happenings. So give me a break, okay? Basically, from the beginning, no one knew what was happening. I had gotten there around 5:15 after dealing with this South by parking situation, and there were already about 5 or 6 comedians ready to sign up that were standing in front of the Iron Skillet side of the comedy club there. While standing there, I saw a parish of nuns touring South by Southwest, or there's Downtown Abbey perhaps? I don't know. Either way, closer to 6 p.m., someone came out and moved us from the Iron Skillet onto the street just in front of the club there, which makes no sense because future shows, you're going to have cars there, you're going to have traffic there, so I don't know what they're thinking. But we were standing in a straight line for about 10 minutes, and then as that line built up, somebody else came out and told us to loop it around. So now it's forming this giant J going up back into across the street. Jesus I don't know Christ. Why. Maybe Joe Rogan.
So many dudes. So many dudes. Fucking hell. It's definitely a men's industry, isn't it? It's definitely for the man's. Bloody hell, mate. So many Caucasian men.
Rogan was flying in a helicopter, and we needed to signal to the gods that the Kill Tony loyalists were ready for his arrival. Time came for us all to sign new waivers, and Christy comes out and says, this giant J isn't going to work. Everybody get back in a straight line. So she moves the whole line back against the
Christie. Who the fuck is Christie? Why has he got the? Why is he on first name basis with people who work at the fucking comedy store that hasn't been open even fucking a couple of months? Christie, you know who the fuck is Christie?
Sidewalk, still in the street, mind you, but back in a straight line, which still makes more sense than the giant loop around, which took up most of that side of the street. But everybody stayed pretty cordial towards each other. At this point, anyways. The night was still young, though. Here's where they put all the ticket holders, nice and comfy, low anxiety atmosphere. You know the kind you want just before you sit down for a comedy show.
Joe Rogan said there's 1,000 flipping stand-up comedians in the world who are like murderers. There's at least over 500 of them just there. Fucking hell, man! Like, what do they think is gonna happen? What the fuck? There's so many of them. Like, what do they think is gonna happen? Do they all think they're the next Bill Burr or something? Fucking hell! There's so many people. Holy shit!
Really get you in the laugh mood. Now we make it back to the alley.
Of course. Everyone's got a little kook. This guy looks like he's covered in hair all over the place. People encourage him to take off his shirt. Of course, imagine this is like being in a line full of loads of wannabe Bert Kreischer's. Imagine that. Bert Kreischer's by the dozen, by the hundreds, all queuing up, desperate to get a little bit of fame. And you're standing with them, trying to make friends, trying to make ha-ha-hee-hees.
This is where they're going to hold us for the rest of the night. As you can see, the beers come out and the shirts come up.
What do you mean? Why are you here? No, well, you don't count. He's Mexican. Nobody likes you. You really think nobody likes me? They talk shit about you as soon as you're... Actually, they talk shit about you right to your face. Like what? What do they say, Leonardo?
There's always a... Is she giving pick-me vibes, or she's just a girl that likes to just hang out with dudes and talk shit? What are you guys saying? I feel like this type of lady exists in all comedy clubs around the country, around the world. There's always this one girl that exists that's like this. The one that's got brothers. She might have played football in school. Maybe she played soccer. Maybe she played like who is this? Whitney Cummings is her North Star. Eliza Schlesinger is her fucking idol, right? She unironically likes Amy Schumer's comedy. That kind of shit, right? She's the kind of person that, is a reply guy to fucking Dave Portnoy. Those type of people. She kind of seems like that. But oh my God, man. Oh. Trying to be a stand-up comedian is brutal if you got to hang out with these type of people. I take it back now. I don't blame Brendan for cheating, for only performing in front of TFATK fans and not going down the open mic route, because you must meet some absolute insane people, like day to day, like men and women, legitimately people that are like got screw loose.
They say you look like a pedophile who couldn't get any kids. And you look like a single woman who has 2 kids at home. Oh! Hey, how are the kids at home? They're not going to turn out to be like you. So.
Whoa! With little insults are thrown back and forth.
This guy just doesn't stop taking off his shirt, innit? I blame fucking Bert Kreischer. This white man just won't stop taking off his fucking shirt. Bert Kreischer, School of Comedy, mate. Look at that. Look what he's birthed. Bert Kreischer. He's one little marketing hack. He's now birthed this. The shit that people saying people saying she's a baddie. No, she isn't. There's a thing in that comedy scene, because you don't see normal looking women in that scene. Anyone that kind of looks semi-normal is a fucking baddie. She's probably, I'm assuming in that scene, she probably must look like Angelina Jolie. She's like a regular lady. But that's the thing, man. Like the comedy goggles is insane too. So if you're maybe in comedy, if you're a decent looking woman and you actually want some attention, going into the comedy scene might be quite beneficial, because you're going to get a lot of guys that are going to get into you and stuff and want to be around you because you're just one of the only few women around there. Number one. Yeah, I don't know. I can't imagine hanging out with these people.
I think it's all in good fun for now. The night's still young, the sun is still out. Let them have a few more beers. Let the sun go down. The show doesn't even start till 8:30. Everybody's here way early, pre-gaming, having a good time. Now that it's getting dark and everyone has a few beers in them, this is when they decide to move everyone out of the alley and into the currently closed street. Once again, next week, this street will be flowing with traffic, but currently South by Southwest has it closed. But hey, let's give it up for these 2 off-duty police officers who made sure the VIPs arriving in the alley were safe from all 300 of us.
That's real police work, isn't it? Real police work is standing in an alley telling mediocre comics to stand here, stand there, pick up your bottle, put that over there, stop shouting, move here. Fucking hell, mate. All those years in the police academy so you can be a fucking crowd marshal. Can you imagine how fucking awful you must feel driving home after your shift? That's real police work, right? Managing a crowd of fucking losers.
Us comics. Hey guys, look, it's William Montgomery. I don't think the cops knew who he was, so he's explaining.
Why would the cop know who the fuck that guy is? These guys, man. Do you think they'll shout his name at the end? William! Oh, cringe, bruh.
He's William Montgomery, and that he's on the show. Oh, okay. Nice to meet you, Mr. Montgomery. Now, this VIP van shows up, and they're trying to tell him to move out of the way, but he's like, no, move forward, okay. And he's like, yeah, bitch, I'm David Lucas. Get the fuck out of my way. Then the club manager finally shows up, pops out like the boss he is, and gives us alley rats a quick peace out before he ducks into his club. So now we all stand around the back.
Was that Joe? Joe pulls up in that. What's that car called? It's a presidential car, right? Is that an Escalade? What's that called? They have them always in like fucking spy thrillers and shit and stuff to do with presidents dying or like being assassinated. I don't know, these cars, they always give them to flipping. Is it an Escalade? Is it what is it? A Chevrolet? What is this called? But he's tiny, you know? That's what I'm about to say. Joe is fucking miniature. He has a driver as well. Now we know he's a driver. Escalade, yeah, he doesn't drive himself all the time there.
Then the club manager finally shows up, pops out like the boss he is, and gives us.
Look how small he is. He's fucking tiny, isn't it?
Us alley.
Good old Joe. Look at him. Look at little pocket rocket.
Rats a quick peace out before he ducks into his club. So now we all stand around the back door waiting for the show to start, unknowing if it actually has or has not. There's no sound.
How long have they been queuing outside? Wow. They must be. That's why Kill Tony is such a mess now. Now I understand. When you watch Kill Tony live, when it used to be live anyway, when you watch it anyway after the fact, didn't you notice, especially when some people go on and they smash it and they're really good, but a lot of people go on there and they get, you know, basically blinded by the lights and they get stage fright, or they sound so slurry. Now I get it. They're all smashed. They're waiting around to get a time for it to open before they even get their names pulled. While they're in the crowd, they're probably drinking, they're probably getting high and shit. By the time they go on stage, they are no fit state to do any comedy, let alone comedy in a minute. They've been outside for ages.
There's no indication. It's just us in the alley. And hoping we hear a name so we can pass it down the alley people. Like a bad game of alley telephone.
Everywhere.
So the show has started, and a few names have been called. And the names get passed from the front of the line back to the back of the line. And it's already happened where one name started out as something and ended up as something totally different by the time it got to the back of the line. That somebody else went in, someone else did a set, and got a secret show. Because they went in as somebody else's name because it was all confusion and they really thought their name got called. So it started to heat up the atmosphere a little bit, and words started getting exchanged and pushes became shoves.
Really? These niggas are fighting each other, right? If there's anything more redacted than going to this thing in the first place, is going there and then getting into a fight with somebody. Getting into a fight with another middle-aged white man and throwing hands because you didn't get a chance to go on stage and tell your fucking stupid fajita joke. right? Or why fucking, I don't know, why Pabst Blue Ribbon beer makes good fucking dishwasher detergent or some shit. I don't know whether these fucking jokes these guys have. Like, imagine scrapping in these places and ending up in a jail cell somewhere because of your fucking Kill Tony.
With nothing at all. This is you having some madness. You got some insecurities. And you think that I'm fucking with you. I'm not fucking with you, Eric. I respect you. I think that what you did tonight cool. I think that all is good. Okay? What I'm saying is.
And as you see, things got a little bit out of hand, but cooler head.
Any guy talking to me, like holding 2 beers in his hands and telling me I have insecurities, you're gonna get a headbutt. I'm sorry. That's the first move I'll go, especially if I'm having a couple of drinks. Maybe my hands won't fly as well, but I'm definitely going to lean my fucking head into your nose, for sure. Don't tell me about my insecurities, you fucking cunt.
It's tried to prevail. But beers, comics, small alleyway, tensions were pretty high back there. I don't know about the front of the line, if the 2 cops guarding the door even knew what was going on. Look at the wannabe Duncan Trussell. Look at the wannabe Duncan Trussell guy. Look at it. Of the line, if the 2 cops guarding the door even knew.
Look at that. Look at the wannabe Duncan Trussell. Look at him.
Knew what was going on at the back of the line, but it was pretty tense back there. I don't know if they're going to do things differently.
Grown men wearing bucket hats and floral shirts and wannabe emos, wannabe Duncan Trussells. Guys with unironic glasses. Oh my god.
Now on, or just wait till we Lord of the Flies ourselves and weed ourselves out of this situation, or what's going to happen? But yeah, it's an interesting situation. That
how many cans of Liquid Deaths got drunk on that queue? How many spuds got had? How many backpacks are guys wearing there, full of, I don't know, books and shit and spare iPods to listen to Joe Rogan's podcast? I don't blame Brendan for cheating, man. I don't blame Brendan for just forming fun of TFATK audience. Imagine being around these guys, man. Look at this guy. He even stands like Rogan. Look at this guy. He's even standing like Rogan. He's got that little stance. The tattoos, like, these guys are fucking redacks. Look how he's standing.
We found ourselves in on Monday.
Look at this Asian guy going crazy. Look, what is this? Who are these people?
Day at
this Asian guy's mad, bro. So I guess that happens quite. But if I'm not mistaken, again, I haven't watched Kill Tony in a while. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys. But I'm sure Tony Hinchcliffe says all the time. He warns people: if you come up, if a name gets called and you come up and it's not your name, they X you off, innit? You kind of get blacklisted, don't you? Or am I mistaken? So why would you do that? It would hurt your chances, no, for the next time. You get blacklisted, don't you? It's not like a good thing. It's kind of like frowned upon in that kind of Kill Tony world. I'm pretty sure they say that. So, okay, so they say, yeah, Truth Lesser. Okay, cool. So maybe, yeah, but can you imagine, though, waiting outside for like 4+ hours to do an open mic at Kill Tony, and then your name gets called, someone else takes it, and then people are telling you to calm down. This fucking wannabe Joe Rogan guy's telling you to chill out. No, I'm not chilling out. No wonder the Asian guy's angry. I'll be angry too. I'm not chilling out. Fuck that.
Kill Tony here. But at the end of the day, I walked over to the creek in the cave, had a 7-gram blunt, sit in the back while South by Southwest roast battle was going on in the main room.
Had a what? 7 grand blunt? What's a 7 gram
blunt? Sit in the back while South by Southwest roast battle was going on in the main room, and just enjoyed it with some cool people. That
this guy looks like Mersh, doesn't it?
Southwest roast battle was going on in the main room.
I feel like a lot of guys that listen to podcasts look like this kind of Mersh kind of look. The receding hairline, always smoking, cigarette, a blunt, cigars, wearing like weird t-shirts. They got those calves where like it just kind of splays out. They always got really weird opinions on women and shit. Like, no, they kind of giving Mersh, isn't it? The kind of guys that have like cats and stuff. The ones that kind of walk around with like Yeti cooler little things with their drinks inside it. Maybe it's whiskey, maybe it's coffee, who knows? But I feel like a lot of podcast guys look like this. Like that's especially in America, they kind of look like this. This is kind of their kind of de facto look. They're kind of like what they call. I think is it called IRC? Is that called IRC? They're like those kind of guys who go around like that guy. Fucking what's his name? Baked Alaska. Those type of dudes that always out. They always kind of streaming. They're kind of personality guys. The guys that are always streaming. They're always carrying fucking charged battery packs for their fucking phones. They're always trying to go people into a reaction, like that kind of personality. You know, look, he's got a weed t-shirt on. Like that's a term. If he's married, he's wearing one of those like CrossFit rings. You know those like silicone rings that they wear. Like if you're married, I don't know why these guys in the scene, they'll have this thing where they don't like wearing normal wedding rings, so they wear like a wedding ring that's like made out of rubber. It looks like something that you'd get out of fucking out of a fruit machine or some shit. But a lot of CrossFit guys like wearing them also. Yeah.
I just enjoyed it with some cool people that weren't trying to kill each other. But overall, I hope...
Hold on, is he being funny when he says that? There's no one there. Is he saying cool people to be jokey, or is he not? Or is he being funny? What do you guys think? Is he, because he's a comedian, I'm assuming, is he trying to be
the
funny?
back while
There's no one there though.
South by Southwest roast battle was going on in the main room. I just enjoyed it with some cool people that...
There's no one sat next to him.
Weren't trying to kill each other.
Those people aren't with him either. He just joined their crew.
But overall, I hope things get better for the comics at Kill Tony.
7 gram blunt has been passed around 7 people.
Good luck to everybody.
This guy turned up in the dungarees, like everyone's got a little kooky thing about him, innit? He's got his little hair going on, dungarees. I wonder if there's like a regular guy just turns up there in a pair of jeans and a white t-shirt. Like everyone's got a little like kink.
And see you next week. Right, guys and gals.
Fucking hell, mate. That was brutal. Oof. The comedy scene is an interesting space, bro. Interesting space. I just pray to God. I pray to God I don't look like that, because I know I'm laughing at these guys from afar, but I'm sure other people could look at me and think, you know what, you're just like those guys. I pray to God I'm not, because that's legitimately reason to gadoosh yourself. Like I would happily gadoosh myself if I look like that. Fucking hell. No thank you, mate. No thank you, no thank you, no thank you. Oh, and oh, mate. I said the Clipper, you're just like them. Mate, you know who you're just like, the Clipper? You're just like Jesse on Fire. That's what you are, mate. Jesse on Fire is your fucking stepdad. That's what he is, mate, the Clipper. Jesse on Fire is your stepdad. He's picking you up from school, fully laced, head all fucking red in a car, ranting and raving. That's what you look like. Fuck off. I don't want to look at those guys. No, I'm not having it, man. I'm not fucking having that. No problem. Anyway, let's move on. Let's cover a little bit of this, because I want to see Brendan complain. He was whining and crying about the fucking UFC and WWE deal. Let's see him cry about this, because I'm curious to see why he's so mad. Why is Brendan Schaub so mad at Vince McMahon and Dana White? I want to know. So let's see what he said. This is from the Schaub Show, recent episode. Let's see. Come on, brother, play.
Ride through the city like Brendan Schaub. I'm on a mission to get it all. Ride through the city like Brendan Schaub. If you ain't thick, please don't get involved.
And now, Brendan Thick Boy Schaub.
What is poppin', fam? Monday morning here in Los Angeles. What is happening? Fresh off a family road trip in San Diego. Went to the Padres game. Tell you what, boy, San Diegans know how to drink. I've never seen so many hammered people at a baseball game in my entire life. It was dicey. It was dicey. It was a last-minute thing. I saw it was the opening game for the Padres for the MLB season. And my kids do like going to the game, so I'm like, let's do it. Like, yay! We beeline down there. Made there by the second inning. Here's the thing, though. And I was talking to a bunch of people there. I'm trying to think. There's so many people that I knew that at the game, but
I love the unnecessary humble brag. So many people I knew at the game. Who did you know at the game? Come on, who did you know? Who did you know? I love when he just lies like that so quickly, so effortlessly. Like some people are like, whenever he notice one thing about Brendan, wherever he goes out, people always say stuff to him. Loads of fans came up to me. These guys, that loads, like it's always like he's kind of like he gets recognized more than fucking Justin Bieber out here, mate.
I was like, man, there were so many fights in the bathroom. There's just people are hammered. I'm like, why is everyone so hammered? San Diego's always like this. The Padre game's always like this. I'm like, no, the game was supposed to be at 1 o'clock because the rain delay. They pushed it to 7. So people have been just waiting since basically noon drinking. Like, oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. It looked like the purge. It was fun though. It was fun. Shout out to Sandy.
Do you remember That Makes Sense? I remember That Makes. Do you remember when he said That Makes Sense last time? That was when he was on the flipping Schultz show, and they asked him about the Annie Liederman truck walk thing. Did you truck walk Annie Liederman or something? And he's like, it doesn't make sense. No, of course it doesn't. Don't make sense. Don't make sense.
There you go. But thank the fight gods, because you have a big ass card this Saturday. UFC 287 is finally here, and it is one hell of a card worth every bit of your hard-earned money, fam. We're also doing a special Calabasas Fight Companion. You have Brian Callen, Cheeto Vera, myself, and a very special guest who I'll announce on Thursday. But we have one hell of a crew for UFC 287 Calabasas Fight Companion live on Thick Boy YouTube Saturday, 7 p.m. Pacific time. So make sure you tune into that live, and if not, you can watch it on Sunday.
That's a good idea he's doing it with Brian Callen, to be honest. Like I said it prior, that I don't understand why he does it with loads of randoms. The whole reason why Fight Companion was good was because they did it amongst friends. Having just random people and trying to make them click doesn't make any sense. Clearly him and Brian, even though they're not, they're maybe not the best on camera as well before in the past, have still got a better connection than anybody else is going to bring on there. So it's an easy way to kind of at least have some on-screen chemistry on it and make it look somewhat comfortable.
Monday as it uploads to YouTube and all your audio streaming services. That is UFC 287, headlined by Alex Pereira and Izzy. The rematch there.
Alex Pereira. Alex Pereira
and
okay, let's say Pereira.
Izzy. The rematch there. I would say rematch in the UFC. They fought previously twice before that in kickboxing. But yeah, you got your rematch. The whole card, we'll get to the main event in a second. The whole card is pretty tasty. The whole entire card is tasty. You know it's a good card when you got Cynthia Calvillo on the early prelims.
Actually, no.
You have Gerald Mershart on there.
We don't care about his views now. I want to hear him hate on Dana White and Vince McMahon. Let's go.
This is an insane stat. Think about this. Roy Jones Jr. in 1990. All that I see, I'm like, oh, this is just Jake and Logan can fight for the next 5 years at this rate. If they keep putting these guys out like this, it's good business. There's a lane for it. That's all I'm saying. There's a lane for it.
Yeah,
but the whole card, good for him.
Real quick on this too, though. When I bought this, so I bought it on my laptop. I tried to buy it on my TV. I have an Insignia Fire TV, like the Amazon Fire TV.
Okay, slave flags.
Of course you
No, it's cheap, dude. It's cheap. So, but then I was like, they said that you can buy the app there, so I tried to download the app, and it said,
yo, big up Richie.
Please send the clip anonymously to the police in America on Bobby's confession. Sausage party at the mothership, 0 baddies. And why is Bopper's jersey so tight with jeans and leg cross?
Big up Richie. Big up Richie. Oh, honestly, so many questions. I'm not sending anything to no one because unfortunately, me being black, I'm not allowed to snitch. It's like part of the agreement you make when you get born the color that I'm kind of born. Unfortunately, the race that I am. Sorry, not color. I'm not a color. I'm a race. But yeah, I can't. I'm not allowed to snitch. So I'm just gonna have to watch it from afar and hope that Jesus Christ comes down and kind of smites people. But yeah, big up Richie for the donation. Appreciate you, brother.
Is unavailable. The app is unavailable. So I'm like, that sucks. So I download it on my laptop, and then I try to cast it there so you can cast it to your TV, right? AirPlay.
Yeah, Charlie Lucas. I said Charles Lucas there. Yeah, he's coming. I'm coming, man. I'm coming. Oh, I said that too often there. Too quickly. I'm going to the Brendan Schaub show here in London. If it doesn't get cancelled, because some guys, again, these Fire and the Kids subreddit dudes are fucking smart, and they've been calling things out from time, and I keep doubting them. But a lot of these subreddit guys are saying they have a feeling he's going to cancel this London or this UK tour. Sorry, he's doing UK and Ireland, because a lot of them are checking the flipping, the ticket links and shit, and seeing what's selling out, wasn't selling out. And they're seeing a lot of venues are, there's a lot of tickets still available. So a lot of people are betting that Brendan's going to blame, I don't know, Boris Johnson, the DA, Richie Sunak, fucking, I don't know, whoever else he can blame, Marcus Rashford, and he's gonna cancel his show to the UK. That's what they're saying. I don't think so, but if he doesn't, I'm there. So I'm gonna be there. I'm definitely gonna be there.
So I casted it. Everything worked. The chat room and everything, except for the video wouldn't play. So then I'm like, maybe I have my system is older. So I went to my phone and my iPad. I tried every possible way, and it wouldn't work. I could only watch it on my laptop.
Oh, look. Look what Brendan's drinking. Look, you see what Brendan's drinking? Let me move my camera a little bit. Do you see Brendan's drink there? Look at that. You see he's got that drink there. Look what I've got. This is what marketing and podcast stuff works. Look what I've got. Look what I have. That's what I got in the fridge. Marketing works. Let's see if this is anything good. He's got the reggae sauce one. I don't know what flavor this is one, but I've got one I bought recently, right? So I want to taste test this shit, because this guy's always necking these things, and it legitimately looks like it's working for his cognitive abilities. Brendan is very well spoken, very lucid, and just, he's there. He's doing the thing. So I bought one of these recently. I've got a melon mania flavor. Let's see what this is saying, right? So this is Rain Total Body Fuel. It's really late at night here. It's about 3 a.m. in the UK, so it's probably the wrong time to be drinking an energy drink. But let's see what I go on. Melon Mania. I've done worse things at 3 a.m., so let's see what I go on. Melon Mania. I'm not really a big energy drink guy. I know it's a common thing. People always think black guys love energy drinks and chicken. I don't really drink energy drinks. I'm more of a water and a green juice type of dude. But let's see what this is saying anyway, all right? Let's see. Okay. Nice little pop there. It smells very sugary. That's one thing for sure. Let's sip it. Let's see what's saying. Oh, that's very sugary. It tastes like a lolly. It tastes like a fucking lolly. That's what it tastes like. It's not got the best aftertaste. I'm not going to be honest. No, it's a bit, aftertaste a bit funny. Oh, it tastes very strong, that. It's a bit lolly-ish. I don't know how do you drink these every day? Bloody hell, super fizzy. Sorry, see? Fuck me, that's a lot of fucking gas. How do you drink that shit every day? I don't know. Anyway, back to the regular schedule programming.
And I couldn't fast forward. I couldn't rewind when I saw something. I couldn't pause. All that stuff, which...
Hey, bro, it's the first one. Be cool, man.
I don't know how old that pay-per-view app is, but for me, it was shitty. I'm wondering if other people felt the same way.
Why did I think it was on UFC Fight Pass?
It was on UFC Fight Pass, too, but I don't have Fight Pass.
Oh, that's really fucked up.
ESPN Plus, that's all I have.
Oh, but I think if you have Fight Pass, you can stream it on.
I'm not going to buy Fight Pass.
EV, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they fired me.
What?
Because they fired me?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, there you go. What else you got?
So there's other fights. Real quick, we'll just touch on them. PFL, Brendan Loughnane.
Of course, Hasib. Everything is a stereotype. We live in a fucking racist world, don't you know? Haven't you heard the news? Haven't you seen? Blacks and whites are on the streets. Fighting each other, clubbing each other every day. The whole world is full of racism. That's why I'm gonna keep doing racism stuff, racism jokes, because the whole world is spinning on racism. Unless we get rid of the scourge of what's that thing people always talk about, white supremacy, then we will never be happy. You know, it's kind of rhyming. You know, come on, man.
Beat Marlon Moraes, who's had like it's a tough ride for him right now.
Yes.
He's been losing a ton of fights.
Shout out to Brendan.
Wilkinson beat Thiago Santos, and then we'll move over to this real quick. Kat's gonna, but there's a Bellator, so she won against Leah McCourt, unanimous decision, and now her next opponent most likely.
This is Dana White. Come on, let's get to that.
It's not like he invented the iPhone. His business plan is the exact same as Vince McMahon's. They were the first to do it. So, yeah.
The biggest news, I guess, basically for the MMA world is Endeavor, who owns the UFC. They're doing a deal with WWE, and then I guess they're teaming them up to create a new company that's going to be publicly traded.
Dude,
so it's going to be worth a shit ton.
UFC, the lines are going to get a little blurry. If you're a hardcore fan, you liked, the old UFC days, the UFC 99s and 100s. Those days are gone. We're getting closer to the weird matrix where WWE and this UFC world slowly combining. They've already crossed paths a little bit, and it makes sense because Dana White. Don't get me wrong, he deserves everything he's earned there with the UFC, but his business plan. It's not like he invented the iPhone. His business plan is the exact same as Vince McMahon's. They were the first to do it, so he's taking a page out of their book. Anything you see WWE does, the UFC does. So for Endeavor, who owns the UFC, to be like, well, why don't we buy the big dog? So the deal transaction values UFC at.
That's the crazy part too.
Hold up here. The deal transaction values UFC at $12.1 billion. An impressive increase over $4 billion Endeavor paid for the promotion in 2016. But the WWE is valued at $9.3 billion. You're telling me UFC is more valuable than WWE?
According to this, yes.
What?
It's insane, right?
Why is that surprising though? If they were valued at $4 billion a couple years ago, and they've only added to the roster, it's only become way more popular over time. Celebrity flipping endorsements out of the wazoo, big blockbuster fights, blockbuster. Why is it so surprising that it'll be worth more than the flipping WWE? WWE scripted at the end of the day. Do you know what I mean? The fact that they've kept it going for so long is still pretty impressive, despite people coming in and out, the wanes and whatnot. But it's not surprising the UFC will be worth so much if you think about it. It's the only league in the game, really. The only place to be if you really want to be competing at the top, highest level. Makes complete sense.
I think once they do this purchase, they have to show the stats of whatever the values are. So that's when it was, that's when this news came out that it was actually valued at 12.
Here's where it gets dicey. Here's where it gets really dicey.
Tell us, Brendan.
Tell us. Explain this.
Tell us.
In 2016, the UFC was purchased for what, $8 billion or some shit like that?
No, four.
So $4 billion, they're worth $12 billion now.
It just said 4. He said 8. Good start.
So that's $8 more billion that they're worth. Have you seen a huge increase in fighter pay?
No, that's the problem.
Of course not. This is Dana White, isn't it? Of course not.
So if I'm the fighter, it doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter. I beat this dead horse so many times.
Don't you owe BGL 15K allegedly? I just find it funny, operating. It's what he's saying is true. What you call it? Sometimes the worst people can make the best points. He's not wrong, but it's just funny considering the how he's been looked at with some of his business dealings, that he's now kind of saying what he's saying. But hey, it is what it is.
If you're an agent and you have a roster of badasses and you read this news,
Rasta, as in a Rastafarian or roster.
Agent, and you have a roster of badasses.
Okay, roster.
And you read this news and go, the UFC's worth $8 more billion than when we signed our contract 4 years ago. Hey man, pay us more money. What leg does the UFC have to stand on? What argument do they have where they're like, we just can't? Why not? Don't want to? It's like, what What's the what argument is there if you're a fighter and you listen to this? Ask your manager or agent, hey man, why can't we
What's he got in his mouth? Why does he sound like that?
get more money? I would love an explanation of why you can't. Now, if you say it's the market value, exactly, it's the market value. They've gone up $8 billion. And if they go, well, your pay from the last time you signed has gone up 10%. No, I get that, but that's 10% of 80 grand, so I'm making whatever, 88,000 now. They've gone up how many times? 8.
To be fair, the UFC was not paying them well when they were valued at 4 billion. And just because you're valued at 8 or you're valued at 12, it doesn't necessarily mean you have that extra money in the accounts. It just accounts for everything as in assets, as in potential of how they can grow. It doesn't necessarily mean they have 8 billion extra monies in the bank that they can divvy out to the fighters. But we know now from what Dana White's been going on, it's very unlikely that he's going to increase fighter pay or make it kind of fair or equitable in any way, shape or form, especially now that news has come out. I remember reading somewhere where they said basically all the declared fighter purses or the declared fighter pays that they get for certain cards don't represent their full amount. So allegedly the theory is that the UFC gives fighters money under the table that they don't kind of declare ahead of, like officially. So numbers that they say with pay-per-view buyers, all this sort of stuff, that's one thing, but they give them other things behind the scenes, which makes sense because there is a real lack of like high profile guys who complain. There's not many of them. There are some, but there's not a lot of big guys who complain about their pay because clearly they get looked after. And if you are, judging by how Dana White is, you can imagine if you're the kind of person that doesn't complain a lot and is willing to fight anybody, he's going to look after you when it comes to money. He's going to make sure that he can reward you, putting your body on the line and risking your health and whatnot to make sure that you can kind of get looked after money-wise. You can imagine that would happen. So that's probably the reason why the fighter pay is never going to get, sorted. And, if Dana White did a good job of basically ignoring Logan Paul's pleas to kind of get fighter pay to be fair and his trolling and shit, he's never going to give it any mind now. And if the fighters are willing to take what they're willing to take now, then the value of the company is not going to really change anything really in that respect.
$8 more billion and you're giving me a 10% raise? Or how about, see, this, it's good and bad this coming to light because also the UFC per fight for bonuses is $50,000. It used to be $100,000. They've gone lower and they've made more. Everyone's cool with this? We're all okay with this? Yeah, you're not going to do shit. You ain't going to do shit. You know that cold boat in your phone is terrible? We ain't doing shit. We all use iPhones. You ain't doing shit. Find out that cobalt fucking battery in your Tesla's horrible for people. It's slave labor. You ain't doing shit. The UFCs are getting paid pennies.
I don't know. Talk to your friend Joe Rogan. He's best friends with Dana White. Tell him to sort it out then.
The fighters are getting paid pennies. Now for WME, for William or for Endeavor, I mean, dude, they're just it's dicey. It gets dicey. I know I keep saying dicey this episode. Because it is. It gets dicey because the owners of the UFC, which is a legit sports organization, also owns the WWE, which, listen, it's hard work. I get it, but it's not real sports. It's just, but to blur those lines is already for the common fan who's not huge into the UFC and kind of knows about WWE, and you mix those, it makes the water even murky. And here you have, Ronda Rousey's over there, you have Brock over there. Now how much easier? You don't think Brock's gonna fight John Jones? Do
you think I'm redacted? Isn't it? There's nothing really murky about it, really, is it? Isn't it just like another promotional platform that they can basically push their respective rosters and fighters on? There's nothing murky about it whatsoever. Why would somebody be confused about whether the UFC is real and whether or not WWE is real? You should know, or am I redacted? Again, I don't watch WWE anymore. I used to watch it when I was a kid, but I haven't watched wrestling in many, many years. but there's nothing really. If anything, maybe it cheapens the UFC a little bit. Maybe it puts a smudge on them because it's going to be a little bit more glitzy and showtimey, entertainment value-esque. Maybe there might be some, you know, storylines sprinkled in here and there, but I don't get why it would confuse anybody. If you're a fan, balls deep fan as well, why would it confuse you?
After this deal, you don't think Brock Lesnar's gonna mosey on over? And now Endeavor owns both of them. Easy deal to get done.
Both of them.
Easy deal to get done. Also, Vince McMahon, shave your mustache. Shave it right now.
I love how he says stuff like that without any sense of like self-awareness. Does he know what his facial hair looks like? And don't get me wrong, Vince McMahon does look flipping insane. And I legitimately didn't know that was him until I saw people quote tweeting the screen grab of him looking the way he did. I legit thought that was somebody else. I didn't know that was even Vince McMahon. I didn't know he kind of did that style or what he's doing. But I just find it hilarious. Brendan Schaub is criticizing somebody else for their mustache when his mustache is routinely shaved incorrectly. It looks bizarre with how he shaves with the middle part in. Like, come on.
Shave your mustache and do less TRT right now, sir. Go to him. He looks like Wario.
Is it that one right there?
Yeah.
Oh
dude,
my gosh.
Look at that. That's me.
I didn't know that.
20 years. I'm
Let's get pictures of him up there.
slowly morphing into that.
Okay, thank
But
you.
my ears won't be that big because of my cauliflower. I'm slowly morphing into that. That's Broadway's live action Wario if Super Mario's was on Broadway. That's what.
Can you imagine if someone did that to Brendan, how he would react? If somebody pulled up a picture of him when he looks all bloated and he's been drinking all day and shit, and they started ripping the way he did, he would not respond to it too well. I just love it. Brendan at heart is a real bona fide hater, an absolute bona fide 100% hater. He tries to flip and hide it, but he's a hater. Hader, not Hater, hater.
Wario. That's who that is. Holler.
Yeah.
Same person.
Pretty much.
TRT'd up. Same person.
I didn't know he did that. So he's dyeing his hair and his.
I didn't know he did that either. Also, here's something else for you guys to chew on, silly bitches. How about this? How about this, dude? Think of the current climate we're in. You know me, I'm all against the cancel culture. I don't like any of that shit. But what's it tell you? If you're big enough, you're powerful enough, and good for them. They've earned every bit of it. And I'm not saying any action should be taken. I'm just saying, how weird is it that there's been people accused of way less who lost their careers, got fucked over. There's video of Dana assaulting his wife. There's endless accounts and witnesses, and the guy had to step down from his position as the chairman of WWE. There's tons of evidence, legit evidence. But then I have friends who've been canceled for way less. These men have gotten bigger. They've made more money. Endeavor owns Hollywood. So Hollywood wants to sit on their high horse and say, this guy can't perform here, or this guy can't be in this movie. But these two are okay.
That's how it works, Brendan Schaub. And also, what a horrible, horrible way to defend your friends. Legitimately. So basically he's saying, if his friends were more famous, if his friends were more successful, they would be able to get away with rape allegations and diddling allegations. That's what you're basically saying. If you're famous enough, you should be able to get away with being a raper and also being somebody that may be accused of being a pedophile. That's okay. And also, let's rewind it a little bit. If he's talking about Brian Callen, if he's talking about Chris D'Elia, two of his friends that got cancelled, yo, big up Austin Casey, I appreciate you,
He is
brother.
a huge hater, but a lot of times he prefaces his comments with, look, I love him. You know me, I am a huge fan, but...
Exactly. Big up Austin Casey. Exactly. That's the categoric flipping try to sleight of hand. Yeah, I love him. You know, I love this. You know, I got love for this guy. I was just speaking to him. All this sort of redacted flipping prefaces, but basically we know what he's basically saying. But big up you, Casey Anthony. I appreciate you. So in this regard, right, let's also look at it. If it's the Brian Callen and Chris D'Elia thing that he's trying to pretend or trying to protect, if anything, it could be argued that those two guys are an example as to why cancel culture doesn't actually exist. Because if cancel culture did exist, if you got accused of rape and you got accused of being a paedophile, your career kind of should be over as a media entertainment type figure, type person. It should be, really, if you think about it. Those should be the kind of crimes that you get accused of, unless you're able to kind of prove you didn't do them, that you maybe should take a step back from the limelight and sit out for a little bit. You should probably. But because they're both in a position where they both had podcasts, they're both connected to they're both involved in stand-up, which is an industry that's kind of self-sufficient, and they're not relying on a studio or a network or a, whatever to kind of greenlight what they're doing. It allowed them the ability to bounce back from those very serious allegations that most people who were not in their positions wouldn't be able to bounce back from. That's the truth of the matter. Of course, in the case of Dana White and flipping Vince McMahon, especially with Dana, with the flipping video of him get slapped on with him slapping his wife on camera, there's not much you can do if the wife decides she doesn't want to press charges. There's also not much you can do if the company that owns the UFC doesn't think it's necessary to, remove Dana White from his position because they think he's a better asset for the company if he stays there and gets fired. There's nothing there you can do in that regard. It's a bit shitty, of course. It does leave a bad taste in the mouth, but it kind of is what it is. And if you're being really, really toxic, you would say those two guys are at the real pinnacle, the real kind of, no, the pinnacle. They're at the real sort of mountaintop of their flipping profession. They're at the top of the top. They're apex, quote unquote, predators in their little fields. So to compare Dana White and Vince McMahon to Chris D'Elia and Brian Callen is incredibly insulting. Regardless of what you think of those guys as humans, as business people, as operators, to compare what they've done in their careers to what Brian Callen and Chris D'Elia have done in theirs, and to say that they should be afforded the same amount of leeway is ridiculous in the extreme. Ridiculous in the extreme. Ridiculous in the extreme. And it also goes to show the lack of real world grounding all these people have. Because it's not the fact that, again, we've seen so far, think about this, right? We've seen no evidence from Brian Callen's side of things to refute the claims that he allegedly may have raped somebody or did some sexual assault stuff. Nothing. The only defense that he had was, trust me, bro, I didn't do it. He did that whole, I'm confirming I did not, that enunciation thing that he stares in the camera. But the accounts of the people that accused him were pretty thorough. Right, people were accounted for in that flipping article that came out in the LA Times that journalist wrote, and it seemed like they were all corroborated in terms of what happened, when it happened, who she told, blah 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 blah. Same thing goes for Chris D'Elia. He had a documentary. He had all these people come out saying stuff, and what evidence has he come out with to say to refute the claims that have been put forward about him? Not much either. So to stand there and be like, oh, my friends were accused of things far less, it's like, hold on. No, they weren't far less. And number two, they didn't prove their innocence. We don't know they're innocent. We're going to take your word for it. Aren't you the guy that tried to fuck your friend's girl? Aren't you the guy that allegedly may have stole some money from BGL? Aren't you the guy that allegedly may steal jokes? The guy that may be a bit of a bully? How are we going to trust your opinion on everything? I just find it really weird. This is the kind of hill he's trying to die on. And if anything, he's trying to say, hey, why can't my friends be pieces of shit and get away with it? That's kind of what he's saying. My friends were pieces of shit, but they can get away with it. Vince McMahon and Dana White are pieces of shit, they can get away with it. That's not the best defense, my friend. That's not the best defense or defense.
Fuck you. They've gotten bigger, dude. That's how weird Hollywood is. How strange is that?
No, that's how life is. That's how life is in sports. In sports, if you're really good at what you do and you happen to be involved in something that involves women, when it involves rape and stuff and sexual assault, some sports organizations will bury that. There's stuff happening now in football in the UK that's currently happening with current footballers who are currently playing for current teams who may or may not be on the brink of winning the Premier League. If you're really good at what you do and the team can get away with burying stuff, sweeping stuff under the rug, paying people off, they will do so. If you're somebody that's not very good, you're not beneficial, you're not really contributing to the bottom line, you're not the difference maker, you're not the needle mover, you will get, flipping thrown out with the trash. It is a unfortunate way of life. with this guy being balls deep in sports and stuff, it's funny that he's making these smug faces. Oh, it's like, what does Brendan think will happen if again, touch wood, that doesn't happen. But what does Brendan think will happen if anything ever happens to him? If somebody accuses him of something crazy, not cheating and shit, because you know his wife doesn't care, he doesn't care, cool. But if something happens to him and he gets accused of the same thing that Brian Callen got accused of, or Chris Soler get accused of, what do you think should happen? I'd love to know that from him. What do you think should happen? Give us your theory.
Like legit, anybody else is royally fucked, eating cup of noodles every night, jacking off the Undertaker if you're Vince McMahon and you're not Vince McMahon. You know what I'm saying? If you look like Wario and you didn't have that power, you're jacking off the Mankind old reruns. Not him. He sold his company for whatever it was, $6 billion. And he's still going to be the face of it. Dana's gotten bigger. And I'm not saying they should do anything to these men. I don't know enough about it.
How can you say all that and then say that? This is the same thing that he did to fucking Ariel Helwani, isn't it? How can you say all of that and then not say this as a fucking disclaimer? You already said a lot. I don't know nothing about it. You said everything. Oh, he's such a fucking pussy. He doesn't want to just stand on it. Look, he's even hardly regretting what he said now.
What I'm saying is if you're gonna keep that energy with certain people, keep it across the board. Don't be so wishy.
It doesn't work like that, mate. Life is wishy-washy. That's why you got away with what you got away with, because life is wishy-washy.
Wishy-washy. Because these guys have a lot of money. That's all I'm saying. It's very strange to me. That's Hollywood in a nutshell. What else you got, Jen? Vince, I know you're a huge fan of the show. Shit.
Is he being funny there?
Shave that mustache. And stop dyeing your eyebrows, dude.
I find it hilarious that he's giving anybody grooming advice or fashion advice in any way, shape, or form. I just find it hilarious.
Stop dyeing your eyebrows, especially you're worth whatever billions of dollars. You don't have to do that, man. There's not enough people around him to go, don't dye the eyebrows. The mustache, if you have to shave down, don't do that.
There's not enough people around you that tell you not to wear fucking elasticated fucking jean jogging bottoms. Like, come on, brother.
Unless you're Michael Jordan, you can't do that, dude. You can't do that. He's like, I'm worth $5 billion. I'm like, you can do that.
How much do you guys want to bet he's going to have a Vince McMahon hair dye and mustache joke in his next bit or comedy special or something? How much do you want to bet? How much do you want to bet? There's going to be a joke about Vince McMahon's mustache there. Something about Michael Jordan's mustache, Hitler's thing. How much? I bet you any money it's happening. His brain is already fucking ticking over. Nonsense, nonsense, nonsense. Anyway, that was him on that. And then let's switch over and see what they had to say on the Fire and the Kid, because guess who was on the Fire and the Kid? Guess who was on the Fire and the Kid? My favorite guy, George Janko. And the title is George Janko is the Kanye of Syria. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Yes, we did, 'cause we back at it again. It's the fighter and the kid.
Really? April 1st is our New Year's, and that ain't no joke.
Why isn't it? Why isn't it January 1st like the rest of the world?
I don't know.
Do you know? No, you don't.
What's that?
Stupid.
What's that?
Their New Year's is.
Look at his legs. What is with this? Honestly, maybe because I'm just not that kind of guy. But why? What's with this man spreading? Like, why is his legs spread so wide like that? Like, what's happening here? Like, what's going on right here? It's just like, especially when the camera's in front of you. Why is he spreading his legs so wide? He's taking over from Brian Callen's point of view. Oh, it's fucking hilarious how fucking wide his legs are. It shouldn't be this funny. I really shouldn't. But anyway, let's continue.
They just had their New Year's.
Yeah, I know why January 1st is their New Year's.
It's April.
No, it's
I mean April 1st. I know why April 1st is their New Year's. The
Now-
Assyrian New Year?
Now, what a difference. Our April 1st is
a joke.
A joke.
Yeah.
April Fool's Day, and that's your New Year.
It just doesn't look good for us.
Yeah. It's not good. Well, that's a show. I'll see you guys later.
See you later.
Thanks for having me, guys. I'll see you later.
You're a
Fucking the LA ha-has, man. The LA ha-ha he-he's. Fucking no. Absolute horror show, man. This is gonna be a long one.
bit OCD. Talk to me about that.
OCD?
Yeah, it's not a bad thing. Usually a lot of successful people are very detail oriented.
Yeah, I remember when they put me on medication.
They did?
Yeah, oh yeah. When I was in the 3rd grade.
Jesus.
Yeah, they put me on these pills, which you were addicted to.
Adderall.
Adderall.
Oh, Ritalin.
ADHD?
Yeah.
It's more Ritalin, which is like a
Well, it was Ritalin,
time
actually.
released. Yeah.
Yeah, it was Ritalin. So I was actually pretty fucked up, dude, because I was in the 3rd grade. I just got held back because I just didn't want to pay attention.
He got held back in the 3rd grade. No wonder. This explains everything. You got held back in the 3rd grade and you're trying to excuse yourself and say, I didn't want to pay. Yeah, all right. How dumb were you in the 3rd grade? You're just drawing shapes and shit. And putting like square things into like square holes. You're not doing fucking algebra in the how did you get held back in the 3rd grade? He couldn't spell his own name and shit. Holy shit. Holy shit.
Or do any of what they were telling me to do.
So the
because at the
experts-
time
the
I was performing
experts.
too, by the way. So I was like being pulled out of school to go do shows and do stuff. So like I was performing at a young age.
Wait, you were like a child actor?
No, I was a dancer. So I did like.
Oh man, his parents must be so disappointed. Imagine being a Syrian family and having a child, of having a son, the apple of your eye in your family, and then they get held back in the 3rd grade, but they're dancing. I'm a dancer, daddy. I'm a dancer.
Yeah, I was doing
Drag
like,
shows for kids.
Yeah. No, I was the kid for adults.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
You guys should know. Hollywood is very into it.
He's hot. I'm not in it.
Wait, you were dancing? You did dancing?
Yeah, I'm still a dancer.
I didn't know.
Yeah, bro, I got moves.
Dude.
When you're a dancer, bro, that shit never leaves.
Of course, he's got the quintessential wet.
Yeah, it's like riding a bike.
I do have a, bro. I got a little.
Yeah, of course you know Wagwan. Of course I wear them in the meetings all the time, mate. All the time. You know what I've realized when you do Zoom meetings and you do like meetings at work, especially when you do them on your laptop. Whatever you deem to be normal, as long as you act normal what you're doing, no one will pay attention to you. So I never ask permission to like turn my camera off to go do something. I just do it. One day I'll turn up at work meeting with my glasses on. I won't say nothing. I'll just continue acting like nothing's going on. Take part in the meeting, answer questions and shit. Just keep going on. But if you act like it's weird, they'll be weird with you. But I never ask permission. I just always have these on. Just chilling. Yep. Okay. Cool. Yep. Yeah. I'll get that email sent to you at 11 George. Yeah. No worries. Yep. Cool. Yep. Slack me over that. Tough. Yep. No worries. Yep. Make sure you attach that. Yep.
A little chubby over COVID.
Yeah.
But like I'll
On
get
the
it back.
COVID
There's a dancer in there.
Yeah, and then
somewhere
I'll
in
just
there.
lift my shirt and then my abs.
Yeah, dog.
Yeah.
But then they fed me this medicine. I was just really scared of making my mom and dad more sad. And so I was throwing up every day in the very beginning of school. So my mom would give me the medicine. I would go to school, go to the bathroom, hide my throw up. Like I would try to hide it. So I'd like throw up because I thought I would be in trouble for throwing up.
Right.
So every day I was like throwing up until one day I got really pale and passed out.
You threw up because of the medication?
Yeah, I was like very allergic to it. And no,
I thought he was about to say I threw up because of the pressures of my dancing career. I was being asked to perform at the MSG and I just couldn't do it. I couldn't balance being held back in the 3rd grade and my dancing career, so I was throwing up from all the anxiety. Yo, man, this guy's fucking full of shit, mate. Press X for doubt for this whole entire story and upbringing.
nobody knew. Bro, I went through some weird shit. They thought I didn't know I was dyslexic until high school, so I was wearing glasses at one point because I read.
Dyslexic, held back. Like, what is he? Some sort of like? Is this some like origin story for a superhero? This guy sounds like he's fucking lying.
Read the alphabets the wrong way, but I have like better than 20/20 vision. So I was like wearing glasses.
Okay, better than 20/20 vision. Gets held back in the 3rd grade. Dancer, allegedly dyslexic, throwing up because he's sticking his fingers down his throat. Like what?
Is getting dizzy from
Yeah, it's
that
making it worse.
because I didn't need it until one freaking beautiful actual teacher that cared about her kids was like, "Hey, come here," and she like sat down, took my glasses off, and she's like, "Hey, I'm gonna read you these questions. You answer it verbally." And I was already testing at a high school level.
Weird.
So I was really.
How can you get held back in the 3rd grade, but you can test at a high school level because you can't read or write? Excuse me? He's lying so much.
Really smart but stupid at the same time.
It's like my cousin my second cousin had a really bad stutter, and his dad used to call him stupid and used to hit him. Like
God,
but this is
this is dark. Man.
But
That's not what he was experiencing.
They didn't know. They didn't know. And so his dad loved his son, but he thought he could.
No, he didn't love him.
So he'd go like this.
Hey, he didn't love
the
him.
kid would be like, the kid would start to go, "Woo," and his dad would go, "Hey," whack him right in the back of the head. Get over it.
Is this in the 50s?
This, yes.
Oh yeah, this
Yes,
is old
in the
school.
50s. He'd go.
This is the 50s.
He'd hit him in the back of the head. My mother, as a kid, said, "This is not good. It's not working." Whack like
Quick
that.
question.
Yep.
To fix the stutter?
It didn't fix the stutter.
Okay, I don't
Probably
know.
made it worse.
Now he's terrified.
Then
That poor
my
kid.
we had
God, dude.
there was another cousin in the family. I'm not going to go into details. Who was the father suspected?
You're not gonna get into details because the story is fucking made up. That's why you're not getting into details. The story is completely made up. Imagine being 60 years old and making up stories to impress other men. Could never be me.
The child was gay.
Beat it out of him.
And Jesus Christ. And basically would give him a spanking, give him the what for periodically, just because you got to get the sissy out of him. So you got to beat the sissy out of him. We've come a long way.
He's older.
No, we've come a long way. I'm saying we've come.
This is already horrendous, man. Honestly. I think it was Amy in the Discord or somebody. I forgot who told me this. Someone said this to me, and it's been sitting with me forever since then. Something along the lines of, you can't talk shit unless you watch the shit, or something like that. And ever since then, I thought, you know what? Instead of sitting there and just watching the clips on the Fire and the Kids subreddit, I'm going to actually watch this shit in full. And it's been one of the worst decisions I've ever done in my entire life. This is brutal. This is only 5 minutes in. This is brutal. This fake laughing, this fake flipping banter, and whatever nonsense is going on here, this performing in front of each other and shit is awful. But I'm going to stick with it. But I'm dying inside.
He's really old. So, George, to us, the stories sound insane, right? Because we're
my
young.
day,
'Cause me and him
in
are
my
young.
day, you guys
I don't get it. I thought in your day Jesus was telling people to love people.
They weren't listening, man.
He was, but the point is, if you had been my son, I would have smacked you in the head until you figured out those letters.
That's terrible.
God, that's
No, but that's
so
what used to happen.
fucked up.
The
That's
reason
what
he did
used to
that because you thought you had it bad. He has
I
family
had
members.
it great.
He had family members trying to beat the gay out of their kid.
Yeah. They're removed though, like second.
Okay, look at Brendan just killing a joke. Hear that silence? That was the joke killed. He repeated it 7 times. Look at that.
The reason he did that because you thought you had it bad. He has family
I had
members.
it great.
He had family members trying to beat the gay out of their kid.
Yeah.
That's it. Perfect pause. Thanks, Brendan.
They're removed though, like second cousin.
Yeah.
That story may be made up too, but you know it's happened.
That's fucking. I feel bad for this guy. Not only was he beat as a kid, but you just removed him out of your family.
Yeah, they just kicked him out. He's listening right now, like, what the?
Can't have somebody who's gay with a stutter. I can't. There's no. It's just
a double.
Gets in the way. If you're not gonna respond to my beatings, then I don't.
Bad
know.
parenting, man. Back then, though, like they thought
That was
disciplining kids.
That's
and-
what you did.
There's so much research now. It's like hitting does nothing for kids. Nothing.
No, it's not true.
I've never had it. Yeah,
That's such a lie. It is so stupid. I told
Your
my
dad hit you?
Oh fuck yeah, he did.
Wait, hold on. Did you have a beard in 3rd grade though?
Almost. They actually nared my mustache. That's not a joke. I'll FaceTime my mom right
When
now.
you was in third grade?
Yeah, because my mom
knew
said I
the
was
hairy
too
third
young
grader.
to shave, and I was tired of being called a sand monkey. Which, by the way, the last time I got called sand monkey was by Theo Vaughn, bro. He came on Impulsive, rubbed my head. He goes, "Aren't you a cute little sand monkey?" And I was just like, Theo,
Theo.
You know what? But it felt good.
Theo's from New Orleans.
You know why? Because
he is from New Orleans.
Because I miss days where you could just say shit that obviously you don't mean. You're just fucking
No,
around.
Theo doesn't mean that, yeah. He's just the
but
funniest
you know,
guy.
a little bit, I felt like he did mean it. The way you looked at me, I was like,
oh, there's
I am
a
sand
touch of
monkey to you.
racism in there. Yeah, yeah.
You can't have that accent and not be racist. I
Yeah.
think there's a little of a.
Damn, the kids called you sand monkey growing up?
Oh yeah, bro. Oh, that was nothing, bro.
Racism is alive and well everywhere.
Oh, bro, I was a kid when 9/11 happened. So you just removed my friends right then. Like it was.
They're all
gone.
check, please. Yeah.
No, they were done.
but
Syrian, Arab, Arabian, all the same thing. Yeah.
I was called Sand N-word.
Yep.
I was called
Sand Ninja?
All the words that I was called growing up, I can't even recite them anymore.
Yep.
They get us kicked off YouTube.
Yeah. Well, actually, you guys are pretty.
You were
reckless
going
for
to a
what you
school
guys
that was
talk about.
primarily white.
Oh no, we're getting suppressed as we speak.
Oh, here we go again. Him talking about fucking being shadow banned. You don't shadow banned. Your show is just fucking boring and everyone stop watching it. No one's fucking stopping or silencing you. You absolute mongoloid.
Very aware.
Who was doing the calling? Was it black kids? Was it everybody?
Everybody. They
All
all.
of
Dude. It was like Middle Easterns ended racism.
Yeah.
Because everybody's like, no, we'll just turn on them. Like it was a pretty serious thing.
I heard a
but you know,
black
I never ever got offended to like the hate.
Yo, big up Austin Casey.
It seems that the fake laughing has spread like a virus among the podcasters. Started with Bert and he infected Schultz and his co-host, Schaub, and everyone else.
Yo, big up Austin Casey. You bring up a good point. Thank you for the $5 donation. I'm just thinking, you know what? You know that Bobby Lee clip that we just watched earlier on about that TIJUANA story, right? It's going viral. People are just finding stuff again. For some reason, I don't know if you guys have noticed it. For some reason, I feel like I've seen the Bert Kreischer Kool-Aid clip way more. Maybe because I watched it already on the stream, so it's in my algorithm. But I've been seeing it shared amongst people way more. So maybe people didn't pay attention to it the first time it kind of went viral. And that's the thing with content online. It kind of it exists in this kind of constant loop. It can kind of always come back around again. What something was viral one time, it can get viral again. So maybe some of these comedians have seen that clip again, and they're saying to themselves, "Hold on, look at how easy he got loads of views off of that." And essentially, you know, Bert Kreischer's eating well off that one clip. And I think that clip happened around the pandemic time also. It kind of gave him a little bit of a push. So they're noticing that, and they're now basically leaning into it and doing the whole exaggerated laughing thing, right? Like Brendan with the whole like they're all doing that fucking shit. I think that might be the case. I think all these comedians have seen that fucking Bert Kreischer Kool-Aid clip on Two Bears One Cave, and they're like, genius, let me start laughing really aggressively and shit, because the beginning of this podcast was like awful. Like, why was George Janko laughing that much in the beginning when he doesn't know these guys? Like, it's just, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, for sure.
I don't know why.
You have a good sense of humor. Maybe you didn't take it to heart.
I really just didn't care.
Were they beating you up, calling you a sand ninja, though? That's different.
I did get beat up. That's why I did martial arts, because I was like, okay, I'm done with that. And then
this guy dropped out of school at 3rd grade, was ADHD, dyslexic, but could read at no, he couldn't write or read, but if his teacher read him the questions, he could answer them at a high school level. Then he did martial arts. Like, what next? What next? Did he fucking build an irrigation plant in his fucking neighborhood? Did he fucking redo the plumbing in his house? Like, what next, please?
What martial art did you do?
I did Muay Thai and I did Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
Okay.
Damn, that's how.
He's so full of shit. He's fucking lying.
I know you're younger than us, because back then it was even an option.
Taekwondo.
Taekwondo, gay, right? And then with you,
you guys are reckless.
Why did you do this?
just gay.
But why would you do that?
You can buy a black belt in a year.
I never jerked off in Taekwondo class 1.
You can buy a black belt in a year. Didn't you buy a black belt? You didn't. You haven't trained jiu-jitsu in many years, and you got a black belt. It's the same thing, no?
Once,
No,
not once.
you guys do in the locker room. Gay.
No, I never did
Right?
that. I never did that. And
But jiu-jitsu and Muay Thai, you're fucking kids up.
And I did a little bit, not too much, but I did a little bit of
Capoeira?
Krav Maga, is it?
Oh, we like
Of
stem
course you did Krav Maga. Every LA fucking guy does Krav Maga.
people's eyes out with a
No,
beer
just
bottle?
pressure points and stuff.
Yeah.
So one of my uncles was like a bodyguard and had to go through these type of trainings, and so like he would always mess with me with these like moves and stuff, like
pressure points.
This one to like
Yeah.
break out the wrist and the spine, like
Yeah.
all these little things, and then the ones right here.
Oh, the
here.
worst.
Yeah, they actually helped. I hurt somebody's wrist because they like put my girlfriend in a headlock at a party because he was drunk. And he was stacked, bro. This dude was huge. And I got so nervous. I was like, dude, this guy's so big. So I did that, but I did it too much and I heard a pop.
Good.
And it just...
Yo, big up, sorry to tell.
That Schultz and Whitney Cummings interview today was hard to watch. He barely let her finish a sentence.
Oh, yeah, big up. Thank you for the $10 super chat, brother. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that thumbnail and I was like, can I do that? Can I subject myself to Andrew Schultz and Whitney Cummings together? Tough one, yeah. So I'm glad. I'm not glad to hear it's as bad as I thought it was, but I'm also not surprised. But I may have to watch it also just to see if there's any clips I can pull from it. But God Almighty, this is a brutal one.
Just went like this, and then my girlfriend's like, "Yo, that was you didn't have to do that." And
But that was
like,
also super hot.
bro. I went home. I was like, "What I did to that wrist? Just wait till I do that to your back, girl."
Yeah, girl. Like, don't mess with the Zohan.
And then we just sat there.
To your back.
Yeah. We did nothing.
We did nothing
We
but
did
talk
nothing.
about it.
I was 15. Yeah.
No, this is actually like 2 years ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It was at a party here, and it was with Belle, my girlfriend. The ones that you, the ones.
she's great.
Shit, that could have been bad. Let's cut that. I don't want my side host to get excited.
I don't want my side hose.
You came up exactly how, because I met you through Logan Paul.
Yeah.
But you guys were friends from childhood because he grew up in Ohio. You grew up in what, Arizona, right?
I met Logan out here. I was doing I was interning at a recording studio, and that to me was just like, it didn't feel like it was
your calling.
It wasn't my calling. It's just I don't like being beat down for something I don't love. I'm willing to take the beat down if
there's light at the end.
If there's light at the end of the
It's
tunnel.
your passion, yeah.
Yeah. I was in a recording studio, and so I did music when I was in Arizona. In Arizona, I thought I was the shit. I was doing music videos. My song was on the radio.
I was doing music. After what I saw, I wouldn't even admit I did the music, man. Honestly, I wouldn't even admit it. I'd be like, you know what? I went traveling. What's that? What's this gap in your CV? I went traveling. I was in the monastery. You know, I was helping out somewhere, whatever, looking after a sick relative. You know, God forgive me. I wouldn't admit to fucking having a music career. I wouldn't admit to that. After what I saw online, I wouldn't admit to this shit.
Yo,
damn.
I was.
You were singing?
Yeah, we can actually play one of
Rapping
my.
or singing?
Could you look up Up in This Club? Up in This Club, by the way.
Not duh.
Up in This.
This Club. Yep, right there. Up in This Club. It should be right there. The first one. George
What?
Janko. So I was like 16 when this happened. 2010. So yeah, I was like 16.
I can't wait to see this.
This is the greatest already.
You know if this is copywritten at all? Or
I have no idea. To be
Of course, it's copyrighted.
Well, we'll chop
Could
it
be,
no
could
matter
not be. I don't know. But I'll try to give you the rights. Here, I'm giving them the rights.
There you go.
Whatever, I win regardless. I get the money.
Oh, here we go.
So that was my house. So when people were like at school, just like playing soccer or whatever, I was already creating.
I was only creating. Is he being like funny, or is he actually being for real? Is he being sarcastic or what?
All these kids in the background are from my high school.
Who's this young fella?
That's him.
That's me.
What?
Yeah, I was a kid, and I produced and wrote and everything.
Synthesizer.
No.
Telling people like, yo, I'm shooting a music video. And at first they were like, yo, that's lit. And then it got canceled because my cousin's shooting it from Chicago. So we were trying to make things work. And it got to the point where everybody's like, yo, George is a liar. He's like not telling the truth. He's a liar. So I was begging people. And one day, the music video, the day happened, and only one kid showed up. just to prove that I wasn't shit and that I was fucking lying. But when he showed up, my cousin was shooting it. My dad financed it by renting gear. So even if you showed up and you weren't professional, it looked like a $20,000 setup.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So the guy walked in, he goes, oh, what the fuck? And so he calls one dude up and he goes, yo, you wouldn't believe this. George, this is before social media.
This doesn't matter or anything. It doesn't matter, but this kid is clearly just like a rich kid that's got time to do shit, innit? His life has just been like one fun dilly dance, one fun dilliance after the next. No, don't you think? He just sounds like a rich kid with way too much time on his hand. Like, what the fuck is this life? You get kicked out of school in your 3rd grade and you're making music videos. Like, what? My parents told me to go get a job. Why the fuck are you recording music videos?
Yeah. He goes, George, Janko's doing a music video. Next person, next person, next person. I woke up and my eyes started getting watery because I was like, only one fucking person's here? How the fuck am I going to shoot this music video? And then my dad looked at me, he goes, just keep going. Just keep doing you. Just keep pushing. He goes, it'll work out.
You have to put that blazer on, keep dancing.
Like,
keep
Habibi,
dancing.
we got here in this country, anything is possible.
Shave that beard.
Go upstairs, grab the nair.
Shave now.
You're 15 years old, shave the beard, shave your back now.
We know you just shaved yesterday. Shave now. Shave
Of course, Brendan's one sounds fucking Indian or Pakistani. Of course his accent does that. Look at Brendan's accent. Everyone else is trying to go for the Middle Eastern. Look at Brendan's.
You're 15 years old, shave the beard, shave your back now.
We know you just shaved yesterday. Shave now. Shave again.
Of course.
One more layer.
One more. It grew back.
And then they put makeup on me. I can't cover the beard.
B, let's take a little break with our friend George here at Atlanta.
Oh, that's fucking brutal, man. Oh my god. How am I gonna do this? Oh my god. That's fucking brutal. Let's continue. Power through. Come on, Agasina. Power through. You can do it. Let's power through the ads. Get through the ads. We don't care about the ads. No, we're not watching them.
Get clipped.
In no way. In shape or
7
form.
with a.
Nope. Not having it. Sorry.
Whoever wins gets to perform at Justin Bieber's concert. Like 5,000 people entered.
What?
And I won.
What?
Yo, big up Freshwater Baddie.
Will you be covering the burnt Chrysler roast on OnlyFans?
Oh yeah. I'll do that for another. I'll do that for next stream. I'll note that down actually. Thank you for reminding me. Freshwater Baddie. I'll do that for the next stream. I'll cover the Burt Kreischer OnlyFans roast for sure. So next stream I'll have that listed on there. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Appreciate you.
So I got to perform at Justin Bieber's concert. Now, when I was a kid, I would do anything I could to be in the entertainment field. So when we were driving and we heard a commercial, do you want to be the next Hannah Montana? Yes.
You want to be Hannah Montana?
Yes. Do you want to meet Selena Gomez? Absolutely.
Yeah.
And guess what my parents are doing while driving? Turning it up. We gotta listen. And
Yo, big up. Sorry to tell. Thank you for $5 super chat.
Music, dancing, martial arts, podcasting, clapping cheeks on side pieces. This kid is pure lies.
It's incredible. And it's also very interesting. Like I have a couple of acquaintances and friends who are from the Middle East and shit. And I've never met many of them who are like, have parents who are this cool about them being in the entertainment industry. He seems like his parents like encourage all of this shit at the same time. It's not very common for Middle Eastern parents to be this way. So I don't know if he just got lucky and his parents are also entertainers and work in the performance, are in the performing arts and shit. I don't really know, but it is sounding like a whole lot of cap. I'm not gonna lie.
so there was an agency that would scam you. You know what I mean? Like they would be like, hey, you pay $200, we'll put you in acting classes and fucking put you in auditions. We did this. Nothing came from it. And it was weird, bro. They would make me, dude, this is gonna sound like I'm lying. I swear to God. They were like, okay, we have agents. This is when I was young. I was like 13, 14. They're like, we have agents that want to look at you, but they don't want to intimidate you. So they're going to be looking at you guys from far away. But you guys are going to walk this. I swear to God. I don't think, at the time now, if I was there, I'd have been like, yo, this is fucking weird, first of all. We're all kids. What strangers watching us from far away?
Your parents didn't know either, though, because they're not in Hollywood.
My parents are like, listen to them. They know what they're doing.
They're far away.
Come on. Yeah. And so I was like, okay, so we just, we did. My parents they just believed, so much.
Good people.
And so that, I forgot about that agency. Years go by, I do the show. They're the judges on it. I don't even remember them. Not the people, the agency. So the agency gave me a hug when I won because I gave the judges hugs. I'm like, hey, thank you. Bro, somebody took a picture, found out the agency pictures from back in the day, me working with them, and they're like, George rigged it. It wasn't real. And I'm like, they made this rumor. It was this thing called thedirty.com. And it was like this page where we didn't have social media, but people would gossip there. And they said that George's Persian father paid $10,000 to win a $1,000 prize. Listen, my dad didn't come from this country with nothing and become very successful to spend $10,000 to make one. Like, it doesn't work that way, right?
Yeah.
And so I went to
confirmed rich kid, confirmed rich kid, confirmed. This all makes a lot of sense. Just talking for the sake of talking. Confirmed rich kid, confirmed. Not that it's an issue, but it does put into perspective why he seems to live this life of like directionless nonsense. He's just doing shit for the sake of doing shit and ranting and rambling and about nonsense on these shows and fake laughing and shit. It makes complete sense. A whole life of people pleasing and trying to be the court gesture and trying to make that work for himself has landed him in this position because he has no responsibilities, has no real requirement to work, which is great. Credit to his dad, but this explains a lot.
there and I was trying to tell people like, no, I didn't fucking cheat, but the whole school, they didn't want anything to do with me. They hated me. They had this game called Spit on George. And by the way, there's a lot of Mormons there, so I was kind of like weirded out, but I was getting bullied by Mormons. That's how you know you get bullied. If you get bullied by Mormons.
Mormons start picking on you?
If Mormons hate you, bro, there's no help.
Arizona. Mesa? Is it Mesa?
Yeah, it was Pinnacle High School. Yeah, Pinnacle High School, and then I went to Horizon. So there's this thing called Mr. Pinnacle. And Mr. Pinnacle is, they basically, are you Mr. Pinnacle? It's like a talent show, but then you bring your mom and then you do like these dances and you do all this fun stuff. The talent part came and the principal came. She goes, hey man, I don't think you should perform. There's people throwing shoes at you. There's people throwing drinks at you. There's like, we're scared that it's gonna cause more mayhem. And so my mom and the principal already talked and they're like, this is his last days. Like we're transferring him because he got too bad. So I go, hey, let me perform one more time. Now, one of the lines that they were lying about was that I was lip syncing that competition. So I got on stage, this is all recorded. I got on stage and I go, hey, these are for the ones that booed me. And I performed and people, when they heard, all the kids that like believed the lies, when they heard that I was actually performing, they got up and started clapping.
Of
so
course
like
they did, man. Fuck off. You fucking bullshitter, man. This guy is talking absolute shit. Fuck right off. They all got up and clapped.
I had this like standing ovation in my school and I left.
Undeniable, bro.
So like that was like one of my moments in life where I was like, if I could get, I know it sounds cheesy.
It's a victory.
But if I could get through that shit, I could get through
Especially
a lot.
at that age,
Yes.
man. Jesus Christ.
But that is how you make these, like when you're terrified, you don't know how it's going to work, and you just stand up and tell the truth, and you're like, hey, I'm going to sing, fuck you guys.
Yeah.
That's the formula for success.
Bro, my mom was crying her. You have any idea what it feels like to perform at your school and watch your dad like sink in his chair and your mom's like sitting there crying like this?
But also vibing to the music.
Just like, yo, this song's hot, bro.
Shit is fire.
It's fucking
They
hot.
were so worried. They were so worried you were in
Habibi.
What? They thought you were in.
Brendan really likes his kid, isn't it? He's laughing a lot. They've got the same type of like sense of humor. Brendan really likes his kid. He might be his new Theo. Brendan really fucking likes his kid. But I'm not sure if he likes him or he likes the idea that he's close with Logan and Jake. So he knows if he keeps sweet with George Janko, that it might kind of increase his relationship and his standing with the Paul brothers, even though they demonstrated, especially flipping Logan, demonstrated that he doesn't really think much of Brendan after that appearance before. You know, we got to go to dinner. Like, I mean, forcing the guy off after 50 minutes and shit, that was brutal. But clearly he wants to be their friend still, so he's really fucking gucking it up.
Gonna get crushed.
No, they knew I was a
They
fucking
knew you were
performer.
talented.
I performed, bro. Well, I could shut shit down. When I went to my new high school, my mom begged me. She goes, yo, like, just keep your head down. Don't, I was mouthy, bro. Like,
Quit trying to be the Sarah Justin Bieber.
Exactly.
Yes.
Oh, by the way, bro, like, I was the type of dude that would sit at the Justin Bieber theater, like, where they were watching his documentary, and I would just cry.
And
in the
rock
theater.
hard.
And I just
rock
hard.
What kind of humor is this?
I'm a believer.
And he went like this. That's your dick, apparently. Because you're 16 before you reach puberty.
No, but dude, I just knew I wanted to be a
Yeah, I think Callum regretted that one. Talking about 16-year-old penis, I think he regretted that one. See his face.
You're 16 before you reach puberty.
No, but dude,
he regretted that joke. He regretted that joke. Kellen's face. He regretted that joke. He's like, whoops, I probably shouldn't be talking about that. That's what a 16-year-old thing looks like. How do you know what it looks like, bruh? How do you know? He regretted that one instantly. Look at Kellen's face. Fucking stupid old man. Keep your dirty thoughts to yourself in Crowder, man.
I just knew I wanted to be a performer. I went to a school called Horizon High School. And these people always won like the chorus awards. They were like the school for chorus. And
my nigga, how old are you? You're talking about high school shit in this detail. What the fuck is this? How do you remember all this shit? I swear to God, how do you remember all of this in vivid detail? Does he have it all recorded on DVD or some shit? Like, fucking hell, man.
their shit was so legit that you had to audition the year before to be in the chorus class. So I went in and I was like, this is so cool. These people must respect me because I'm an entertainer. Yeah. And I walked in and it was like first period because I wasn't a part of the class. And I was like, maybe if I could just talk to her, I could just get on my knees and beg her and be like, yo, like I came from a different school. He watched my music video. Like I swear, like I'm a musician. I could be a part of the school. I'll clean the gum underneath I'll do whatever, right? And she looked at me and she goes, I'm sorry, like, no. And then one of the kids was like, yeah, you have to audition next year unless you think you're better than us and you want to.
Yeah, Connor said, imagine splitting a baggie and hearing this at 2x speed in your ear. I've done this to people before who've been annoying in clubs where they want to split a baggie with you or something. And you just say, yeah, I'll meet in the toilet. And then you just never go. Or you just go some other direction. And you just make sure if you see them again, you just make it sure that, hey, I don't want to be around you when they're that annoying, because this type of chat is a legit mood killer, man. This will ruin anybody's session. God almighty.
Replace one of us. And I was like, no, I could just stand next to you guys. There's like 1,000 of you guys. Like one is not going to make a difference. And they're like, nope, this is how it is. So who do you think you're better than? And I went home and I told my mom, I was like, Mom, I'm fucking pissed. And my mom was like, hey, don't do anything about it. Just shut up, sit down, don't get in trouble. And I was like, okay. And then the teacher literally like, dude, this is like homecoming's coming. And the teacher, the like proud chorus teacher gets on, she goes, guys, we're doing talent shows and we're gonna do it at lunch. I know seniors leave, but if you wanna gather and watch, my students, and when she said my students, that irked me because I was like, that could have been me. And she goes, my students are gonna be performing and some other students. And I was like, wait, some other students, I can enter? So I asked, can I enter? And I entered the fucking talent show, bro. And I fucking smashed that.
Of course you did. Has there been one failure in this entire story of his fucking upbringing, in this fucking hero's journey of him going through fucking high school? Has there been one story of flipping struggle? Zero. Looking the way he does with those eyebrows and that face and that voice, it's impossible that he didn't get his head put into a fucking toilet. They didn't get pushed around or something. It's impossible. This guy he's too much of a dork. So he's somehow the champion, the fucking martial art. What, because he did jujitsu allegedly when he was 3 years old or whatnot. Like, fuck off, man. This guy's fucking full of shit. Like, I've never seen somebody lying so much in my life.
That bitch and won it. And there's a kid that's in this entertainment field. His name's Bryant Wood. The first time I met him is when he lifted me up on his shoulders. Because I won.
This is 2 competitions you've won.
Oh,
the Justin Bieber thing and then this thing.
Yes. Oh, I've done way more competition than that. And I'm competitive, bro. Like I'll go coming.
From a great place, but you have very likable energy.
Oh, I appreciate that, man.
I mean, that's kind of I don't know where it comes from, but I think you're very honest about your expression. You're just.
He won them over, man. That Hollywood LA talk won them over. This guy's been performing and prepping himself for this moment of flipping gluck guzzling his entire life, and he won them over with these bullshit stories of him in high school beating up people, winning competitions, dancing, being at a 10th grade level despite being chucked out of the 3rd grade. Like, what? And now he's an honest guy. Like, honesty. Brian. Come on, brother. You're 60 years old, man. You've been around the block. You've seen many of George Jankos before in your life. Come on. Let's call a spade a spade. Let's be real.
Fucking honest. You just let it all hang out.
So did you open for Bieber? Or you performed
They
for Bieber?
said it was an opening for Bieber, but they like worded it. It was like. And by the way, I still have that check my mom kid. And I go, this is the fucking show's about to start in like 10 minutes. There's no way Justin Bieber would be in the parking lot by himself on a Segway with no security guards, bro. There's no way. So I look at him and I go, oh, fuck, you almost got me.
Eve, I'm 45 and never received a standing ovation. This guy's had 4 before high school's finished. Exactly. He's fucking lying. I don't care. He's lying. He's lying. Because he was a nobody before he was flipping on, Logan Paul's podcast, the Impulsive. So even if this stuff is true, I don't believe it, because without Logan Paul, we would have never known who George Janko was. So all these competitions that he won, all this undeniable talent he allegedly had, he couldn't figure out on his own. He couldn't get some headway in his career by himself. He had to latch on to Logan. Not a bad thing, you know, that's your mate. But that doesn't make any sense to me personally. He just looks like a failed theatre. This is the failed theatre kid that we all have. And he just got the added advantage that he comes from a rich family, so he's been able to take more chances. So he hasn't had to like work a regular job. You know what I mean? He's just been able to kind of figure his stuff out and do stuff. But this is I think we've all encountered this kind of person in our lives, that kind of perennial theatre drama kid. That's who he is. So he's always been, he knows how to, you know, he's kind of got that gift of the gab type of thing. But he's definitely full of shit, for 100% sure.
And I did this and I walked away. And my mom looked at him and she starts smiling. She goes, "It is you, isn't she?" And then he like smiles at her and they're like talking for a bit and I'm shoving the thing in the car. I'm like, "Mom, let's go. It's not him." And he looks at me and I'll never forget. Like he just looked me.
Look how they're sitting there looking at him. They're sitting looking at him like they're a fucking, whatchamacallit, like a Jordan Peterson flipping, you know, like, I don't know, conference. What are they called? Speaking event or something. Like as if they're listening to fucking Sam Harris. Look at how attentive they are listening to him. Like this LA world is fucking bizarre, man. He's just figured out a way to like market himself well, George Janko. He can speak and, you know, he's got this narrative and this story and this flipping tale he weaves about himself. He's just kind of got it down pat because he's been basically performing since he's free. I believe that thing. I definitely believe he's been fucking just performing and living the life of a gesture since he's free. So he's kind of got the ability to kind of perform and impress and make people like him down pat. And they're legitimately just like in awe of this kid. It's like, he hasn't done anything.
Shoving the thing in the car. I'm like, "Mom, let's go. It's not him." And he looks at me and I'll never forget. Like he just looked me in my eyes from here to where that computer was. And
said, "You're the hero. You're the hero of this journey. Only you can save us."
And there was a moment where I was like, "Dude, if that was him, that would be kind of weird, right?" And he looked at me, turned away, rode away. And the next day, all over press, Justin Bieber escapes his security guards and goes in the parking lot, causes mayhem with fans.
That's awesome.
And I was like, fuck.
Bad for you, Austin.
I could have hung out with Justin Bieber.
Your mom got
coulda, woulda, shoulda stories. Okay.
a special moment with him, though.
She did. And when I was in the recording studio in LA, years later, I was interning. I went to school, I was interning, and Justin Bieber walks in, and he's working on a project. And I got so excited. I'm like, oh, I'm going to walk up to this dude. I'm going to go up to him, and I'm going to tell him, like, "Hey, dude, I performed at that concert. I was in a parking lot. I missed my chance to meet you, but, like, now," and then before I got to tell anything, the studio guy goes, hey, what the fuck are you doing?" And I go, "What?"
I'm going to tell him a random story about how I performed outside your concert.
And almost met him.
and I almost met him. Hey, bro. I have a story about all the things that didn't happen.
No, real
it
quick,
almost happened.
I want to ask you if you remember my mom.
I was gonna. Yeah. I literally. Then I go. But but no, and he goes, no, but no. The only time he talked to Justin Bieber is if he goes, hey, by a raise of hands, who wants to wipe my ass? He goes, that's you. You're the guy that raises hands. You don't even speak. You just raise your hand. And I was like, oh, this is fucking degrading.
Yeah.
And so I got outside, I called my dad, and I'm like, yo, fuck this bitch. Like, I don't want to fucking work here anymore. They're treating me like shit. I don't get paid. I'm like, fuck. I'm going. My dad goes, yeah, fuck them, man. He goes, we performed at Justin Bieber's concert. And I go, yeah, so I was fucking trying
Right,
to
Dad? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, bro.
Great dad.
Mom knows him.
Yeah. Oh, dude, my dad's lit. My dad got fucking stoned out of his mind with Big Daddy Kane, bro. Because my dad got.
Dad smokes weed?
No, he was with them for so long in a room where they were chiefing. He got high as fuck. I had to drive home.
Damn.
My dad is the biggest fan. He's playing my music nonstop in his liquor store. So he pays my dreams from his liquor store, and then he broadcasts it and sells the CDs that he made me. He makes profit off of my music.
Tight move.
Right? This guy walks in smoking a J, and he's just fucking just chiefing. My dad goes, hey, you can't smoke in here. Put that out. The guy puts it out, super respectful, and then he's just fucking, doing his thing. And my dad goes, you like music? And the guy's like, yeah, I do music myself. And he goes, oh, what's your name? He goes, Big Daddy Kane. I'm performing here in the Arizona thing. We're doing this back in the day type of thing. You should come. And my dad's like, my son does music. He goes, look. And he's like showing him my music. And he goes, wait, that's your son doing the music video? He goes, yeah.
Yeah, it's him in the blazer.
Yeah. Yeah. He calls me and he goes, George, do you know who Big Daddy Kane is? And I was like, I didn't know who the fuck Big Daddy Kane was. And I was like, no. He goes, dude, Google him. And I was like, okay. So I Googled him and I was like, oh, fuck. Back in the day in Arizona, bro, like Big Daddy Kane, like what the he's a celebrity. Massive, he's known, right? So me and my dad got our fucking.
The apple doesn't fall far from the tree, does it? If he's describing his dad like that. Fucking hell, man.
Best gear on, and they took us in the back, and they're giving us a special treatment because my dad gave the alcohol. He's like, hey, take it. Thanks for giving us the tickets. So he's in the back drinking. He's getting like buzzed, and he's getting really fucking excited. And then he goes in the back and it was the first time I ever smelled weed in my life. It just hit me in the face, and I was like, what the fuck? And these dudes, bro, you couldn't see your hand in front of you. That's how much smoke was in there.
The Snoop Dogg concert?
Oh, no, bro. It was like insane. Like till this day, I've never seen anything like, or maybe because when I was young at the time, it was a lot bigger than it is. But like at the moment, I was just crazy. And my dad, they go onto the stage, and my dad, he goes, smoking a cigar. He goes, call your mother. We made it. And he smokes a cigar. And he in his.
By the way, has anyone else said this before? I think I may have seen someone in the chat say it. Is this not giving you BGL vibes? This is the first podcast I've seen ever of the Firing a Kid. These guys have hardly said anything. They said more in their own ads. What did they even ask him? What did they even ask him to get it to this point? Why is he talking about this, by the way? How did we get here? He's just been going on and on and on and on and on and on. This is giving pure BGL vibe, man. Fuck me.
Mine, bro. Thought this is it.
Yeah,
this guy's gonna sign my son. This is it. And my dad's just kicking his feet up, smoking a cigar. Nothing came out of this, by the way.
No.
We never even saw him again.
No.
He left the stage and went somewhere else. We never saw him again.
Yeah.
But my dad, I'll never forget it. He just the way he looked at peace in his heart. He's like, my son made it.
Yeah.
Son and dad. So how'd you meet Logan though?
Did I really just go off on a tangent?
That's okay.
Yeah, it was
I'm
fun,
so
though.
sorry.
That's okay.
He's like, I won a dance competition.
And just me and
I get to meet Logan.
locked eyes.
Yeah.
He met my mom sort of, and then
Fuck.
Okay, at least they're aware of it. They're understanding too. Thank God. Yeah, Callan's already. He's got that old man frustration. Like, just get to the fucking point. But Brennan's loving it because he wants to suck up to him for Logan. But yeah, at least they're acknowledging this is fucking horrible.
I met Logan when I was out here, and I was.
But you
doing
originally
music.
came out here for
music. Yeah, and then some of my friends
maybe let him answer the question so he doesn't ramble. All right, maybe just ask him the question and let him answer it.
like, hey man, stop doing that. Stop doing the music. Like, do the acting. You're like really good and funny. Like, you could get into character. And so I found out about Vine through Logan, and so while he was doing this, I would like write skits for him or like other influencers, and all I would ask was like, hey, like, can I be in them? And then through that, he like opened the door for me. So like Logan not only like taught me how to do it, but he also like opened.
I'm gonna say this out loud because I've just got a feeling. I've got a feeling he's also lying about his age. This guy seems like so desperate to make it in the entertainment industry. It wouldn't surprise me if he fobbed his age a little bit. If he's actually 2 years older than what he actually says he is. It wouldn't surprise me. Something's giving me something. There's something. I'm getting a feeling about somebody that would lie about their age to make it. I'm getting a feeling. I'm getting a slight feeling.
Open the doors for all the other things. So like regardless of wherever me and Logan go, I'll always like my career. God gave him me to like you know, like help each other.
He gave
like,
you your start.
Oh
your
yeah,
launching
yeah.
pad.
And
he's got a crazy work ethic, right? My buddy Kevin Mack.
Oh, he's a dog.
Said even when he was like 15, that kid was like he was never anywhere. He was in his room editing and doing
Kevin worked
stuff.
when he was 15.
I don't know how old he was, but you know, Kevin,
No, but that
Kevin
sounds
was
true.
on
He was-
Vine. Kevin was
Brendan snapped into Brian about that lie he just made up on the spot. I love it because they all lie, but I like how Brendan can't stand Brian's lies. He was not having it. Like, what? Your friend knew Logan when he was 15. Look, it's good again. I'm sorry. That was so good.
God gave him me to like you know, like help each other.
He gave
like,
you your start.
Oh
your
yeah,
launching
yeah.
pad.
And
he's got a crazy work ethic, right? My buddy Kevin Mack.
Oh, he's a dog.
Said even when he was like 15, that kid was like he was never anywhere. He was in his room editing and doing
Kevin worked
stuff.
when he was 15.
What?
I don't know how old he was, but you know.
No, but that
Kevin
sounds.
You just said how old he was. You said he was 15. You fucking liar. They lie so much, man. Honestly, who does this when you're talking to people? Do you lie this often? I don't. Honestly, there's no need to. You just like share funny stories, you banter, you fuck around. Is there a need to just lie about shit? Just make shit up. Like, what? Like, it's so bizarre.
was on Vine. Kevin was in his crew. And they-
No, he's
you know Kevin McNamara? You know Kevin Mack?
Yeah, good looking dude, right?
Yeah,
Tall.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was always playing like the good looking dude in Vines.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's so awesome. I was playing the stupid kid.
Yeah.
Stupid kid.
That did this. Oh, it's the bad. Hey, can we use you? We use your stupid face.
We like that stupid face.
How long were Vines? 6 seconds?
He's gonna get your girl in this skit. It fits, right?
You just go, oh.
Vines were 6 seconds, right?
Yeah.
6 fucking seconds.
Bro, it was weird. The first time I ever watched a Vine, I got invited. Logan goes,
Nah, you're not gonna make. Are they gonna go through and start watching his vines, please?
hey, me and Jake are about to shoot this liar Vine. And I go, oh, okay. So I go there, and I literally can't even exaggerate it. Logan's sitting there looking at me with one leg up. He goes, dude, get this joke. And he's just fucking dumping gas on himself. And I'm like, oh my God, this is real gas. I'm smelling it. I'm like, yo, bro, what are you doing? He goes, dude, so. Or like alcohol, but something that's flammable, but you could smell it. And he just like fucking.
You just said gas. Now it's alcohol.
Just dumping it on him. And I'm like, yo, what are you doing? He goes, so this is a joke, right? Where I lie to my brother. And he goes, liar, liar. And he throws a match on me. And I go, hey, man, like,
you didn't catch on
are you
fire.
going to edit the flames in there? Like, are you actually going to set yourself on fire? He goes, watch. And literally throws a match. He goes, and I was like, whoa. And he just jumps in the pool. And they're all watching the video. I'll never forget. They're like looking at the video, going like this because he burnt his fucking dick.
Oh, God.
And he's like, oh yeah, that's a great shot. Let's do it again.
Gangster.
I was like, yo, these are dogs. I called my mom. I go, I think I can make a living off of making like 6-second videos.
Yep, lighting my balls on fire, that kind of stuff.
Did you at that, especially at that time, did you?
I called my mum. This definitely sounds like a kid that gets pocket money from his parents. And when I mean pocket money, I mean like 10 grand a week.
You guys know how far all this was gonna go?
No, dude. I have this. Until this day, I still go by this. I don't know what the future brings. and I'm not going to waste my time trying to
insane.
assume what it's going to be.
Nor should you.
The way the Bible describes the future, it's like vapor, it's like mist, it's like smoke, right? It has a form, and sometimes you think that form's something, and then we try to grab it. It's nothing. It's futile. So like, there's no reason for me to be sitting there and try to piece the puzzle. I work as hard as I can. I pray for opportunity, and through this like cycle of life, I've found the sauce of always being happy. Because I think a lot of anxiety and depression is if you're anxious, you're thinking about the future. If you have depression, you're thinking about the past. And if you're in the present, it's a present from God. It's a gift. So
Yeah, that's some Bible nonsense that he's spewing there, mate. What the fuck is that?
I'm trying to master this element of like being here and knowing that regardless, even if I killed it or if I didn't kill it, the outcome is there's going to be a grave one day for me. And then throughout time, people are going to forget what I did. So I'm not going to sit here and...
We forgot what you did. You don't even remember what you did. All you remember is high school.
What you just said, I think, is as true as it gets.
You know what I mean?
You know, all the way through. Thanks,
So I just try to like...
touch this. These are my new jeans.
You have some man hands. I feel bad that my girlfriend can't hold these.
Big palms?
Like a polar bear.
Bro, you would never make it as a gay porn star.
Never, dude.
You would make every dick
look small. Yeah.
Yeah.
You did jujitsu, tussle around with them, see what happens.
Dude,
It's fun.
just real quick. Spit him out. I just wanted to see what it felt.
I just want to feel it out.
Oh, man.
Yeah, so I take it day by day, and you know what? And it's gonna sound really stupid and cheesy, but like growing up, my dream was just one dream: create art that the world knows who George Janko is and his art form.
Dog. Creator. My dream. Bro, there's no way this kid didn't get bullied in school. I refuse to believe this, man. And if he didn't, he should have got bullied. What? My dream. He was getting up at assembly reading stuff like, my dream is to like end poverty. Like, shut up, you fucking idiot. Get off the stage.
I got that, and I realized that my happiness is the same as the guy who's flipping burgers at Five Guys. And it's because...
Oh, patronizing nonsense, man. Go and flip the burgers at Five Guys then. Swap your fucking inheritance for that guy that's living, you know, paycheck to paycheck, living outside of it, living out of his car. Go do it if it's so amazing. These motherfuckers, man.
Because that guy was in the moment, hanging out with friends, being with family. And so, like, the grass is always greener. The people that have money are like, man, I miss the days where I was at a 9-to-5 and I just didn't worry about anything. And the people that are 9-to-5 are like, man, fuck this. I can't wait till I'm my own boss and I don't have to do. And I just realized that, like, I don't want to be the dude that complains, man.
My friend hit a marker. He made $1 billion, a little over $1 billion.
That's
I
it?
said, yeah, and I said, that's $1 billion. I was like, I can't fathom that.
That's a lot of money.
I couldn't fathom it. And he was looking. There was a moon, and he looks and he goes, yeah, I got friends who are worth $11 billion. It's not that big a deal, trust me. And I went, that's where comparison that's what happens. That's what you have to be
somebody.
I don't believe a single word that comes out of Brian Callen's mouth. Everything that he says is a lie. Categorically, I'm putting it out there. Everything he says is a lie. Everything he says is a lie. Everything. Every anecdote, everything. He just makes it up. Or it's something he heard his dad say. That's it.
You have to be careful of that.
Yeah.
I saw that with a couple of
because,
well,
but dude,
if that
after
happens,
300 million, like everything's the same.
But there's
your life doesn't
but it
change.
goes like this. It goes like there's certain actors that are.
That sentence, dude, after 300 million, everything's the same. That's something that you overhear some pretentious fucking Forex guy saying at the lobby of some hotel you're working at, right? Like, it's like these podcasts. This is meant to be a comedy podcast, by the way. Comedy podcast.
Crushing it. They're mad they're not Denzel. Denzel's mad he's not directing movies. You know, it just keeps going, man. It never ends. I know very famous legends. I've had conversations with very famous people without naming names. And the one thing they were saying is how they don't get the respect that they're trying to get, and this guy won't give me the movie.
It's probably in their head.
It's all in the
They're getting
head.
the respect.
It's all in the head. If you're not careful, no matter where you are, you're always going to be.
Oh, you can find a fight. Anyway.
Always.
Yeah, if you're looking for it, you'll
And
find
it's
it.
like everybody suffers from that. So it's like you're right about the guy flipping burgers.
But you want to do what now? Just when you say create content, in what form?
I want to
get that fucking blazer back out, dude.
Get the blazer.
Did you hear my new
back
song?
out.
My new song's a bop, bro.
You have a new song?
Yeah.
Let's
And you
hear
can't
that.
play that because that is. Well, I will take the credit. For it. In the essence of this.
Can we play it and not put it on the episode so we can hear it?
Yeah,
Is it on
absolutely.
YouTube? No, no, it's
yeah. You want to just play it for a second and then you can hear
Let's
it.
vibe.
No. Go.
Definitely not hearing that shit.
Just listen to the lyrics. It's a very storytelling type of. Style, by the way. Nothing was written.
Hit it, Chin.
Who?
A long way. Are you?
I'm legitimately embarrassed to tell people or to even admit. I don't even tell people this. I don't even tell people in real life, hey, what do you do? I don't tell people I do shit like this. I don't tell them shit. If they say, oh, I saw your video on YouTube, I may not even, something's about to say that wasn't me. It was somebody else. It was some other black guy. But this guy is out here promoting and talking about some fucking shitty rap song that he wrote. Allegedly, or wrote, right? Allegedly. Like, can you imagine sitting down on a podcast with people and playing them some rap song that you made off YouTube? Can you imagine? This is like the guy that goes to a fucking bar and brings his guitar and starts like improving and jamming in the corner, hoping people like what they hear. Leave us alone.
Are you Kanye West of Syria?
Bro,
it sounds
it's
like his
actually good,
song.
though. Bro, I am.
I knew
Except
it.
for I like the Jews.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
'Cause they're the chosen ones.
Yes,
They're
bro.
the chosen ones of Yahweh.
Yeah, that song was fire.
The guy who produces for Kid Cudi and everybody. And my friend Tanner Fox is a huge Kid Cudi fan. And he goes, man, I love Kid Cudi. And I go, oh, my friend produces for him. I could introduce you guys. And
Of course your friend is a Kid Cudi producer. Fucking course. It all makes sense now, innit?
as soon as I said that, I remembered I had a dream that night. Like literally that night, I was like, in my dream, he produced me a song that everybody liked. And I was like, oh, so as a joke, I told him, I go, bro, I had a dream you produced me a song. And he goes, dude, I had a dream I produced you a song. And so I was like, what the fuck? So we went to the studio and he made this like Kanye style to send it to his team to maybe see if one day in the future he could work with Kanye West or whatever it was. So I got on it and I freestyled on it, and then he's like, you know what? It's yours, bro.
That was...
Yeah. Okay, cool. So he wanted to make a beat for Kanye. He let George Janko get on the beat, right? George Janko got on the beat, spat his little freestyle, and it was so good that he didn't want to send it to Kanye anymore. Get fucked, man. Get fucking fucked. Stupid ass lying shit.
Yeah.
Dope.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Thank you.
And that's out right now?
Yeah, that's out right now.
Man, that was
we're working on a music
It'd
video.
been way funnier if it was horrible. Damn it, George. If it was bad, it'd be funny. What are we going to do? It was really good.
Put me in a mood. I got into a groove.
Thank you.
And I'm old, but I do this.
The whole time Brian was on.
And that's when you know. Just when you do that, yeah, just like this. That's when you know it's
He's on. You look over, Brian's on.
And you just see this. You just see my jeans darken.
No, just a big bone, just rock hard.
Yeah,
Do you like it? Yeah.
No, I just piss. Did he piss his fucking?
Yeah.
Yeah. This podcast's going swimmingly.
That was really, really good. Dude.
I have some questions, if I could ask you.
Yeah, fire away, man. No, I don't sing. He'll sing.
Let me fix my
Well, no, this is actually about stand-up.
Yep.
Because when you ask me what do I want to do, I want to. It's so funny, dude. I realize I just want to create things. I want
creative.
something here to come out there so I could express myself without just being a fucking bitch that's on a mic being like, this is how I feel and everybody should validate it. And like, I just realized that the first version of that was just art. You know, people express themselves and there's some people fuck with it and some people don't. And when we left the podcast, I had to look up Joe Rogan stuff because I got grilled in the comment sections for like not knowing too much.
You know
about him.
Joe did stand up.
I didn't know too much about Joe. The only thing I knew about him is that he just doesn't take shit from nobody. That's literally the only thing I ever knew. And
monster comic.
Monster
Since
cock
for
too. There's a
30
lot of
years.
leaks out there.
30
Got a
years.
dick on him too.
30 years.
30
yeah.
years he's been doing stand up.
Yeah, big dick.
But the one thing that I grew is like I need to be like him. I need to be like I'm okay getting the money that I get or whatever I'm getting for myself. Do me, and if people fuck with me, they fuck with me, and if you cross that line with me, I'll grill you. And so I just want to build a community within people that I love and trust, and have them prosper, and then through that we could build a little bit more out, instead of working out and having the whole world love me for me to start.
So he didn't know who Joe Rogan was in the capacity of him being a comedian, but just from watching a few videos, he suddenly decided he now wants to be Joe Rogan. Is this guy like a 10-year-old living in like a 30-year-old man's body or some shit? What? So what you got from Joe Rogan is that you want to be Joe Rogan in your own way. What didn't you just say you were the Syrian fucking Kanye West? Now you want to be the Syrian Joe Rogan. This is like a legit theater kid with delusions of grandeur and just an unlimited bank account, so you can just take chances. Don't get me wrong, the taking chances thing, unlimited bank account is amazing. Credit to his father, credit to his mother for doing what they needed to do to give this guy a good life. But God Almighty, mate, this guy is like rudderless. What a weird, confusing life. Like why even bother with all this shit? Really, if you're that comfortable in life, why even bother doing all this shit? I just want to create. I want to do this. Create for what? What story are you telling? What are you what narrative are you trying to flip and put out there? What perspective? What viewpoint? Who are you trying to connect with? What are you trying to add to the actual artistic or cultural timeline of history? What are you really going to contribute to it? What life experiences do we actually need to hear from you? Funny accents of how his mum and dad speaks. I got beat when I was younger. Okay, congratulations. Like what? This kid dropped out of 3rd grade and somehow didn't miss a beat. And somehow we're meant to be compelled by his story.
In, if that makes sense.
See, I feel like you're North Star. Don't get me wrong, Joe Rogan's a great North Star, but for what the talent you have, it's more of like a Donald Glover. Like
That is
Gambino.
a crazy compliment.
Yes.
And you know, I always tell my girlfriend, I go, man, I wish one day somebody compares me to him.
There you go.
And you just crossed off one of my bucket lists.
Yeah, there you go.
So thank you, bro.
As far as a North Star, like Rogan's very intense, and don't get me wrong, monster comic, but just, like the acting stuff, like the singing.
Different personality.
Yeah, you're different.
You guys are very different.
Very different.
Yeah.
Great North Star as far as the way he lives his life. He's the best.
What is North Star?
Like who you look up to. Like you're like
Got you.
like your North Star, like you're on a boat and you got to sail towards that.
Yeah,
like
I get
yours
that.
is Childish Gambino.
Am I allowed
How many times did you say North Star in that fucking line sentence? How many times? Is it 6?
Like
That
Childish
is a
Gambino.
hard in, if that makes sense.
See, I feel like you're North Star. Don't get me wrong, Joe Rogan's a great North Star, but for what like the talent you have, it's more of like a Donald Glover. Like
That
Childish
is a
Gambino.
crazy compliment. And you know,
Yes.
I always tell my girlfriend, I go, man, I wish one day somebody compares me to him.
There you go.
And you just crossed off one of my bucket lists.
Yeah, there you go.
So thank you, bro.
As far as a North Star, like Rogan's very intense, and don't get me wrong, monster comic, but just, like the acting stuff, like the singing.
Different personality.
Yeah, you're different.
You guys are very different.
Very different.
Yeah.
Great North Star as far as the way he lives his life. He's the best.
What is North Star?
Like who you look up to. Like you're
5 North Stars or 4. North Star, North Star, North Star, North Star. God Almighty. Have you even heard? What does... I need to search this. Let me just double check this because I never even heard this before I heard him talk about it. What is a North Star? North Star saying. Let's see saying. Sorry, what's that? North Star saying. To be the North Star in the darkness, in the sky of darkness, be your own North Star. You are North Star in your dark sky, in my dark skies. It's an internal thing. So why is he ascribing it to some people? Is that where it's coming from? No way. Let's look at this. The actual meaning of a North Star is that it's something that's internal. Let's see. That would be hilarious if true. This is for the Sudhir Badra. You are the North Star, be a North Star. She's my North Star from Indiante. There's many different people that said North Star. Okay, cool. But let's see the actual meaning of it. He's using it correctly. He is. Okay, we are saying he is using it correctly. Okay, cool. North Star quotes. What is the meaning of follow? Yeah, that's it. What's the meaning of follow your North Star from Quora? From Quora, sorry, Quora. Let's see. Because there's too much of this fucking North Star nonsense. I've had enough. North Star, North Star, North Star. And he's pronouncing it as well like North Star. But that's so fucking hilarious. Calling this guy Childish Gambino is an insult to Childish Gambino. I'll be pissed off if I was him, to be honest. Childish Gambino, you know. Ah, for goodness sake. Okay, forget Quora. Who cares? Maybe it's right, maybe it's wrong. Who knows? Metaphorically speaking, yeah, there he goes. Okay, cool. It says it here anyway. Minimalist Vegan says, metaphorically speaking, your North Star is your personal mission statement. It's a fixed destination that you can depend on in your life. I guess, man. I flipping guess. Where is it?
You're like, like your North Star, like you're on a boat and you got to sail towards that. Yours is Childish Gambino.
Am I allowed to put my foot here?
Yeah, 100%. Do whatever you want after that music.
Nice chucks.
Thank you. They're not chucks.
Yeah, but would you? Yeah.
Look at my face. Close up of my face.
But yeah, he's
trying to be cool.
He falls asleep.
Yeah, my defense mechanism is just to fall asleep.
He's like those fainting goats. He tries to be cool. Sick kicks. That video is dope.
I'm a fainting goat.
Whenever you try to be cool.
You just know, but it has to be after you say it's not chucks. Watch this. Try it again. Those are cool chucks, man.
Thank you. They're not chucks.
Just always wrong.
Yeah, but there's got to be a pause.
Huh?
Yes, the record.
Yeah, but you look at Donald Glover has he did stand-up.
Did he do stand-up?
Yeah, has a special on Netflix.
Really?
Yeah, he did.
I don't know anything about any.
Did he just say one of his bucket lists was to be Childish Gambino, to be compared to Childish Gambino, but he doesn't know that Donald Glover did fucking stand-up? Didn't he just say that recently? Just now, he just said it.
He did stand up, and he's always been super talented music wise. And then when he was on that show, Tina Fey was like, because he'd always
created Atlanta, didn't he?
That's all I'm talking about, right? Pass out for me. So when he when he was in Tina Fey back in the day on that show, what was it? Community. Tina Fey, he would always freestyle and stuff.
When he was in Tina Fey. When he was in Tina Fey. Is that what he said when he was in Tina Fey?
What was it? Because he'd always
created Atlanta, didn't he?
That's all I'm talking about, right? Pass out for me. So when he when he was in Tina Fey back in the day on that show, what was it? Community. Tina Fey, he would always freestyle and stuff when they're not shooting. She's like, you're so talented, because he can sing too. She's like, you've got to do something with this, and that's when you get Childish Gambino.
I love that.
Yeah, and he.
Jesse Masters, Tina Fey wasn't even on Community. I don't know. I just know that's wrong. Tina Fey. It starts from George Janko saying that honestly, the lying is impeccable because he said that so quickly when when Brendan corrected him and said, "Hey, you shouldn't probably be looking at Joe Rogan. He's not probably a good guiding light to kind of look at." And again, let me just make that point also. It's very telling that Brendan is now being more brave to like say stuff about Joe that's a little bit that could be looked at as criticism or critique or a bit of a slight, because he's still feeling a bit butthurt about the handler comments about Joe saying he doesn't like a whiskey name. They're clearly not as close as they once were. Him saying baldies, that flipping slang dick and shit, probably put a wedge in their friendship. Joe moving to Austin. All these things have added to it, but definitely for sure, the other bit, the story that BGL said, where allegedly Joe behind the scenes was shouting at Brendan on the phone and telling him to flipping stop involving him in the drama where he was going with Bobby Lee and shit, and basically giving him a telling off. So they're clearly not as pally as they once were. So it's funny that he now is willing to kind of like put out little barbs and throw out little darts here and there. So he does what he says and tells George, hey, don't use Joe Rogan as your North Star. That George Janko guy doesn't miss a beat and immediately jumps on and says, hey, yeah, of course, you're right. I always said to my girlfriend that, no. He said, oh, you don't use Joe Rogan as your North Star. Use Childish Gambino. And he says, yeah, I always want to be compared to him. I told my girlfriend that. Then he tells him that, oh, do you know Donald Glover also did stand-up? No, I didn't know. How can someone be a North Star and you didn't know they did stand-up? Please make that make sense. Everyone here is a liar, man. 3 fucking liars. 3 horsemen of lying. That's what they are.
But you know what I love is I love when somebody's successful and doesn't get intimidated from somebody else who has talent. And it's like, hey, you should do that.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
Inspire you.
Yeah.
It should inspire you. It shouldn't fucking make you.
But that's also why Rogan being your North Star is also good, because Rogan's the same way. If he sees talent, he's not like, oh God, this competition, don't get started in this lane or this lane. He's like, now run with it, dude.
Yeah.
Do it.
No, I had to start navigating who I listen to and who I don't listen to.
Means everything.
It means everything, because sometimes you look up to somebody and they definitely look down at you.
Well, they want to suppress your dream. They don't want you to be in the same lane because they view it as competition.
And it's a hard thing to understand, right? Because if you don't get that type of personality, if you don't do that to people you dislike, it's very hard for somebody to understand why somebody you love would do that.
It's famine thinking. It's a really silly way to think.
I don't even think they mean to do it.
No, the pie is only so big.
Sometimes they just don't know. They don't know they're doing it.
If you've got it, then I can't get it. You're taking what I want. So it becomes this, the pie is only so big and you're taking from
That's why you get a lot of hate in stand-up, right? Like other stand-ups, like, well, he's doing good, he's selling tickets, and then they'll go bad on that comic. It's like, no. Them having success has nothing to do.
Don't you do that yourself, though? According to BGL.
With you.
Yeah.
0. There's enough tickets out there for everybody to sell.
Yeah, it's
it's
really sad how that works.
It never.
I'm not gonna lie. I think I'm done. I think I'm done. 40 minutes. I can't do that anymore. I can't do it anymore. I tried it. I've still got the thoughts of whoever told me to watch stuff in full ringing in my ear, but I can't do it anymore. I can't do that. I just simply cannot do that. I simply cannot do that anymore. It's just too much. It's just too much. Oh my God, man. Oh my fucking God. It's actually impressive that they have this show still running the way it is, man. I honestly really, really impressive. Big up them for just keeping this flipping thing chugging along, because that show is a legit horror. It's a legit horror, man. The people around them are a legit horror. Everything around is a legit horror. I don't know how they keep it going. Credit to them for keeping it going. Really do. Credit to them for keeping it going. Because, oh my days. That's absolutely flipping terrible. But yeah. There's nothing more I can add to that. I swear on my life, I can't add anything more to this. So, last thing, I want to quickly check. This is a clip. Where's this clip? Where's this from? Where is it? There's a clip here from, I'm seeing here from the flipping Andrew Schultz and Whitney Cummings. Let's see what does this look like. Hopefully this is funny. 30 seconds. Nah, this dude is on drugs. Let's see what this is about. Yo, Whitney looks mad in the face, isn't it? God damn it, girl. Let's see what this is saying.
Heads that I come from, you know, I had $7 for 7
Do you
years.
think people really have an issue with nepotism, or they have an issue with themselves just not getting a role?
Hollywood's never been like fair.
Look,
why should it be?
That's
I
the
mean,
thing.
it's like
Look at Andrew Schultz's fade. Look at Andrew Schultz's fade. Only white people can get this fade, you know. Only white people can get this fade. This like non-fade thing where you don't fade it. If you're not white, you can't get this trim. This trim is disgusting. Like, what is this? It's like he left the chair halfway through the haircut. That is fucking insane haircut. An insane haircut. But I've seen it quite often, a few people having this kind of hard line fade feed. You can't get that if you're black. If you're black, you can't get that. It's unacceptable. You just cannot get it in the slightest. And I also think it just doesn't look good on some white people even. This is a shocking fade, bro. Whoa, 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 whoa.
from, you know, I had $7 for 7
Do you
years.
think people really have an issue with nepotism, or they have an issue with themselves just not getting a role?
Hollywood's never been like fair. Why should it be?
That's
I
the
mean,
thing.
it's like neither
Okay.
sports.
Now
Like,
this is a fucking wild take that the guys don't really appreciate.
I think it's sorry. Can I say something about
No,
Nepo
I
babies?
was in the middle of a sentence.
I know, but if we're
I
moving
know,
on-
but we're not moving on.
But
It's about
do-
this.
okay.
It's about this. The Nepo babies' parents,
Mhm.
right?
He gagged her. That was a fucking gag. Oh my God. That was a gag. That was a gag. She came in all the Adderall, right? And her flipping ketamine that I'm always on. She came in all her stuff, and Andrew Schultz was like, "Devil, get thee behind me. You shall not pass. Devil, get thee behind me. I'm making my point. You shall not pass. You shall not pass." And I actually wanted to hear what he had to say about nepotism, because I think he's got a pretty horrible take on it anyway. Anybody that's made it always has a really terrible take on nepotism, because nepotism isn't, no one gives a fuck that rich, famous kids get opportunities because they're rich, famous kids. It's more so rich, famous kids get all the opportunities, and then the other people who are not rich and famous are fighting for scraps. That's the issue. And if you're just getting your chances based on, you know, the luck of what family you're born into, that is really not the most productive thing or the helpful thing or the best thing for the arts that you're involved in. Just a common sense thing. But anyone that makes it has a really bizarre view on nepotism. Because, oh, I made it, I'm successful. It's like, yeah, but you're one of, you know, very few, mate. The whole reason why nepotism is a bad thing is because it doesn't give people a fair chance to get involved. Anyway, we know why. But this gag, wow. I had to watch it one more time. That was fucking brutal. Whitney, baby, Whitney.
that I come from. Heads that I come from, you know, I had $7 for 7
Do you
years.
think people really have an issue with nepotism, or they have an issue with themselves just not getting a role?
Hollywood's never been like fair. Why should it be?
That's
I
the
mean,
thing.
it's like neither
Okay.
sports.
Now
Like,
this is a fucking wild take that the guys don't really appreciate.
I think it's sorry. Can I say something about
No,
Nepo
I
babies?
was in the middle of a sentence.
I know, but if we're
I
moving
know,
on-
but we're not moving on.
But
It's about
do-
this. It's
okay.
about this. The Nepo babies' parents, right?
Oh, that was good. I'm not gonna lie, that was good, man. Nepotism, nepo baby, nepotism, nepo baby. Also, can we just relax with this nepotism debate? It was fun when it was fun. Now it's just getting boring. Like, enough. Because it doesn't matter who's making shit now. Nepotism babies, guys on the street, everything on TV now fucking sucks. Movies are terrible. Books are probably the only decent thing out there, but no one really reads. Everyone's just on their phones, talking shit, getting inundated with fucking bullshit. It's a fucking car crash out there. Comedy isn't great. It's all flipping bullshit. So maybe let's just focus more on quality. I don't care who you are. If you're the son of whoever, let's just focus on quality first. I don't care how rich you are, whatever you do. Are you good at what you do? Yes or no? Can we get back to that level, please? Can we get back to that society where people are actually good at what they do, have some level of talent, have some level of interest, some level of creativity, some level of ability? That might be quite nice. That might be quite nice. But fucking hell, Andrew Schultz gagged her in another level that I've never seen in my entire life. That was actually quite entertaining to watch. I'm not going to lie. Big up Andrew Schultz. No, I was talking. Holy shit. Wow. Whitney Cummings, man. Anyway, I think that's it. I got no more left, man. George Janko killed me as per usual. Oh, that was fucking brutal, honestly. George Janko fucking killed me as per usual, man. He always does. That fucking... Yeah. I can't. I'm done. But yeah, big up everybody tuning in. Appreciate every single one of you. This has been the Random Show episode number 96. I changed up a little bit with the format. Hopefully some of you enjoyed it. I know it was a little bit dark, so next time I'll try and come in a bit more of a happier mood and have better topics to talk about that aren't so dark and dour and shit, because this wasn't the greatest in that regard. But hopefully you did enjoy it for what it was. Thank you so much for all of you for tuning in and hanging in there. If it's your first time, check out the show. Please, if you don't mind, please, if you could, make sure that you smash that like button down below for me. That'd be greatly appreciated. No problem, Jared Mederick, man. Don't say sorry, brother. Always another time. Always another time. Please make sure you smash the like button for me. Please subscribe if you can and if you want to. That'd be also greatly appreciated. And yeah, man, appreciate every single one of you that's here hanging out, chilling with the kid. It's always a pleasure. Never, ever, ever a chore. And I can't wait to do this again with you guys very, very, very soon, man. Really, really cannot wait to do it again with you guys very, very soon. But for now, in an effort to flipping somehow reset the mood, maybe we should play... Should we play a tune? Or should we just leave it there? Should we play a tune? Maybe we should play a tune. Yeah, let's do Raccoon Eyes. Let's go back again. Let's do Raccoon Eyes and play a tune. Come on. Come on, brother. Let's do a bit of Raccoon Eyes. Let's do a bit of Raccoon Eyes before we go. And then we can be back on our merry bloody way. Boom, 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 boom. Come on, let's get it loaded. Bear with me a second. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, there we go. We got it. Cool. Peace, everybody. Appreciate you all. See you again very, very soon. See you very, very soon.
This one goes out to the one and only, the big cat, the fat cat. Big ups. I first saw you in Burger King. You took 2 seats cause that ass is way too big. Had a boyfriend, I realized, but you told him lies with your raccoon eyes. The DoorDash is here. Wipe away your tears. Got you extra fries, and they taste just right. Have no fear, there's no trolls here. Tevin made you cry with those raccoon eyes. Raccoon eyes. Raccoon eyes. Tevin made you cry with those raccoon eyes. Take you power walking on the beach, feasting on some sushi like you were the queen. Let me run some errands while you sleep. I can watch you play Skyrim all day this week. Have no fear, there's no trolls here. Devin made you cry with those raccoon eyes. Raccoon eyes. Raccoon eyes. Devin made you cry with those raccoon eyes.
In reality, like I tell you guys, every day when I wake up, that's the best day of my life. I feel like this next day is awesome. I have a beautiful wife who I love so much. She loves me and a family, Jasper, and you know the things we get to do together. You know, I definitely want more time with them and more family time. But I absolutely love my life today compared to how it used to be. Seriously, all those years back then, you'd be like, it's a whirlwind of crap. It was me. And by the way, I've told you guys about my past. I used to drink way too much. I would be drinking constantly, all the time, because I was so stressed out. Honestly, when I started with this whole thing, I was depressed many years ago, you know, a decade ago. I didn't like my life or anything. And basically, liquor was the way to kind of get through that. You know, it was, oh, I hate my life. I hate who I am. So let me just drink it all away and just keep pumping out fucking YouTube videos. I don't have to do that shit anymore. You know, like I'm happy with who I am.